This is the multi-voice text-to-speech podfic reading of Closer to Find by Krabapple, composed by Burning Aurora, Kaliana, and Flowerhawk. Chapter 1. Sirius knew his voice would be muffled by the closet, so he projected it out toward the rest of the flat.
Remus, Mooney, where did you hide Lily's birthday presents? I can't find them in the back of the entry closet.
Sirius continued to rummage in the closet on the top shelf, pulling down old shoeboxes, an inexplicable hat box, and more than a few random scarves he'd never hung up. The entry closet was one of Remus's most reliable gift hiding places, but so far he'd come up empty of any wrapped gifts that looked like they were ready to go to Lily's birthday party tonight. He had a gift he wanted to add, maybe as a topper to one of the ones he was sure Remus had wrapped earlier in the week. They'd gotten Lily a book on potions, and a dress the woman at the store had assured them would look lovely on a redhead. Sirius pulled his head out of the closet and walked through the sitting room, taking a turn down the hall toward the bedrooms.
Mooney, where are the presents I can't find?
He stopped when he nearly ran into said Mooney, who had exited the bathroom smelling of toothpaste and looking slightly pale.
Sirius, I hide your presents in the entry closet. Sometimes. Now that you seem to have caught on to that, I've switched to the back of the staples cupboard.
Remus said easily, smiling a little.
I found one of my Christmas presents in the entry closet.
Sirius protested, and he frowned a little bit at Remus, noting the slight pallor of his skin. He looked a bit unwell, and Sirius reached up and placed the back of his cool hand to Remus's forehead, then to his neck, feeling for fever. Remus was clammy but not warm. Remus allowed the touch, smiling a little.
Only one,
Remus said.
Had to throw you off the scent. We'll have to find another hiding place, now that I've given you the information on the cupboard.
Before Sirius could speak, he added,
I'm fine, Padfoot. Bad moon is all.
Sirius eyed him skeptically. The moon had been over a week ago, and Remus remained overly tired, falling asleep in strange places or at different times, and his stomach had been unsettled. The same had been true for the December moon too, and November hadn't been ideal either, though not to this extent.
Lily will be fine if you don't go tonight.
Sirius said,
Tonight's the party, but we're celebrating with her and James on Wednesday for a quiet dinner as well. Pete too, if Emmeline is off work.
Remus shrugged.
Tonight's the party.
He shrugged.
And I'm fine. Can always leave early if needed, but I don't think it'll be necessary.
If you're sure.
Sirius said, leaning in for a quick kiss that Remus returned.
Why are you looking for her presents anyway?
Remus asked, his eyebrow going up as he tilted his head a little toward where Sirius had a hand behind his back.
I have something to add.
Sirius hedged, heading back down the hall to the kitchen, walking backwards so he wouldn't give anything away to Remus.
Like what?
Remus asked suspiciously, following. Sirius entered the kitchen and went straight to the large cupboard where they kept things like baking supplies. He reached in with both hands, moving the baking soda and flour aside, digging.
Aha!
He exclaimed in triumph, pulling out the carefully wrapped gifts. Remus stood in the doorway and sighed.
What are you adding? It's not a gift for the baby, is it?
Something must have shone on Sirius's face because he added,
We said no gifts for the baby. It's Lily's birthday. She's a person in her own right.
Sirius could feel the heat in his cheeks and looked up to see Remus with a still raised eyebrow.
It's something small.
Sirius protested, and Remus huffed a little, but Sirius could tell there was no real annoyance behind it.
I made it myself. Well, them myself.
Remus's other eyebrow joined the other, and Sirius brought his hand out from where he was still hiding it. He was holding two small crocheted animals, a doe and a stag. Sirius watched Remus's smile widen.
Padfoot, you big softy, who taught you?
I can read directions. The patterns came with instructions. I couldn't help it. Saw the ad for animal patterns next to the crossword in the Prophet.
Remus's grin grew even wider.
Oh, shut it.
Sirius grumbled, putting the small animals on top of the larger gift, the one with the dress inside, and added a small sticking charm.
I think it's incredibly charming,
Remus said, still smiling, leaning in for another kiss. When they broke apart, Sirius smiled.
Godfather duties, you know. Can't start too early.
Padfoot.
Remus said softly, and Sirius blushed at the tone, gentle and sweet.
Let's go, or we'll be late.
Sirius said, heading out of the kitchen with the presents.
We're already late.
Remus laughed, following Sirius out of the kitchen, through the sitting room, and back to the entryway, where they started donning their winter wear. Sirius shrugged into his leather jacket and an old Gryffindor scarf, while Remus pulled on his practical pea coat and the cashmere scarf that matched his eyes that Sirius had given him for Christmas.
We're fashionably late.
Sirius said, reaching out and adjusting Remus's scarf fondly.
Don't you know anything about etiquette?
No,
Remus said lightly.
I was raised with manners but not etiquette. Good thing I have you to educate me. Don't squash your deer.
He added, since Sirius had put the gifts under his arm for the scarf adjustment. Sirius laughed as they let themselves out. Marlene answered the door at James and Lily's flat.
Welcome, boys, to Lily Evans Potter's 20th birthday party, where we celebrate the woman of the hour and toast her to many more happy years to come.
She grinned and wrapped her arms around both Sirius and Remus.
Hi, Marlene.
Sirius said dryly as Remus hooked his chin on Marlene's shoulder and hugged her with one arm.
How much have you had to drink already, Miles?
Not enough.
Marlene said cheerily, letting them further into the flat. The party was already in full swing, not huge, but with a fair amount of people crowding the sitting room and kitchen of the flat, friends from school, and a few of Lily's colleagues from St. Mungo's potions program. There was music coming from the record player in the corner, and people were gathered in groups on the furniture or in corners, talking and laughing. Remus and Sirius entered, beginning to shuck their coats and draping them on the couple of chairs set up near the door for that purpose. Sirius added their presents to the pile on the coffee table. Remus looked around but didn't see James or Lily.
Where is the birthday girl?
He asked as Marlene walked a bit ahead of them into the kitchen, where the drinks and food were set up.
Birthday woman.
Marlene corrected, and Remus grinned.
And she and James disappeared about, 10 minutes ago.
They're not shagging, are they?
Sirius asked, laughing. Remus hit him slightly on the arm. Remus laughed a little, pouring Sirius a fire whiskey and snagging a butterbeer for himself. Marlene also landed a blow to Sirius, this time to the back of his head, and Remus laughed harder.
No, Sirius. They went to get the takeaway that's passing for dinner. James told Lily she didn't have to come, but she was starving, so she may be eating some of it on the way here.
As if on cue, Remus heard James's voice from the sitting room.
Food's here, ladies and gentlemen. Give us a mo to set up, and we will be right with you.
Soon he appeared in the kitchen doorway, Lily following him slightly.
Prongs, Lily.
Sirius exclaimed loudly.
Happy birthday, my darling flower.
Remus saw Lily smile fondly over James's shoulder.
Thank you, my dearest star.
She replied as James plonked several bags of takeaway on the counter.
Oi, Padfoot, help out or get out.
James ordered good-naturedly, and Sirius obliged immediately, beginning to take containers out of the plastic bags. Remus saw Marlene and Lily grin.
And people think I have him wrapped around my finger.
Remus said, and both women laughed. Lily came up to him and Remus put an arm around her, squeezing her in a side hug and placing a light kiss to the top of her head.
Happy birthday, Lily.
Thank you, Remus dear.
Lily said.
A pleasure to see you as always.
We saw each other for tea 2 days ago.
Remus said easily.
Still always a pleasure.
Lily replied back and Remus smiled, his arms still around her shoulders.
How are you?
Remus asked softly.
Starved.
Lily answered.
She nicked 3 samosas from the food on the way home.
James answered, opening containers and finding serving spoons. Sirius was pulling plates down from the cabinets.
1 for each block.
Lily rejoined.
She's eating for 2.
Marlene noted. Lily wrinkled her nose.
I hate that phrase. No offense, Marlene. I eat for myself and no one else, thank you.
Marlene shrugged, completely unfazed.
Fine. But I didn't marry that one and then let him get me up the duff nearly immediately. So I'll call it like I see it.
Remus and Lily both laughed.
Oi,
James said.
that one is a perfect gentleman.
Hardly, and now there's proof.
Sirius said dryly, and Lily laughed while Remus grinned. James opened a container of Vindaloo, and Remus took a step back before he even knew he'd done it, feeling his arm slip from Lily's shoulder. He vaguely heard Marlene reply to Sirius, but didn't hear exactly what she was saying over the sudden turning of his own stomach. No one seemed to notice but Lily, as James and Sirius were still occupied by the food, and now Marlene and Sirius were engaged in a bit of back and forth. Remus took a deep breath and swallowed hard, but it didn't help.
Remus.
Lily asked softly, her eyebrows knitting a bit in concern. Remus shook his head and swallowed hard again.
I just need a moment.
he said, backing out of the room slowly and making his way to the bathroom he knew was off the hallway. Remus was sitting against the bathtub with his head against his knees when there was a soft knock at the door, accompanied by an equally soft,
Remus.
Lily's voice.
You can come in.
Remus called, and the door opened. Lily let herself inside and mostly closed the door behind her, leaving it open just a crack.
You okay there?
Lily asked, coming to sit on the floor next to Remus, putting her own knees up to her chest to make room.
I'm fine.
Remus assured,
Bad moon, that's all. It's your birthday party. Shouldn't you be out there with your guests?
You are one of my guests,
Lily said gently.
and I was worried about you, so I'm checking on you.
Lily smiled.
What did we do to deserve you?
Remus asked, smiling at her.
You gave me many years of friendship, class notes, and help with homework. The rest of that lot beats me.
Remus smiled, but Lily only looked more concerned.
The Remus Lupin I know would have laughed at that. A little smile. You don't feel well.
Lily noted.
You could go home.
She added softly.
Do you want me to?
Was out of Remus's mouth before he could stop it. Lily sent him a half-understanding and half-exasperated look.
Of course not. You're my friend. I'm just worried.
She reiterated. Remus sighed.
A bad moon. Last few have been bad, actually, but this one has been the worst. It happens.
Remus shrugged.
Does it?
Lily asked quietly.
James says the wolf has been rather quiet. And I've seen you after plenty of moons and nothing like this. Aches and pains. Fevers. Maybe you had to sleep. But this.
Remus shrugged.
It's different, yeah. But I'm getting older. Maybe something is changing. It's not like...
Remus trailed off.
You can go to the werewolf ward at St. Mungo's and get some sound advice on your medical condition.
Lily finished.
Well, in a word, yes.
That was Lily, Remus thought, straight to the point. Remus shrugged again and saw Lily looking at him carefully.
What?
He asked.
A couple of things.
Lily said honestly but softly, and that was part of what Remus loved most about Lily, her way of being absolutely straightforward but gentle at the same time.
Like...
For one, it's nothing but hatred and bigotry and a damn shame that you can't just go do that.
Lily said, anger underlying her voice.
No argument here, Lily. But that's not changing anytime soon.
Remus answered. Lily sighed.
I know.
She reached out a hand and rubbed Remus's back a little.
What's the other thing?
Remus asked. Lily considered him carefully.
Maybe this isn't the moon.
She said softly.
What else could it be?
Remus asked.
I don't think it's a virus or anything too common, or I would have been over it. Could be lingering. Maybe something magical.
I was thinking maybe something magical. Sort of.
Lily said slowly.
For you. I noticed, well, it was the food that bothered you, right?
Remus had to swallow again.
Some smells are getting to me. Yeah.
He admitted. Lily hummed as if he'd confirmed something for her.
You know, toward the end of November, I suddenly couldn't stand the smell of apples, which was funny, because I love them, packed them in my lunch every day. But then I didn't want any. And more than that, found them revolting. That coupled with, well, it's one reason I took a pregnancy test even before I went to the healer.
Remus lifted his head to look at her.
What are you saying, Lily?
He knew what she was saying, and his heart had started to pound in his chest.
Remus, is there any way?
I take the lycanthropy contraceptive potion every month. You brew it for me, without fail.
Remus's mouth was suddenly dry.
It's not 100% Remus, nothing is. Maybe if you've been using condoms too, but I'd guess you'd think the potion provides enough protection.
Remus swallowed.
Lily, no, that can't be. Males don't even cycle regularly, or know if we do. It's tricky.
Lily quirked her mouth at him.
But not impossible.
She said softly. Remus stared at her, actually felt the blood drain from his face.
I know a few diagnostic scans that I picked up at Mungo's. Did them on myself too, in addition to peeing on the stick, before I told James or found a healer and midwife.
Lily offered.
I mean, it's not that, Lily. You don't have to.
I won't do anything you don't want me to, Remus.
Lily said softly but firmly.
But then if you're not, you'd know that too.
Remus took a shaky breath, and Lily's hand, still on his back, rubbed another circle.
We're not like you and James, Sirius and me. We weren't trying. It wouldn't have been on purpose. And no one would recognize us as us. Not muggles, not wizarding.
I love that you assume James and I were trying.
At that, Remus did quirk a half smile. Lily blushed and sighed herself.
God, James Potter has a huge mouth.
That's no news to you. Just me, Sirius, and Pete, really.
It's like I married all four of you.
Lily sighed, but she was smiling. Remus smiled back, but then Lily raised her eyebrows, and he felt the smile fade. He thought a moment, then nodded.
Yes, okay, do one. That way I won't have to worry about it, at least.
Lily gave him a bit of a funny look he couldn't decipher, but drew her wand from her dress pocket. She pointed it at Remus and swished it a bit, saying an incantation Remus wasn't familiar with. Remus watched as wispy light blue smoke emitted from the wand tip, curling into the air before slowly dissolving in the air above them. Lily turned back to him, and it was written all over her face. Remus sucked in a breath, and Lily's face softened further. Remus suddenly felt tears in his eyes.
Oh, hey, Remus.
Lily said gently, wrapping her arms around him.
It's going to be okay. You do have options, you know, and if you need care, there's Dorcas Meadows. She's with the Order, and she's amazing, leads tons of things at Mungo's, and she's no bigot. And now I'm rambling. I'm sorry.
Remus took a breath.
We're not you and James.
Remus repeated.
I have no idea how Sirius would feel. And I'm a man, and the whole process is different, and...
Not that different. I read about it when I learned to make the potion, and well, we could go through it together. I'd bet. Well, when did you think the bad moons started?
This month, December. November too, but not as badly.
Remus sighed.
Sirius's birthday.
Lily stopped, took in the look on Remus's face. Then she began to laugh.
Sorry, I think for us it was after Fabian and Gideon Prewet's Halloween party.
She laughed again.
Sorry, I know you're shocked. It's okay, Remus, you can feel however you feel. I know it's complicated.
Remus sighed.
We're not you and James.
He paused.
I know I keep saying that, but it's true. We were taking precautions on purpose. I don't think we've ever talked about kids. I mean, Sirius is thrilled about you and James, but oh my God, Lily, are we really having this conversation? Am I really...
Pregnant, yes.
Lily said, firm and kind and honest.
You know, male werewolves can procreate, and I know Sirius does too. You were taking precautions, and they failed. And now you have to have a grown-up conversation about how to handle that. You're probably almost all the way through, or are all the way through, your first trimester. Remus, you're smart and capable, and so is Sirius. Though if you tell him I said that, I'll kill you.
Lily smiled.
You'll figure it out.
And there's a war.
Remus stopped. He knew James and Lily had tried for a baby on purpose during said war. He didn't want Lily to think he was questioning their choice.
There is. But maybe we need to take joy and hope where we can find it.
Lily said.
I'm 19 and a werewolf.
So you're young, and anyone who knows you doesn't care about the other.
How are you so calm?
Remus felt close to whining, but he was feeling the beginning of emotional overload.
Because it's not me, and because I love you, you sweet thing.
She said, squeezing him a little tighter and then letting go.
If you do choose to, well, I'm here, and you know James is.
Remus nodded.
I'm keeping you from your party.
He apologized. Lily rolled her eyes.
I just learned one of my best friends is pregnant, and I love him, and screw my party. It's my party. I can appear and disappear as I feel like it.
Remus tried a smile, and it felt weak even on his own lips. A thought occurred to him.
Hey, Lily, does the color of the smoke mean anything?
I asked that too.
Lily said.
And yes, they tweaked it just last year. Very biased and doesn't let anything be a surprise.
She huffed.
So much for gender rights and equality.
Oh,
Remus said quietly.
so.
Mine was blue too.
Lily said, giving him a kiss on the cheek before going to stand.
You're right, I should go back out. Or James is liable to storm in here and bring more than one person with him, and then we'd be in trouble. But you stay, if you need to, or come join us, or go home. Up to you.
Lily finished standing and blew him a kiss. Remus stayed seated.
Hey, Lily, thank you for everything.
Lily smiled and blew him another kiss.
Hey, can you not tell Sirius?
Remus asked softly, and Lily nodded. But just then the door swung open all the way as Lily opened her mouth to reply.
Tell Sirius what?
Sirius himself said, standing in the doorway. Remus and Lily exchanged a look before she pushed past Sirius in the doorway.
That I'm going back to my party.
Lily said breezily, patting Sirius on the cheek before she exited. Remus watched Sirius regard him from the doorway, before coming to squat in front of him.
Tell me what, Mooney?
He asked. Remus bit his lip. He wasn't sure he was ready to tell Sirius anything, much less here at Lily's party. much less in the bathroom at Lily's party.
Are you ill? Do we need to go home?
Yes and no.
Sirius looked confused.
To which one?
Both.
Remus sighed. Sirius took Lily's place on the floor next to him and pulled him close with an arm, brushing a kiss to the top of Remus's head.
I told you if you were ill you didn't have to come, or we can go home. It's Lily, she'll understand. She was just here, probably already does.
Yeah, she does.
Remus said softly.
So Prongs'll understand too. The rest of our friends as well. Do you want to flew? Or we could apparate or walk.
The thought of the flu or apparition made Remus feel physically ill, and he swallowed again.
Are you even going to make it home, Moony?
Sirius asked.
I heard that swallow. James and Lily would probably put us up for the night.
We need to make it home.
Remus said softly. He did not want to have the conversation they needed to have at James and Lily's, and not on the floor of their bathroom.
Because whatever it is you don't want Lily to tell me, you don't want to happen here.
Sirius asked a little archly, and Remus was reminded of two things he should never forget about Sirius. He was astute and he was tenacious, and sometimes that combination was magical, and sometimes it was difficult. So Remus only nodded.
Okay then, up you go, Moony,
Sirius said, standing, but then he offered his outstretched hand to Remus, who took it to get up much more slowly. The world spun for just a moment, but then Remus recovered, and Sirius pulled their still joined hands until they'd left the bathroom and were making their way down the hall. In the sitting room, the party was still going on. Someone had cleared some of the furniture, and there was a small dance floor going, along with groups of people still chatting.
Hi, Remus.
Peter said cheerily from his perch on an armchair next to Emmeline. Remus mustered up a small smile and waved while Sirius collected their jackets and coats.
Moony's not feeling well, Wormtail. Headed home.
He pulled on his jacket, handing Remus's coat to him. Both Lily and James also looked over at them at the pronouncement, each with concern in their eyes, but Remus knew it was for different reasons.
Bummer, Moony.
Pete said, taking a drink of whatever was in his cup.
Feel better.
James called, taking Lily's hand. Lily blew Remus another kiss and smiled softly as Sirius opened the door and ushered Remus into the cold night. Remus let Sirius settle him for the night, both of them changing into worn pajamas and soft clothing, Remus insisting it was too early for bed, letting Sirius install him on the sofa in their sitting room with a blanket and cup of tea in front of the fire. Sirius finally stopped fussing and brought over his own tea, sitting next to Remus. They contemplated the fire together for a moment before Sirius opened his mouth, and what Remus knew was inevitable came out.
So what is there to tell me?
He asked, taking a sip of tea, his sharp eyes regarding Remus over his mug. Remus sighed. He wasn't ready, hadn't even processed everything himself, and he was frankly scared. Of himself, of his body, of Sirius's reaction. But Sirius had heard, and he'd never let it go, and this was not something Remus could hide, no matter how much he was used to hiding things. Remus took a deep breath.
Lily came to check on me. She had a theory about why I'm not feeling well. Didn't think it was bad moons, like I did. I thought because the wolf has been relatively tame, I was suffering for it later.
But Lily didn't think so,
Sirius said slowly.
She didn't. She had another theory. She'd learned some, diagnostics, so she ran a scan. She was right.
Hey Moony, look at me.
Sirius said. Remus was looking at the fire and not at Sirius. He tried, he really did, but Remus only managed to look towards Sirius, to move his eyes not to Sirius's face, but his hands. Those strong hands with the long fingers.
Remus, Moony, whatever it is, it can't be that bad. Whatever it is, we'll face it together, like always.
Sirius said, moving one of his hands to pick up one of Remus's, entwining their fingers. Remus nearly burst into tears right there.
I don't know if that's true about this.
Remus said softly.
Moony.
I'm pregnant.
Remus blurted.
The potion must have failed, and I'm pregnant. I didn't mean for it to happen, and it's rare, and it's sudden, and we didn't plan anything, and we're both men, and people hate us just for that, just for being together, and I'm pregnant, and I don't know what to do. There's a war, and we're not James and Lily, and...
The hand holding Remus's let go, and Remus's heart stopped in his chest, until he felt a hand underneath his chin, bringing his face and eyes up to Sirius's. Remus closed his eyes so he wouldn't have to see whatever was written there. Sirius was never any good at hiding his thoughts or feelings from his eyes or face when he was with his friends.
Mooney.
I don't have to keep it, you know. I mean, we can decide. But I don't. There are options. I didn't mean for this to happen, I swear. It just did. And I can't take it back. Except I sort of can, I guess, if we decide. I'm not even 20 yet, God, and we're so young, and there's a war on.
Mooney.
Sirius said firmly, and at that, Remus did open his eyes. Sirius's face was soft, and his eyes were open, searching Remus's face.
How long? I mean, when?
Sirius asked.
Based on my symptoms, Lily thinks.
Remus bit his lip.
Probably your birthday. Not far from her, at all. So, like, almost through the first part, it would explain.
Why you've been sicker in December and now?
Sirius said softly. Remus nodded as much as he could in Sirius's hold.
I'm so sorry. And we don't have to, and I don't know if you'd even want to. We've never talked about kids, though I know you know it's possible for us, biologically. Clearly, I mean, but also kids in general.
Yeah, I was never sure if I wanted kids.
Sirius said slowly.
Didn't have the best childhood and all.
Remus closed his eyes again because he didn't want to cry. If Sirius didn't want this, then did he? He thought again of the blue smoke and what it meant. What if he had to choose between Sirius and what that blue smoke meant?
Oh, Merlin, Mooney, whatever you are thinking right now, stop. I can tell by your face it's awful.
Sirius said, and Remus remembered he'd lost his poker face around Sirius a few years ago.
I didn't mean that door was closed. I just meant I thought there was time.
There still could be. I mean, it doesn't have to be now.
Remus started. Sirius hummed.
Kind of seems like it does.
He said, and Remus opened his eyes. Sirius still had on a neutral expression, his eyes looking like he was thinking.
I'm not sure I'm at all ready.
Remus took a breath.
Me either, to be honest.
Doesn't mean it couldn't be great.
Sirius said slowly.
What?
Remus blinked.
It's for you to decide. Ultimately, Mooney. I wouldn't take that away from you. If you're not ready or you don't want to, that's fine. I'd support you. But this feels...
Mad.
Remus supplied.
Right.
Sirius finished.
Oh.
Probably also a little mad, and I'm extremely surprised. Not every day the man you're shagging turns up pregnant.
You knew with the lycanthropy.
What I was getting into in all the ways.
Sirius finished firmly.
Lily put so much sugar in that potion it may be the reason it didn't work right.
Remus felt the corner of his mouth pull up a little.
This is terrifying.
Oh yeah, that too.
Oh, thank God, I was afraid it was just me.
It's not.
Sirius assured him.
We're going to be someone's parents.
Oh my God, I hadn't even thought of that.
Remus admitted. Sirius tilted his head, and Remus was so reminded of Padfoot he felt that half-smile become real.
That right there, that's why.
Sirius suddenly said.
What's that?
That wry smile. That. I hope our kid gets that. The thought of having a kid with you that smiles like that, that's why I'd do this. Because it wouldn't be any kid. It would be your kid. And it may do that.
Sirius said. Remus pulled a breath as he teared up.
Oh, Padfoot.
Yeah.
Hey, Lily's spell could tell. Well, if it's a boy or girl.
Oh, you know already.
Sirius sounded shocked, but Remus nodded.
It's obvious. And Lily thinks it's stupid it's obvious. And I don't disagree.
Mooney. So what is it? You know I have to know now. Especially if you do already.
It's always a competition.
Remus started.
Mooney.
It was blue smoke. It's a boy.
Remus said.
A boy.
Sirius echoed.
A son.
Yeah.
Remus said.
A son, Padfoot.
He could have your curls and smile.
Your eyes and dimples.
I don't have dimples.
Sirius protested. Remus raised an eyebrow.
Oh, we're going to have a baby. A kid. Together.
Sirius said.
If you want.
Remus answered softly.
I want...
Sirius said, closing the space between them and kissing Remus thoroughly. Remus kissed back with relief and just a touch around the edges of sudden happiness. When he pulled back, Sirius said,
I reserve the right to freak out about this later, and maybe at varying times, possibly for the rest of our lives.
As long as I can do the same.
Remus said, and he sighed a little.
Maybe a little ahead of you on the freaking out part.
Wouldn't expect any different, Mooney.
Sirius said, bring both hands up to cup Remus's face.
And hey, our kid will have the best friend ever. Prongs is going to die.
I can't believe we got this far into the conversation before you mentioned James.
Remus said, but he smiled.
Had a few things to sort out first.
Sirius said softly.
Indeed.
You know, when James told me about Lily, he said that it was because he loved her so much. It felt like they couldn't contain it, that it only seemed natural for it to spill over into another person.
That's a very James thing to say.
Remus noted.
I think it's true, though. I love you too much for just us to even hold it, Remus.
Sirius said. Then Remus did feel the tears just at the corners of his eyes.
I love you, Sirius.
He said.
Lucky me.
Sirius answered, kissing him again. Remus woke the next morning to softly filtered sunlight coming in through the slightly open curtains. He rolled over, stretching a bit, to find Sirius already awake, leaning against the headboard with a book in his hands.
Morning, Moony.
Sirius said softly, leaning down to brush a kiss against Remus's lips, which Remus gratefully accepted. Remus yawned.
What are you reading?
The book looked thick, and not the Muggle spy novel Sirius had been amusing himself with a couple of nights before.
Book on pregnancy.
Sirius replied matter-of-factly. Remus blinked some more.
If you did conceive on my birthday, you're pretty far along, Moony. 12 weeks, Lily's right. Through the first trimester almost exactly.
Have you had that?
Remus asked. Sirius nodded.
Got it when Prongs and Lily told us.
Godfather duties.
Remus smiled.
Yes. And now also bloody useful for other reasons.
Remus craned his neck a little more to consider Sirius a bit.
Still sure?
Remus asked softly. Remus watched Sirius close the book and put it on his night table.
Absolutely, you...
Not at all.
Remus said quickly, but then saw the look on Sirius's face and shook his head.
I mean, about keeping it. Him, I guess. Yes, being pregnant, having a baby, not at all. Scared to fucking death.
Sirius hummed, scooting down on the bed so that his head was once again on the pillow, and he and Remus were face to face.
I understand that. It's a lot for you.
You too.
Remus said.
Yeah, but I'm not the one whose body has grown a womb and who is carrying a baby right now.
Sirius said.
Touché.
Remus said wryly. Sirius reached out and brushed his fingertips across Remus's cheekbone. Remus knew he was tracing the freckles there a bit, a habit he'd had since they'd been together.
It's all right to be scared, Moony.
Remus swallowed hard and nodded.
I do think you might like some more professional answers, and you will need medical care.
Sirius continued.
Lily's right about that too. I don't think Dorcas is a bad choice. She's in the order, and she'll be discreet.
Remus shifted on the bed.
I know that. I mean, practically I know that. But I'm going to be giving up my privacy.
Yes, okay, but maybe to one person. Or maybe Dorcas can recommend a midwife. I'd say Lily, but this isn't her area of expertise, and she'll be busy too.
Remus smiled.
That's true.
I want you healthy, Moony, and our kid too. That's my job here, you know, to take care of both of you.
Oh, Padfo.
Are you going to argue with me about that?
Sirius asked, and suddenly Remus saw a bit of fire.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Remus said quickly, and he meant it. That fire was Sirius going into loyalty mode, and Remus had seen him do it many, many times. Remus had been on the receiving end of it often, and Sirius like that was a force. Remus was on the receiving end of it again now, as was their child, and he suddenly blinked back tears. Sirius looked alarmed for a moment and said,
I didn't mean to make you cry.
You didn't.
Remus said and laughed a little.
I mean, you did, but damn it. Oh, sod it. I'll probably be crying a lot, so you should get used to it. Have you seen Lily? She cried last week when we ran out of salt at dinner.
Sirius smiled a bit.
Okay, yeah.
And these tears, they're for our kid, because you've already gone into protective mode, and it's kind of lovely.
Remus confessed.
Oh,
Sirius said. He looked thoughtful.
I have, haven't I?
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Remus said softly.
Moony.
Sirius said, leaning in and kissing him gently. When he pulled back, he said,
So you'll let me owl Dorcas Meadows, see when she might be available.
Remus nodded.
It's a Sunday.
I said when she was available. Doesn't have to be today.
Sirius smiled.
Don't order her over here.
Remus warned.
I'd do no such thing.
I want to proof the letter before you send it.
Moony.
You have that black thing where, even when you don't think you mean to, you still sound imperious.
I do not.
No, the Chinese takeaway just always gets here within 20 minutes because they like us.
I tip well.
You sound scary on the phone.
How is that possible?
Padfoot.
Sirius sighed.
You can look over the letter before I post it. Fair.
There.
Remus said.
You'll have to work around our schedules too. I have day shifts at the library or for the order all week, and you are on your 12 on 12 off shift at Mungo's this week.
Sirius frowned.
The order.
No changing anything or telling anything to the order until, well, I don't know, but just not now.
Remus watched Sirius's lips come together, but he nodded.
Good.
Remus said.
Now, how about some tea?
Sirius leaned in to kiss him again.
I've got it.
I'm not an invalid.
No, but it's Sunday and I know you like a lie-in.
Remus smiled.
Too true.
Sirius got up and padded over to the doorway.
Oh,
Sirius turned.
are you going to send an owl to prongs too?
Remus asked. He had the privilege of seeing Sirius's whole face light up, and his heart skipped a few beats.
We're having dinner with them on Wednesday for Lily's actual birthday. I want to see his face in person.
Sirius breathed.
You can wait that long?
Mooney, you wound me.
We'd barely finished our first kiss before you told him that.
To be fair, he was in the bed next to mine.
Asleep.
Remus laughed.
I can hang on to this.
Sirius said.
You always have to measure the risk against the reward.
He said.
God, it's a good thing you aren't a criminal mastermind.
But I could be, and don't you forget it.
Sirius grinned from the doorway, all teeth and charm, and Remus laughed again. As it happened, Dorcas Meadows sent a prompt reply to Sirius's very polite owl, saying Tuesday at 6 would work well for her. Remus had gotten home from a shift at the library at 5:30, and Sirius had been home, on his day off from Mungo's residency rotation. Remus was unbelievably nervous, and more than a little queasy, the tea Sirius was plying him with, doing nothing to help either of those things. Sirius was nervous too, Remus could tell, though he hid it better, but Remus could tell from the slight bouncing of Sirius's knee where he sat doing one of the Muggle crosswords from the book Lily had gotten him for his birthday, that Sirius was also on edge. Fortunately, there was a soft but sure knock on their door promptly at 6, and Remus sighed as Sirius went to answer it. Remus heard voices in the small entry, and then Sirius led Dorcas into their sitting room. Dorcas had been just enough ahead of them at Hogwarts that neither of them knew her well outside of the Order. She'd graduated in the cohort that included Frank and Alice Longbottom and the Pruitt twins, but she'd always struck Remus at meetings as thoughtful and patient. Lily and Sirius both worked with her at Mungo's, and both spoke of her with respect. She did not, however, know about his lycanthropy, and Remus was as or more nervous about that than he was about revealing a pregnancy, not that the two didn't go hand in this case. Remus watched as Sirius motioned Dorcas to one of the armchairs and came to sit next to Remus on the sofa. Dorcas took them in and didn't raise an eyebrow when Sirius took Remus's hand. Their relationship was probably fairly common knowledge in the Order, even if no one talked about it outright. Instead, Dorcas used a hand to smooth out her healer robes.
Sirius's letter said that you might need some medical attention, Remus, but that it was private.
Dorcas began. Remus flicked his gaze to Sirius, who looked calm, before landing back on Dorcas.
I do, yes. I can't stress to you how much this would need to be confidential, for many reasons.
Dorcas nodded.
Just by coming here, I recognize you as my patient, Remus, and thus hold your medical information strictly confidential under my code of ethics.
Remus blew out a breath.
Thank you. But also, I want to make clear, if anything I'm about to tell you makes you uncomfortable, you have every right to not choose to take me on as a patient.
Sirius sighed, and Remus watched Dorcas draw in a breath. Remus was rarely this direct, but in this case, he couldn't afford someone with werewolf prejudices near him. He wouldn't have anyway, but considering this would affect not just him but a pregnancy, even he couldn't accept even just tolerance.
Remus, I've been calling you Remus. May I continue to call you that?
Dorcas asked.
Please call me Dorcas.
Remus nodded.
I've seen much over even this part of my career and expect to see much more. There's not a lot that can shock me anymore.
Remus sighed.
I'm a werewolf.
Remus watched as Dorcas's eyes widened just a fraction, but then they flickered from Sirius's face to Remus's and back again.
I see.
She said calmly.
When were you bitten?
At 4 years old, almost 5.
Remus answered, and he heard Dorcas gasp, though she covered it up quickly.
It's a long story and quite ugly. My parents, they did everything they could, but there was no cure, of course. Dumbledore allowed me to go to Hogwarts, in spite of, well,
Remus stopped.
Almost 5, so basically as long as you can remember.
Dorcas said, and Remus looked at her again, because her voice was kind.
yes.
Remus answered softly.
And Sirius, he knows I take it.
Sirius nodded.
Our close group of friends all do, but Remus, well, he likes to keep it as private as possible, for obvious reasons.
Dorcas nodded.
For the obvious, terrible reasons.
She said.
Remus, let me assure you, I hold no such views. Not the kind most of the rest of the wizarding world does, at any rate. I've seen at Mungo's how werewolves are treated, and it's abominable. It makes sense to me now why you'd seek private care.
Remus nodded.
St. Mungo's is not an option for me, ever, and certainly not for this.
What is this, if I may ask? Is it related to your lycanthropy?
Yes.
Remus said, and he heard how his voice shook. Sirius must have too, because he felt Sirius's hand tighten on his.
I don't know how much you know about lycanthropy.
He started. Dorcas frowned.
The bare minimum, I'm afraid. It's not my area of expertise, but I've done some reading just in case, some outside of what we are given as healers, because as you can imagine, that literature is quite often ill-informed. I don't like to be ill-informed.
Dorcas finished. Remus nodded.
Some of this is covered in standard literature, and sometimes it's not. It depends. When it is covered, it's not favorable.
This was, of course, an understatement. Most medical literature on werewolves, especially procreation, was shot through with hatred and undisguised bigotry. Remus took another breath.
Werewolves, both male and female, possess the ability to reproduce. Females, well, that's obvious since it's the same process as any other woman. Males, it's less studied, but it happens. In packs, in private. Some of the best descriptions are often quite ancient, before many of today's views became well entrenched.
Dorcas tilted her head, though her gaze didn't leave Remus.
Remus, are you saying?
Remus nodded.
I have good reason to believe I'm pregnant. Males are capable of producing an ovum, though we don't carry ovaries. It's just a term. We call it cycling, but it's not regular the way it is in females, with lycanthropy and without. Once that happens, males will grow a uterus and other necessary organs and functions to sustain a fetus. We do continue to transform, but that seems to have no effect on our human pregnancies, and we remain pregnant in wolf form as well. Again, there isn't much literature, but it isn't all that different from any female pregnancy, except we maintain typical sexual presentation until the induction of labor, or sometimes a few days before, and then we will form a canal for the fetus to exit. It's all, well, there are stories in the packs, in werewolf communities, especially if...
Remus trailed off.
If your partner is also male,
Dorcas said softly. Both Sirius and Remus nodded.
There is a particular contraceptive potion. Madame Pomfrey brewed it for me at Hogwarts, and our friend Lily Potter has been kind enough to brew it since then. But
Remus swallowed.
we have reason to think it failed, for whatever reason which also happens.
what are those reasons, if I may?
Dorcas asked.
I've been ill. I thought it was new symptoms of the lycanthropy, or just a series of bad moons. Nausea, dizziness, vomiting. Smells seem to set some of those symptoms off. Lily, well, you know her. She's studying to be a potioneer for Mungo's, and she recognized the symptoms because, well...
Because Lily is also expecting.
Dorcas offered. Remus nodded.
She performed a simple diagnostic the other day, and it came back positive for a pregnancy.
Dorcas nodded too.
I'd trust her perspective and her work, but you need better care if you are pregnant.
Yes.
Dorcas sighed.
This is far from my area of expertise. I have to warn you. Have you thought, well, perhaps someone in the community, in a pack?
Remus immediately went pale, and Sirius's hold on his hand got tighter.
I'll be blunt if I may.
Sirius said. When Dorcas nodded, he continued.
Remus was turned by Fenrir Greyback himself, and Greyback hates him for many reasons, not the least of which is that Remus went to Hogwarts and lives in the Wicks community. if you were to find out about this.
I see.
Dorcas nodded.
Well, I am more than willing to provide you with at least an initial examination and care. I am trained in those things. We can always feel it out and continue on. Or I can ask among the midwifery community, perhaps find someone who would feel comfortable caring for you. My only concern, as I said, is that this isn't my field of study, but there's a first time for everything. Well, this fetus would be about my 7th, but you get the idea.
Dorcas said, and she smiled. Remus blew out a breath he hadn't known he was holding, and he felt Sirius's posture relax a little.
I take it you want to continue the pregnancy?
Dorcas said. Remus nodded, looking to Sirius, who looked confident and clear-eyed.
We do.
Remus said, and Sirius's hand squeezed him again.
Then, I would like to perform an initial examination, recast the diagnostic, get a look at timing of conception, gestation and due date, run a chromosomal scan, get a baseline for your health. I can even project the fetus and get a baseline for its vitals, including the heartbeat.
Merlin, we get to see and hear.
Sirius asked, and Remus heard the wonder in his voice.
You would indeed.
Dorcas said, and she smiled.
Remus, I'd like to make you comfortable. We can use the sofa, but a bed.
We have a small one in the spare room and the one in ours.
Remus replied.
Either would do nicely.
Dorcas said, picking up the medical bag she had brought.
Our bed would be fine.
Remus said, and Sirius used their joined hands to help pull him to a standing position. Together, they led the way out of the sitting room and down the hallway, turning to the left into their bedroom.
Should I change or?
Remus asked.
You can stay clothed for now. I'll need access to your abdomen, but I can get that if we unbutton you a bit. Lift your jumper.
Dorcas said.
I do ask that you lie down, however.
Remus walked to his side of the bed and got on top of the covers, lying on his back, head on the pillows. Sirius took a hand and stood at the head of the bed while Dorcas put her medical bag on the chest of drawers, pulling out a wand.
There are muggle ways to do some of this, and I might still use them, like a blood pressure cuff, but magic is much more advanced in this area.
Dorcas explained.
I'm going to go ahead and confirm the pregnancy with a scan.
Remus nodded, and Dorcas said the incantation while waving her wand at Remus. Just like Lily's, her wand began to emit pale blue smoke from the tip that curled into the air before disappearing. Dorcas smiled.
That's another positive, Remus.
She said.
Lily was not wrong. Do you know what the color of the smoke means?
That it's a boy.
Remus answered, and when he looked up at Sirius, Sirius's eyes looked bright.
Indeed. I'll check on the chromosomal scan to be sure, but you are likely expecting a boy. Congratulations.
Dorcas waved her wand again, and some numbers started flitting through the air, both single and double digits. Eventually they faded, and Dorcas smiled again.
The spell puts you at 12 weeks, 3 days, Remus. Conception on or about November 3rd, due July 26th. A summer baby.
At that, Sirius barked a laugh.
Told you.
Remus said. Dorcas looked partly amused and partly confused, but she didn't ask.
November 3rd is my birthday.
Sirius said and laughed again while Remus blushed.
I see.
Dorcas said.
Well, happy birthday to you, Sirius.
She said, and Remus smiled.
Remus, if you could lift your jumper and unbutton your pants, I'd like to feel your abdomen.
Remus nodded, doing as he was told. Dorcas rubbed her hands together to warm them, and then they were on his still flat stomach, pushing a bit. Dorcas continued to examine him, saying,
Remus, this feels remarkably like a female pregnancy. I don't feel any ovaries, of course, but there's definitely a womb, and your other organs feel in good condition and stable.
You sound surprised.
Sirius noted.
This is my first male pregnant patient.
Dorcas said easily.
It's fascinating.
I'll give you that.
Sirius said. Dorcas looked at him.
Have you done your obstetrics rotation yet?
Sirius shook his head.
Scheduled for. Oh, this spring, actually.
He shrugged.
Hadn't really been interested before.
You may want to get interested.
Remus said, and both Sirius and Dorcas laughed. Dorcas lifted her hands from Remus's stomach.
I suggest you two read up, both on female and male pregnancies, or as much as you can on the latter. Remus, You have a little while until you begin to show, but not much, and I don't know how different this will be. Do male werewolves carry to term?
From what I've read, yes. It's not all that different a process physically. I'll produce the hormones I need to sustain a pregnancy, but I won't to lactate, which was a problem prior to other alternatives, like formula. Usually males would need a wet nurse in a pack.
Fascinating.
Dorcas said.
I'm going to run the chromosomal scan, make sure there aren't any abnormalities. This is very new magic for us. The muggles aren't even close.
She waved her wand again, and Remus didn't see anything, but there was a slight chime at the end.
Everything there seems in order as well, and there is an X and a Y chromosome present, so it's indeed a boy.
Remus looked up to see Sirius grinning down at him, and he smiled back. A boy, a son. Dorcas uttered another incantation, and Remus saw what he knew were his vitals flicker in the air, as he'd had Poppy do that plenty of times at school.
Remus, your vitals look good. Blood pressure is a little high, but that could be nerves. Still, we might want to keep an eye on it since it could develop into a complication.
That's easy enough for me to do.
Sirius said softly.
If you can't take someone's blood pressure by now, Black, I'd be speaking to your supervising healer.
Dorcas said, and Sirius laughed. Dorcas looked at them.
I'm about to do the projection now, and the heartbeat. Are you ready?
Remus looked up at Sirius again, who was gripping his hand so tightly it was beginning to cut off his circulation. Sirius was grinning still, and nodded, and Remus nodded too. Dorcas took in their nods and waved her wand, and a soft, yellow light slowly began to emit from Remus's abdomen. It took a moment for the image to form, and when it did, Remus blinked. There was a solid yellow outline with a bit of an emptiness inside of it, except for, Remus heard Sirius gasp.
Merlin, that looks like a baby. A tiny one, but a baby. A baby.
Sirius repeated, and Remus looked again, and Sirius was right. There at the bottom of the projection was what looked like a tiny human, just one with a large head and small limbs. Remus gasped.
Remus is far enough along that the basic shape is there, yes.
Dorcas agreed, pointing to the projection.
Everything looks well, I must say. Good amount of fluid, placenta, and cord placement. Congratulations, gentlemen. Your son looks quite healthy so far, as do you, Remus.
Remus looked over at her. Dorcas's voice sounded warm, and there was a smile on her face.
One more thing,
she said, and with a wave of her wand, a thudding sound filled the room. Remus took a sudden shuddering breath, fighting back tears. Sirius wasn't even trying to hide it, tears sliding down his face when Remus looked at him. Dorcas seemed to track the sound for a few moments before waving her wand, the thudding and the projection ending.
Heartbeat sounds strong and at an excellent rate, too,
she said. She went back to her bag and stowed her wand.
We're done for today, Remus, unless you have any questions. I am going to send over a few things, unless you have them on hand. One is an antiemetic potion to help with any lingering nausea or vomiting. One is a nourishing potion in case you lost some weight or nutrients due to the morning sickness earlier. The good news is that you are far along enough that, too, should ease soon. In some cases, it doesn't, but we can cross that bridge when we come to it, and I say that.
Dorcas paused, and Remus sat up a little.
Well, actually, I know I said I might try to find you other care, and if you'd like me to, I will. But I find this quite fascinating, and I love to be challenged. I'd quite like to continue on as your medical provider, if you would allow that. I would hold your confidentiality strictly, and as you know, I hold no prejudice about werewolves.
Dorcas, that would be amazing. Beyond what I could have hoped for.
Remus cut her off. It was, and he was grateful. Dorcas smiled.
Well then, we can be done for today, as I said. I would like to keep a close eye on you, though. Maybe see you once a week. We can arrange it later. I'm happy to come here. I know why you need private care.
Yes. That would be wonderful, Dorcas. We'd welcome it,
Sirius said. Sirius pulled Remus's hand again, and Remus got up from the bed, finding his legs shakier than when they had started. They led Dorcas out of the room and back to the front hall.
Well then, have a wonderful evening,
Dorcas said, opening the door.
I'll owl about a time next week, and and send the potions, so look for those.
Thank you.
Remus said, and he heard Sirius echo him before Sirius shut the door behind Dorcas. After she'd gone, Remus and Sirius stood in the entryway staring at each other. Sirius's eyes were wide, and Remus felt suddenly unsure or wrong-footed.
Sirius.
He started, but he stopped when Sirius burst into laughter, long and true and joyful, his eyes dancing. He laughed for a moment more before grabbing Remus around the shoulders and pulling him in for a crushing hug.
A boy, we're having a son, a baby.
Sirius began chanting, and soon Remus was laughing too, held warm and tight and securely in Sirius's arms. They stood in the entryway, rocking back and forth with the force of the embrace, laughing until there were tears streaming down their faces.
A boy.
Remus whispered against Sirius's neck as their laughter died down, and Sirius still didn't let go.
Our boy.
Sirius answered before leaning back enough to kiss Remus. The next day they arrived at James and Lily's flat for Lily's birthday dinner. Sirius was carrying a small white box he had been refusing to let Remus see the contents of.
It's a present for Prongs,
was all he would say when Remus asked. James himself answered the door, ushering them inside.
Hello, Prongs.
Sirius said easily as Remus also entered, pulling off his coat.
Padfoot.
James said cheerily.
Where's the birthday girl?
Sirius asked.
Started tucking into dinner 5 minutes ago. You two are late. And Pete cancelled because Emmeline had to work.
James said, leading the way to the kitchen.
I was on a 12.
Sirius protested. He pointed a finger at Lily, who was spinning noodles onto a fork.
You couldn't have waited, Evans.
Pregnant.
Lily answered, stuffing the fork into her mouth.
It's not a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Sirius huffed.
The hell it's not.
Lily answered around her mouthful, and Remus laughed, thinking he had every right to use it too. Remus pulled out a chair across from Lily and sat down while Sirius chucked the white box at James.
Boy,
James exclaimed, barely making the catch.
what's this?
Open it and find out.
Sirius said, taking the seat next to Remus.
It's Lily's birthday.
James said.
Yes, and happy birthday.
Sirius directed at Lily.
Thank you, you mongrel.
Lily said, spinning her fork around her noodles.
Happy birthday, Lily.
Remus said quietly, spooning food onto the plate in front of him.
Thank you, Remus.
Lily said, sending him a sweet smile and a wink. Meanwhile, James had opened the box and was looking at it.
Mate, who the hell taught you to crochet?
Sirius rolled his eyes.
I learned. It's not hard.
The deer were cute.
Lily said.
Thank you.
Sirius said. James's head tilted.
There are 2 sets of blue booties in here. One says coming July 22nd, 1980, and the other says coming July 26th, 1980.
Lily looked up at Remus quickly, and then Remus saw her eyes dart between Remus and Sirius. Sirius was grinning, and soon Remus saw Lily was too.
Oh, lovely, it's for the baby.
Lily said, her voice light and amused.
I know you're your own person, Evans.
Sirius started.
Shut it, I know what this is about.
Lily retorted, and Sirius kept grinning.
2 sets. We're only having 1 kid.
James said. Then a look of sheer panic crossed his face, and Remus heard Sirius snort.
We are, right? Only having 1.
James turned to Lily.
Just one.
Lily reassured him, chewing.
And the 22nd is about right. I can make a guess how you knew that.
She directed at Sirius, raising her eyebrows. Sirius laughed.
The 26th.
Lily continued looking at Remus.
That's what Dorcas said.
Remus said softly, looking up at Lily, whose eyes were bright.
I see.
Lily said.
Well, I don't.
James exclaimed, sounding exasperated.
You see, Prongs, when someone loves someone else very much.
Sirius started.
Oh, fuck off, Padfoot.
James countered.
I know how babies are made.
You did make one.
Remus said mildly, and Sirius laughed again.
Barely.
Lily said, and all 3 of them at the table started laughing.
Either you do or you don't, and I did.
James said, though at a look from Lily, he added.
We did, and she's doing most of the work.
So's Remus.
Sirius said conversationally, and Remus looked at him. Lily raised her eyebrows, but she was still smiling.
So's what? Remus? What's he got to do with anything?
No offense taken, Prongs.
Remus said dryly.
None meant, Mooney. I just don't see.
James started, cut off by Lily's laughter. James looked around at his 3 companions.
What?
James. Prongs. As usual, the art of subtlety is lost on you.
Sirius began to opine.
All right now.
Remus inserted.
There's 2 sets of booties. One is for your sprog, and the other is for mine.
Sirius said simply, and Remus suddenly blushed and looked down at his plate.
Yours. Does Remus know about this?
James asked, panicked, and at that, even Remus burst into giggles.
Remus is doing it, you dolt.
Sirius said. James shut his mouth and looked from Sirius to Remus and back again.
James, you know male werewolves can have children. Any werewolf can. You know Lily makes me the potion. It must have failed.
Remus stopped. He hadn't said the word to anyone but Sirius and Dorcas. Turned out he didn't have to.
You're pregnant. Sirius got you pregnant.
James spluttered.
Oi.
Sirius protested.
Yes.
Remus replied.
Lily figured it out at her party, did the spell. Dorcas Meadows came by, confirmed it. She's going to provide me care. We're having a boy. End of July. This was Sirius's way of telling you, which you apparently completely missed.
James just gaped at him.
Speak soon, James, or I might have to call emergency workers.
Lily said lightly around another bite of noodles.
Oh, Merlin, we're going to be fathers, dads, together.
James finally said, coming around the table and pulling Sirius back to his feet in a gigantic hug.
I know.
Sirius laughed, and then he and James were talking over each other and laughing. Lily looked at Remus.
They're going to be like this for the rest of the time, aren't they?
She asked.
For the rest of our lives.
Remus corrected, and Lily groaned over the sound of James and Sirius's laughter. They were quietly passing time in the sitting room the next weekend, Sirius reading and Remus working in his sketchbook.
What? Hands are hard.
He'd said when Sirius caught him studying Sirius's hands on his book, when there was a soft knock at the door. Sirius looked up from his book to Remus, who gave a slight shrug. They weren't expecting anyone, and if it had been one of their friends, the knock probably would have sounded different. James would have shouted, Lily would have rapped 3 times, even Peter would have called out his name. Dorcas had been by for a check-in that Thursday, but otherwise it had been quiet. Sirius gently dumped Remus's feet off his lap, where they had been resting under a blanket, and drew his wand. Remus nodded, drawing his own. Sirius pointed between Remus and the fireplace, a clear. If there's trouble, you leave gesture. He saw Remus bristle a bit but nod. Sirius nodded back. They both knew what was at stake. Sirius padded slowly to the doorway, listening. The entry was quiet. It was about 9 in the evening, and the couple next door had gone out just before to a pub or a club. Sirius debated whether to ask who was there or simply open the door. If he asked, there was no guarantee he'd get an honest answer anyway, if this wasn't an innocent social call. Instead, he gripped his wand harder and opened the door a crack. He was shocked at who he saw through the opening. Regulus.
Let me in, you fool.
Regulus hissed softly.
I've made sure I haven't been followed, but standing here at your door in the open isn't helpful.
Sirius didn't lower his wand, but he did open the door enough to let Regulus in. Sirius made sure he blocked the man's entrance further into the apartment as he closed the door behind him.
I'm going to ask you a question only Regulus would know the answer to.
Sirius said, and the figure in front of him nodded.
Where did I hide my Muggle records from Mother?
Under a creaky floorboard in the music room, in a blue milk crate. You thought it was ironic.
The man said. Sirius raised an eyebrow.
You got that small scar on your eyebrow when you tripped over a rug Creature was trying to clean in the drawing room. Fell and cut it open on the table. You didn't ask Mother, or even Creature, for any help. The governess had the day off sick. She tried to heal it the next day, but she wasn't exactly good at it.
What did you like to do before bed?
Sirius asked.
I'd make a cup of warm milk on the stove by the time I was 4. No one cared except you, who thought I was too young. So you'd watch me do it, and add cinnamon when you thought I wasn't looking. We did it until you went to Hogwarts.
Sirius sighed, but still didn't lower his wand.
And why are you here?
Can we not do this in your entryway?
Regulus asked, and that voice, Sirius remembered, irritated and slightly haughty. The closeness to his own that still came through at certain times surprised him.
Remus is home,
Sirius said. Regulus sighed.
I'd forgotten about your pet werewolf.
Sirius took a sharp breath in through his nose.
Regulus, I swear to Merlin.
Everyone knows what he is, Sirius.
Regulus replied shortly, and Sirius wondered briefly if Regulus meant the werewolf part or that they were involved, and thought it was probably both. As if on cue, Sirius heard Remus's voice carry from the sitting room.
Sirius, everything all right?
Sirius sighed.
Come.
He told Regulus, wand still out. He noted Regulus was unarmed, but he knew that might not last long if it came to a fight. He backed out of the entryway into the sitting room, and he heard Remus's intake of breath from behind him.
That's him.
Remus asked quietly, also Sirius noted, still holding his wand.
Seems so.
Sirius said carefully. He backed away until they were all standing awkwardly, a little triangle in the sitting room.
Can I at least sit?
Regulus asked. Sirius shrugged, gestured to one of the armchairs. Regulus picked one and sat at the very edge, as if the furniture was going to bite him, or that it was filthy, when neither was true. Sirius sat on the sofa too, but also on the edge, and felt his wand in his fingers.
I can go.
Remus said quietly.
Where?
Sirius asked, risking a look up at him. Remus was still standing. Remus shrugged.
Bedroom, kitchen, out. Give you two some space.
Sirius heard the other part.
Or I can stay and back you up.
You might as well stay, Lupin.
Regulus said, surprising Sirius.
My brother will undoubtedly tell you what happens here anyway, so no need to get it secondhand.
Sirius raised his eyebrows at this. Not asking Remus to leave was a sign of something, Sirius was certain. He just couldn't decide what it was yet. Still, Remus threw Sirius a glance and sat down, also on the sofa, also on the edge, wand ready.
Why are you here?
Sirius asked.
Always so tactless, Sirius.
Regulus said. Sirius made an effort to keep from rolling his eyes.
You're a known Death Eater. You work for him. But you show up at my door one day in February. What do you want? You must want something.
Regulus looked at him.
I come with a warning.
Sirius tilted his head.
That sounds nicely ominous, thank you.
You're welcome.
Regulus said, as if he were truly doing them a favor.
I overheard. Well, I was there when it happened. I'm very trusted by him.
Well done, Regulus.
Sirius said, but Remus shook his head at him.
It was Severus Snape. He came to the Dark Lord while I was there. He had information.
What a shock. That Snape is a Death Eater. Get to the point, Regulus.
Sirius snapped.
This is pertinent, vital information, brother, and it shouldn't be given out. Not even to others in the organization. Much less those outside of it. I am taking a risk here. I almost didn't come at all, or try to arrange a meeting through a third party. But the less people that know, the better.
But you let Remus stay.
Because this is about your friend, so I know you'll tell him anyway.
Regulus snapped.
My friends.
Sirius said. Regulus nodded.
Snape seems to think so. Him too, but he also hesitated. It might not be them, but...
Out with it, Regulus.
Severus Snape overheard an interview Albus Dumbledore was conducting at the Hog's Head for the divination position opening in the autumn. It was going poorly, and Dumbledore seemed bored. But then, the woman, Sybil Trelawney. She seemed to go into a real trance, utter what may be a true prophecy. Dumbledore certainly seemed to think so. But Snape got caught eavesdropping and thrown out before he heard the entire thing. But he reported what he had heard straight away.
Why? It's divination. Even if it's a true prophecy, even if Dumbledore thinks it is, it's suspect at best.
Sirius said tensely. He saw Remus nod in the corner of his vision.
Because it's about the defeat of him.
Regulus said. Sirius sucked in a breath.
So he'll take it seriously regardless.
Regulus nodded shortly.
What was it? And what does it have to do with my friends?
That the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal.
Regulus said, clearly reciting from memory. Sirius heard Remus draw in a sharp breath, and he felt his own face flush. Born as the 7th month dies. Regulus looked at them closely, then continued.
Snape, he seems to think it's about your friends, James and Lily Potter. They're expecting a child, yes, at the end of July.
Sirius's wand hand had begun to shake.
Yes,
he said.
Snape, he begged for Lily's life. That if their child is indeed the one in the prophecy, and he does act, that Lily be spared.
Sirius felt his eyebrows go up.
Snape's willing to let James and what's more, their child, die.
Sirius was surprised when Regulus gave a snort of disgust.
Yes, it was quite pathetic.
Sirius swallowed.
And he? Does he think it's the Potters?
Sirius didn't miss the way Regulus's brow furrowed, just a bit.
He was not convinced. He thinks the prophecy is real, yes, and he will hunt down whomever he thinks is in it. Make no mistake. But he, well, seemed to think there were other possibilities. I don't know how or why. He may simply wait until July and see who might be born to Order members is my best guess. The Weasley woman is a possibility, but I think she's due in March, and they aren't in the Order. There are other couples in the Order, the Longbottoms for one, and they are Aurors, who have defied the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord will be prepared, and if we are talking about a child, he has time. But he will strike. Anything that threatens his power, he will strike.
Sirius's hand was shaking so badly he lowered his wand before he did damage. He didn't dare look at Remus.
And you're here because...
Because the Potters, at least, are your friends, and you'd be the best person to, well, warn them.
Why do you want them warned?
This came from Remus, and Sirius did look over then to see Remus was deathly white.
Because a child, to strike at a child and their parents, when they are an infant, or barely past it, to keep power, that's madness.
That's the only sign of madness you've seen.
Sirius said hotly.
No, but this is a large risk for me, Sirius. You don't understand. You don't just quit the Death Eaters. There's no defecting. You live the life or you die. Those are the choices.
So you're going to live the life?
Sirius said, born as the 7th month dies, to those who have thrice defied him.
What if there's a third choice?
Remus asked softly.
Such as Lupin.
Regulus asked coolly.
If you truly aren't, if you want out, Dumbledore.
Dumbledore is not an option.
He'd offer you protection.
Remus said.
Not everyone is a werewolf he wants at his disposal.
Regulus bit back.
No, but he'd offer protection to a spy.
Remus said in that soft voice. Sirius sucked in a breath.
Lupin.
He would.
Remus continued.
There's some evidence.
That there's a spy already in your ranks, yes.
Regulus said bluntly.
So what if we had a spy in his...
Remus said. Regulus looked away, just long enough that Sirius saw, just long enough for Sirius to see.
Regulus.
Sirius stopped.
You wouldn't be here if you didn't.
Sirius, stop.
No.
Sirius said, and suddenly he could feel the fire erupt in his chest, licking at his throat, uncontrollable.
No, you wouldn't have come here. You wouldn't have risked it.
It's a child, Sirius.
It's always someone's child. It is. It's always someone's child, whether they are 28 or 8 or 72 or a 1-year-old. It always is. It's always bloody other people who don't deserve to be treated like second-class citizens. Power and control are intoxicating, until they aren't, Regulus. I know you know that. Because our parents are the walking disasters of what happens when it stops. Regulus, why would you care about my friends?
Maybe I don't.
Regulus said coldly. Sirius drew a breath.
I think you do. Or you wouldn't have come. Or you wouldn't have thought Snape was being stupid in the first place telling him. Or begging for Lily, but not for James.
Sirius stopped, the words choking him.
Regulus, I think you have more options than you think.
Remus said, still in that soft voice, as if Regulus were a wild animal he was trying to not scare away, and maybe, Sirius thought, he was. But Regulus shook his head.
The only other option is...
No,
Sirius said, suddenly scared in a way he'd never been before.
there are more ways.
Not for someone like me, who had made the choice.
Regulus said.
I came to warn you about your friends. I did. You can use that information as you see fit.
Regulus started to rise from his chair, and Sirius cast a look at Remus, and saw the answer in Remus's face.
What if it's not just the Potters? What if Voldemort is right to wait? See what happens at the end of July.
Sirius asked. Regulus stopped for a moment, then fully stood. Sirius stood as well.
What do you mean it's not just the Potters? What else do you know?
Sirius swallowed and took a breath.
It's not just the Potters. They're not the only ones expecting a boy, a son at the end of July. It's us, Regulus. We are.
Sirius watched as Regulus's eyes flicked from him to Remus, and then back.
But you're...
You said yourself Remus is a werewolf, even males they can.
I took defense too.
Regulus snapped.
It's not just the Potters. It's us, Remus and me, and our son. We're due at the end of July, same as the Potters, and we've defied him more times than we can count, at least 3. It's us. It'd be our lives, maybe, and our sons. Voldemort is just as likely to target us, a pure blood disgrace from one of the oldest families and a half-blood werewolf, as he is to target another pure blood traitor and a muggle-born, maybe more likely.
Sirius could hear the shake in his own voice.
Why would you tell me? Why would you trust me with this?
Regulus asked.
Because it'll be public soon enough, at least to the Order. We can't hide Remus's pregnancy forever. which means Voldemort will find out anyway.
You can't know I won't go back and repeat this, tell him. He could come after you first. Eliminate any possibility.
Regulus said, and Sirius heard Remus inhale, but he kept his eyes on Regulus.
Because I don't think you will. For the same reason you came here. And for other reasons too.
Sirius said.
You're no Severus Snape.
Regulus hung his head.
You don't know that.
I just gambled my child's life on it.
Sirius said, and Regulus's head snapped back up.
I have to go.
Regulus said.
Then go. But Regulus, if you need, if you want, come back. I know you want to be circumspect, so there's a Muggle park near here. If you think about it, owl me, or come here, or drop a note in the mail slot. Tell me to meet you there, and when, or anywhere, and I'll come, Regulus. I'll come. And if you don't want to meet in public, just come here. Just come.
Regulus nodded once, and then turned on his heel, leaving the sitting room. Sirius heard the door shut behind him, and with a lazy flick of his wand, he locked and spelled the door. He dropped his wand onto the coffee table, where it landed with a clatter. He looked over to see that Remus had stood too.
Moony, I'm sorry. I might have just sold us out. I might have just told Voldemort about our son,
he said, and tears began to choke his throat, but Remus opened his arms, and Sirius stepped into the circle of them. Remus's arms came around him, strong and soothing.
You didn't, love. Padfoot, you didn't.
Remus whispered.
I did, I might have.
Sirius felt Remus shake his head against him, felt him put his head on Sirius's shoulder.
I don't think you did, love.
He repeated.
I don't think Regulus, heal, and the rest, well, you're right. It would have become obvious. We can't hide this forever, especially if there's a spy.
Oh God, we have to protect him, we have to, and you.
And you.
Remus replied. Sirius shook his head.
And you.
Remus repeated.
I'm not doing this by myself.
Moony, what are we going to do?
Remus took a deep breath, clearly drawing in Sirius's scent.
I don't know. We're going to protect each other, and love this little boy. We're going to tell James and Lily, and come up with a plan, and make sure we fight for our families, and those we love.
He took a breath.
Including Regulus.
At that, Sirius let the tears fall down his face.
You first, yes. You first, and our boy. That's what matters to me. You understand that, Remus? Moony.
Remus leaned his head back enough so that Sirius could see his face.
I do, Padfoot, I do.
Good.
Sirius said and rested his forehead against Remus's. Sirius woke a couple of nights later in the middle of the night. He wasn't sure what had woken him, just that the Muggle clock Remus kept on his side of the bed read 2:37 a.m. After a moment of quiet wakefulness, Sirius realized that the noises that indicated Remus was asleep next to him were absent. There was no quiet snuffling, no shuffling against sheets. The man next to him was still too, and Remus was a restless sleeper who changed positions often, arranging and rearranging limbs, his head or his body as if he was never quite comfortable in it, even in sleep.
Moony.
Sirius quietly offered to the darkness. There was a shifting sound, a slight rustling on the sheets as Remus rolled over onto his back.
Sirius.
You're awake?
Sirius asked, checking just to make sure. He felt Remus nod in the dark. They had heavy curtains on their windows, not just to block out the London light, but the moon.
Why are you up?
Remus asked, and Sirius noticed he did not sound at all sleepy. Sirius shrugged.
Don't know. Something woke me.
He paused, added quickly.
Wasn't you?
Remus hummed.
Why are you up?
Sirius repeated the question and heard Remus take in a deep breath.
Just thinking.
Remus replied.
That sounds dangerous.
Sirius said, but Remus remained quiet. There was a moment of silence until Sirius broke it.
About what?
He had a fairly good idea, but wanted to see if Remus would talk about it. It had been 2 days since Regulus had come, and they were having James and Lily over that night for dinner. There was an order meeting scheduled for later in the week, but they had both agreed they wanted to speak to James and Lily first. Remus took another deep breath.
I don't know.
Sirius rolled over, just barely making out Remus's profile in the dark. Remus's eyes were open, and he was looking up at the ceiling. Sirius waited.
I'm so fucking scared, Padfoot.
Remus finally said, his voice not much more than a whisper, and even then it broke on the word Padfoot.
Moony.
Sirius said, his heart breaking a little.
It's stupid. I mean, we're talking about a group of cells here.
Remus started.
No, Mooney, we are not. You saw the projection I did. Both times Dorcas has come. Still tiny, but so.
So much like a baby already.
Remus whispered.
A boy who will only continue to grow and then be born and then be a real person. And how do I make sure that happens, Sirius?
Trust your body and Dorcas and me and James and Lily and we'll get you there.
I have to get him here and keep him safe before he's born and after. And I don't know how to do that. Padfoot, I don't.
It's not all your responsibility, Mooney.
Sirius whispered, taking a chance and moving his hand until he placed it over Remus's still flat stomach.
Padfoot.
Remus whispered. He covered Sirius's hand with his own.
It's not. This is my child too. My son. Do you have any idea what that means to me?
Sirius asked.
The world,
he added. Remus didn't reply, but he looked like he was blinking rapidly, as if against tears.
You're right. We'd never talked about kids before this, and I wasn't sure I wanted any, because my parents were so awful, and I don't want to be anything like them. But Mooney, I have you, and you won't let me be like them.
Sirius, you're already nothing like them.
Remus answered. Sirius's mouth tilted, though he knew Remus couldn't see it in the dark.
Was a bit like them when I sent Snape to the shack,
he said. Remus's head turned to look at him.
No, that was.
It was a while ago, and I learned my lesson about a lot of things.
There was more silence while Remus looked into his face.
But my point is, I was afraid of kids, because I was afraid I would hurt them. But I'm not afraid of kids anymore. God, I'm actually so excited. Mooney, this kid could have your smile, or your freckles, or your curls, and be just passing on a broom, or terrible at maths, or wonderful at arithmancy, and I can't imagine how much I'm going to love him, because I already...
Sirius stopped. Remus's stomach was warm underneath his t-shirt.
I know. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches.
Remus quoted.
How is this little bundle inside of me supposed to vanquish him? And when? No wonder Voldemort wants to hurt a child.
A child is more defenseless, he thinks. He's not counting on us.
Sirius said.
I'm afraid...
Remus said again.
I'm afraid what I can do for him isn't enough. I'm afraid I'm not enough.
Mooney.
He could inherit my lycanthropy, you know. It can be genetic.
So then he will.
Sirius said.
You know, it's not that simple.
It is to me.
Sirius said.
So if he does, he does. Your lycanthropy doesn't make you less lovable or less human.
People will think about him, what people will think about him, coming from a male werewolf, and if he is also one.
Sirius heard the tears in Remus's voice.
People will think about him what he's going to be. Whip smart, or devilishly handsome, or a bookworm, or a talented chaser, or good at care of magical creatures. Just like that's what we'll think.
Sounds like you.
Remus said softly.
Sounds like you to me.
Sirius said. Remus was quiet.
Except for the chaser part. Not either of us.
No. I had to play beta to keep all those bludgers off of bloody James Potter.
Sirius huffed.
Of course you did.
Mooney.
I love him already, Padfoot.
Remus confessed quietly.
Not even 4 months along. And I love him already. But I don't know how to keep him safe, which seems like my only job here.
Sirius felt the tears prick behind his eyes.
Your only job here, Mooney, is to do the one you're already doing. Love him.
Sirius.
It's true. Keeping him safe will follow, even from Voldemort.
You don't know that.
Remus said.
I don't, but I do know I'd die before I let Voldemort have you or him.
Don't talk like that. I know it's true. I love that about you. But we both need you.
Remus said softly.
And I need both of you. I'm not going anywhere, not planning on it. But I will protect you. That's what I can do there too. Protect and love you both. And I fully plan on doing it.
Sirius rubbed a small circle onto Remus's stomach.
You hear me, kid? Anyone who wants you has to get through me first. And your other dad. And that's not going to happen while we have breath in our bodies. It's our actions that are going to matter here, not some damn prophecy, or what Voldemort thinks he wants to do with it. I love you both too, you know. You and your dad both. That's how I'm different from my mother and father. You're not a means to an end, or an object, or something to live through. You're my son, and I love you, and you can be whoever you are, and you will be.
Remus rolled over to face Sirius, but Sirius still didn't move his hand, even in the new position.
God, I love you. I wish I had your faith.
I love you too. I wouldn't say it's faith. Brash optimism, maybe.
Finally, Sirius saw a ghost of a smile cross Remus's mouth.
That too.
Remus said,
It's okay to be scared, Moony. I am. But we have each other, and this little one. If we must be brave, it'll be for him.
For us.
Remus said, leaning in and kissing Sirius softly. Sirius kissed back, letting Remus open his mouth tentatively. They kissed for a few minutes until Remus pulled back again and changed angles, more tongue and teeth, and more heat. When they broke apart again, Sirius murmured,
Moony, are you?
In answer, Remus pressed kisses to Sirius's jaw where he could reach.
I need to feel even closer to you.
Remus whispered, and Sirius nodded, pulling away long enough to bring his shirt over his head and to take Remus's off as well. Sirius used his new leverage to pull Remus close to him, pressing them together chest to chest, flush against each other. He was a bit surprised to feel Remus half hard and growing harder against him, but he moaned a little at the feel of it, his own cock filling in response. His hands found Remus's hips and pulled them even closer, as close as possible, and Remus made a little gasping noise that Sirius felt go straight to his cock. Sirius rocked his hips a bit and felt Remus do the same, heat building between them surprisingly fast. Sirius kissed Remus again and then asked,
What do you want, Moony?
Before licking a stripe across Remus's jaw, which already had stubble on it. Sirius could feel the increase in Remus's breath against his chest.
All of it, all of you, you've promised me.
I have, Moony. All of me always for you. All of me for you always.
Then please show me.
Remus gasped, and Sirius kept a hold on Remus's hips, keeping him close while uttering a spell that would vanish the rest of their clothes. They usually took their time, undressing each other or themselves by hand, but Sirius didn't want to let go this time, and he didn't think Remus wanted Sirius to let him go either. Carefully, Sirius rolled them until Remus was on his back again. Remus's breath had become uneven, his chest heaving against Sirius as their cocks slid together, lubricated just a bit from pre-cum. Sirius thrust a few times and Remus gasped again and met him, his hips coming up of their own accord.
Moony?
Sirius panted, gaining more of a rhythm with his hips, but Remus shook his head, though he moaned into Sirius's new kiss.
Panfoot, please, I won't break.
Remus said.
No, you won't.
Sirius affirmed, and not just about this, and he knew. Remus heard the implication by the way Remus lifted his head from the pillow and pressed a kiss to the hollow of Sirius's throat, where his collarbones met. Sirius muttered the lubrication charm and heard Remus gasp again, his hips shifting underneath Sirius. Sirius groaned at the shift, pulling back enough to settle between Remus's legs, pushing one finger gently inside. Remus threw his head back on the pillow and pushed back. Sirius still took his time, using just one finger to thrust in and out slowly, going side to side as well as in and out, until Remus was panting even harder. Sirius watched Remus tremble a little as he added a second finger and then, slowly, a third, until Remus's breathing was harsh in the darkness. Sirius leaned down and laved one nipple with his tongue, then the other, and was surprised, and not more than a little gratified, when Remus jerked a little bit and whimpered, new sensitivity and pleasure evident. Sirius had enough presence of mind to note that for future reference before pulling his fingers out, making eye contact with Remus as he did so.
Moony,
In answer, Remus spread his legs further.
God, Sirius, fill me up.
Remus said outright, and Sirius groaned at the directness of it. Sirius said the lubrication charm again, this time to coat his fingers, so that he could coat his cock in Remus's, and Remus hissed at Sirius's hand on him.
I already did, love.
Sirius said softly as he slowly began to push inside of Remus.
I already filled you with my child.
He finished, and Remus seemed to lose his breath, mouth open wide but silent. Sirius noted that for future reference as well, continuing to push inside until he bottomed out, his arm shaking where he was holding himself up, where his hand was still wrapped around Remus's cock.
My child, mine. No one else is mine. Mine to love and protect always.
Sirius said, thrusting in and out slowly.
Yours, I'm yours, we're both.
Mine.
Sirius said again, and picked up his pace a little, causing Remus to pant.
You both. You both.
He said. Remus pulled his legs up and wrapped them around Sirius, and Sirius began to move faster, held tightly by Remus, around his hips, around his cock. Sirius pumped his hand in time on Remus's cock, and soon Remus was coming in thick, hot spurts across Sirius's fist and his own chest. The sight was enough to cause Sirius to thrust harder and faster for a handful of thrusts before he came to, moaning at the thought that he had come just this way before, just this way to get Remus pregnant, to conceive the child inside of him right now. Sirius let himself collapse even though Remus was sticky, pressing kisses to the side of Remus's face. In turn, Remus wrapped his arms around Sirius until he was clinging to him with every appendage, and Sirius said,
I'm here, Mooney.
as their breathing slowed. Slowly, Remus let go and Sirius pulled out, cleaning them both with a charm before straightening the covers around them. He gathered Remus back into his arms, Remus following gladly, settling against Sirius's chest.
I love you, Mooney, always will.
Sirius said.
I love you, Padfoot.
Remus answered, and Sirius pressed a kiss to the top of his head.
Sleep now, love.
Sirius said, and he waited until Remus's breathing had evened out before letting his own eyes close. James and Lily brought in a Chinese that night for dinner, James joking as he hung up their coats in the front closet that only Sirius would require the guests to bring their own dinner. Sirius hooked a thumb at Remus, who was setting the table.
He's the cook, and his stomach is still off, so we do what we can here, Prongs.
I wondered why you only wanted some fried rice.
Lily asked.
Remus, you're really not feeling better.
Remus looked up at her and smiled a little.
Dorcas says it's normal. It has eased some and should clear up in the next couple of weeks or so. If it doesn't, she says we'll talk. Some pregnant people continue to have morning sickness their entire pregnancy, but she thinks because it is beginning to get better, it will continue to, just a little more slowly.
Well, Lily's making up for both of you.
James said, starting to pull out containers and set them on the table. Lily smacked him on the arm.
Didn't think it was on to make fun of the person carrying your child, Prongs.
Sirius said, hitting James hard enough on the back of the head that James elbowed him in return.
It's not.
Lily said, rolling her eyes.
He's not wrong, though, and I'm so glad to be mostly done with that. Sorry, Remus.
Remus smiled at her again.
Me too, hoping to be nearing the end myself.
He said, and Sirius rubbed a circle on his back as he came to sit down. James sat down too, as did Lily.
That why you're looking so peaky, Mooney?
James asked, helping himself to some rice. Remus exchanged a quick look with Sirius before answering.
Mostly. Not sleeping very well either, I'm afraid.
He said, taking the offered serving spoon from James and helping himself to some rice as well.
Oh, no.
Lily commented.
I've heard insomnia can be a symptom. And of course things get more uncomfortable later, which makes it hard to sleep. Not looking forward to that.
That's not it.
Remus said, he sighed.
Why don't we eat?
If something's wrong, you can tell us.
James said quietly.
Especially if this one here is being a prat.
He added, gesturing at Sirius.
Oi.
Sirius exclaimed, though he smiled.
I'm the prat. I wasn't the one teasing Lily about her eating habits.
He's right about that.
Lily said, though now she was looking at Remus closely, her head tilted.
He's not being a prat. He's being quite amazing, actually.
Remus said, trying to smile, but only managing to draw a shaky breath instead.
Remus.
Lily asked. Sirius looked at Remus, who was looking down at his plate. He sighed.
We had an unexpected visitor the other day.
He started reluctantly.
Like Pete popped in unexpectedly or Alastair Moody showed up.
James asked.
More like the last one, but neither. Regulus.
Sirius said bluntly, watching as James paused in the act of bringing his fork to his mouth.
Regulus. As in your brother, Regulus. As in your brother, the known Death Eater, Regulus.
James said.
James.
Lily admonished, but Sirius noted she had put her fork down.
Yes.
Sirius said.
I take it this wasn't just a social call.
James continued.
When was the last time I saw Regulus socially?
Sirius countered, then sighed.
No, it wasn't.
So what did he want?
James asked, and Sirius heard the barely concealed accusations in his tone.
To warn us.
Remus said quietly, to save Sirius from answering.
Well, to warn Sirius about you.
About us.
Lily asked. Sirius sighed.
Regulus was there during a conversation Voldemort had with another Death Eater, with Snape.
He looked over at Lily, who, like Remus, began looking at her plate.
I don't know why I'd be surprised that Snape is a Death Eater.
James said quietly, and Sirius saw him take Lily's hand from underneath the table.
I wasn't.
Sirius said bluntly, and he saw Remus give him a bit of a look. Lily took a breath.
It's fine, it is. I've known. Well, of course he went down that path, of course.
She said and cleared her throat.
What did he say, Snape and Regulus?
Dumbledore was performing an interview for the autumn term, in divination, at the Hogshead. Snape was here, overheard it. It wasn't going well, until the woman, well, she fell into a trance, seemed to give a real prophecy. About him, about Voldemort.
Sirius continued.
Snape didn't hear the whole thing, got thrown out before he could. But what he did hear, he told Voldemort.
And this applies to us because, I'm sure the Order will need to know, but
James said.
Because Snape thought it was about Lily and your child.
Remus said softly, and when he looked at Lily, his eyes were gentle.
The woman said that the one to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born as the 7th month, dies, and that the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal.
Lily looked up and met Remus's eyes, and Sirius heard James's fork clatter to his plate as he finally dropped it.
born as the 7th month dies.
Sirius saw Remus nod and bite his lip.
Oh, but that's how, when. The war could go on for years then.
James started.
Regulus thinks Voldemort will try to preempt the prophecy.
Sirius said quietly.
Come after the child and their parents while the child is young.
James sucked in a breath, and Lily looked close to tears.
He came to tell me, so we could warn you. So we are.
Sirius said firmly.
Dumbledore may share, but so far he hasn't. We have a meeting Thursday, but...
Sirius sighed.
Why would Regulus want us warned?
James asked perceptively. Sirius swallowed, and Remus squeezed his arm.
I think he's had enough.
Sirius said softly.
He thinks going after a child is madness.
That's what he thinks is madness.
James asked sharply. Sirius saw Remus's mouth tip just a bit.
That's what Sirius said.
Remus replied.
And Sirius. Sirius told him, the prophecy, a boy born at the end of July.
He stopped, and Sirius heard the tears.
It's you too. It could also be...
Lily said.
Oh, fucking hell.
James rubbed his hand over his eyes underneath his glasses.
Sirius told him, about us, about our child, that it could be us.
Remus said.
Why?
James asked, but Sirius saw that Lily merely looked at him.
Because I think he's had enough, and if he thinks it's personal...
Sirius stopped.
Though why I think he'd care about my son I don't know, but he's still my...
I also think he's had enough.
Remus added softly, and James turned his attention to him.
He wants a way out, and he can't find one. He'd never have risked warning us otherwise.
He took a breath.
I offered, I think Dumbledore would protect a spy.
And Lily gasped. James looked like he was thinking furiously.
Regulus. He basically abandoned you, Sirius. Left you to your parents, until you couldn't anymore. Took up their mantle. Does as he's been bid. You know he still sees them.
Sirius looked at him.
You being my brother doesn't make Regulus any less. James, you know better than anyone.
James sighed, but it was Lily who spoke.
Do you think he'll do it? Come over.
I do.
Remus said softly.
You do or you want him to?
James asked.
Both?
Remus said softly.
But...
James started, but Remus's soft voice cut him off.
Both. Because I need every opportunity I can to keep my child safe.
Remus said, and James shut his mouth.
And so do we.
Lily said quietly, and James turned to look at her.
Lily.
James began, but Lily shook her head.
James.
Lily said.
Let's eat, think. We'll work together.
She said, and James leaned over and pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek. Remus was doing the washing up when Lily joined him. James and Sirius had gone out to the fire escape, and Remus was pointedly pretending not to know Sirius had gone out partly to smoke. Lily wordlessly picked up a dish towel and began to dry one of the plates Remus had dropped in the dish drainer.
Lily, really, you don't have to help.
Remus protested, washing out a glass.
Gives me something to do.
Lily said, smiling.
I'd much rather be smoking, believe me.
Remus sent her a smile.
I thought you quit before we'd even left Hogwarts.
I did. Except for when I'm stressed, just one every now and then. Now seems like a good time. But I can't, because...
Lily smiled, gestured vaguely toward her middle.
I do in fact know because...
Remus answered, handing her the glass, which she dried and then put in the cupboard above her.
How scared are you?
Lily asked softly, and Remus turned to look at her fully.
Terrified.
Remus answered honestly.
I don't even know how I'm supposed to get through a pregnancy, and delivery and having a kid, much less with this.
He said, hearing his voice shake.
No offense, but it's different for me than you.
He continued softly.
People will support you. I can only do this because I'm a Class 5X, dark creature. And if the lycanthropy is genetic, he could.
Remus stopped, took a breath.
People won't understand. They won't want him to exist anyway, coming from a gay male werewolf.
Remus,
Lily said softly.
I don't even know how we're going to tell Pete, much less Dumbledore, much less the rest of the Order. They don't even know I'm a werewolf, and I don't want them to know.
male wizards take potions, use spells, change their anatomy. To have children. It can and does happen.
Lily started. Remus nodded.
That's probably what we'll say, because I don't want to leave the Order, but even then, people will talk. People. A lot of them already don't like that Sirius and I are together at all, or have chosen to pointedly ignore it.
Remus, I'm sorry.
Lily said. Remus shook his head.
I don't mean to dump this all on you, Lily. You don't deserve it, and I know you have to be scared too.
I am.
Lily confessed, and Remus looked at her, her wide green eyes and pale face.
I am, but, well, I have you and Sirius and James, and I'm a little afraid of what plan they're hatching out on that fire escape.
Remus smiled in spite of himself.
Should we interrupt them?
He asked, letting the soapy water out of the sink.
Oh no. I'd rather have a cuppa than be part of another of James Potter's harebrained schemes.
Lily said, taking the kettle from the hob and giving it to Remus to fill.
They haven't all been harebrained.
Remus defended, handing the kettle back to Lily, who put it on the hob.
Not the ones you were in charge of, no.
Lily laughed, and then Remus did too.
God, Lily, I'm so glad to have you.
Remus said suddenly, emotion getting the better of him. Lily smiled, and then came forward to envelop him in a tight hug.
And you,
She said softly.
I can't imagine a better friend to be pregnant with, and I can't wait to have our sons be friends too.
Lily.
Remus said softly, hugging her back tightly. James found Sirius on the fire escape. He held out a hand for a cigarette and waited as Sirius used a muggle lighter to light it, taking a drag.
I thought you quit.
Sirius said, taking his own drag.
I had, unless I've had 3 or more pints.
James said.
Always leave your wife to help with the washing up too.
Sirius asked.
Do you?
James asked, and he saw Sirius smile.
If Mooney heard you say that he'd punch you in the nose.
As well he should.
James said, blowing out more smoke, and Sirius laughed a little.
Do you think he will?
He added softly.
Punch you. With enough motivation, yes.
Sirius answered.
Has before.
Padfoot.
I do.
Sirius said softly.
You weren't here. You didn't see his face.
James sat with this a bit, took another drag.
Do you think it will help?
That I don't know.
Sirius said.
You know that? Well, you're my brother. Always will be. But he is too.
Sirius sighed. James shook his head.
You wouldn't be you if, well, sometimes I think you give people too many chances.
He said honestly.
Out of loyalty.
Sirius was silent for a moment.
Sometimes I think I've been given too many chances out of loyalty.
Padfoot.
That man in the kitchen. The one who picks up my socks and lets me sleep as the dog and does the washing up. The one carrying my son. He did.
Sirius flicked some ash.
You did too when it comes down to it.
James looked at Sirius sidelong.
I don't want to see you hurt.
I don't want to see Remus hurt. Or you. Or Lily. That's the point. That's my family.
Sirius said, and James was quiet while they finished smoking. The Order meeting on Thursday was a routine, if grim, affair. They met at a dingy safe house in London, one of the rotating safe houses the Order used for meetings and other activities. Moody established the rota for the week, and Sirius and Remus were both on it, though at separate times and locations. James, too, though Sirius and James were often paired together as partners, something Remus thought neither he nor Lily particularly liked. Remus knew he'd have to be taken off the rota, off of field duty, though he was waiting until they talked to Dumbledore after the meeting to make the request, even though Sirius was practically vibrating next to him, a thrum of nervous energy. Peter and Emmeline had been paired together again, and it always made Remus wonder why they were willing to pair them together but not him and Sirius, though he tried not to read too much into it, especially with Lily no longer available. Lily would be working on securing contacts for potions ingredients. Dorcas was working with her, through their contacts together at St. Mungo's, and she'd quietly squeezed Remus's arm when she passed. He'd spared her a small smile. The meeting had broken up, and people were already heading out, pulling on coats and cloaks against the winter cold, when Dumbledore motioned to James. James went over, and they had a brief discussion before James came back over to where Lily, Sirius, and Remus were standing. Before he could ask, Peter's voice cut in.
See you tomorrow for pints.
Remus blinked, startled a bit, but Peter was looking at them innocently, pulling on his cloak.
Yeah, Pete, 7 McAllister's near ours.
James said, and Pete nodded, smiling. Remus couldn't help but smile back.
Sounds good, Prongs.
Peter said, giving James a pat on the back before he headed out the door, to where Emmeline was standing in the entrance. The rest of the order continued to file out until they were alone with Dumbledore, who looked between Sirius and Remus.
Mr. Black, Mr. Lupin.
We stay.
Sirius said.
For more reasons than you think.
Remus looked up at him, also noting that Alastor Moody had stayed.
I don't suppose the Potters would keep this from you anyway.
Moody grumbled.
They wouldn't, but that's not why.
Remus said quietly, and he saw Dumbledore glance at him, eyes a little narrowed.
You already know what Alistair is referring to.
Dumbledore said, eyeing Remus over his glasses.
We do.
Remus confirmed, nodding, noticing that Sirius was bright and sharp-eyed. Dumbledore sat back down at the large table, and the rest of the group followed, the couples sitting together with Dumbledore and Moody at either end of the table.
Should I ask how?
Dumbledore asked mildly.
Regulus.
Sirius said bluntly, and Remus was a little bit surprised to see Dumbledore's eyebrows go up.
Do tell.
Dumbledore said, and Sirius did, about Regulus's visit, and how he'd related the story of what Snape had overheard at the Hog's Head. Remus noted Dumbledore's face remained impassive, though Moody's mouth started to turn down in a grimace.
And you've already informed James and Lily?
Dumbledore finished.
They're our friends,
Sirius said, and Dumbledore held up a hand.
I'm not chastising you, Mr. Black. You are not about to receive detention,
he said. Remus cleared his throat.
We also, well, there's more. For one, I offered Regulus your protection.
He plowed on.
Should he start spying for us?
Lupin.
Moody started, but Dumbledore merely tilted his head at Remus.
Why do you think he would do such a thing?
Dumbledore asked mildly.
For one, he came to Sirius in the first place.
Remus said.
For another.
Remus paused, took a breath, even he heard was shaky.
It will be personal to Regulus. This will, this prophecy, this threat. It may be enough to turn him.
Sirius added, and James looked at him.
How so?
Dumbledore asked.
Because it's not just James and Lily. They're not the only ones expecting a boy at the end of July.
Sirius said, his voice soft and firm. For a moment, Remus thought he saw Dumbledore look confused, but only for a moment, before the expression cleared as quickly as it came.
Ah, I see.
I don't.
Moody said bluntly, and it surprised Remus a bit.
Mr. Lupin, you're expecting.
Dumbledore said, and Remus noted Dumbledore had managed not to make it into a question. Remus nodded.
I am. We are. Almost 15 weeks, due July the 26th.
He said softly.
The lycanthropy.
Moody said, and Remus nodded, as he knew Moody was one of the few Order members to know he was a werewolf.
The potion it must have. Anyway, Dorcas Meadows has been confidentially providing me with antenatal care.
And Regulus knows.
Dumbledore asked.
Yes,
Sirius said.
I told him. It was a gamble, but Remus won't leave the Order, and it'll become apparent soon enough. Regulus thinks Voldemort is waiting to strike, to see if, well, what possibilities there are. And now there are 2.
He said bluntly. Dumbledore sighed.
Lester and I thought there might be. The Longbottoms, for example. But this was not one we had anticipated.
Well, it's the one you have.
Sirius snapped, and Remus put a hand on his knee underneath the table.
It's not a possibility any of us want. Voldemort after our children.
James also offered, and Remus looked over at him, where James's eyes were flashing a bit behind his glasses.
Of course.
Dumbledore said.
I feel for all of you, I truly do.
He said, and that Remus did believe.
What is the full prophecy?
Lily spoke up from next to James.
We haven't heard the whole thing you did. What is it?
Remus saw Dumbledore and Moody exchange a look.
Lily?
Dumbledore started.
No, I want to hear it. We deserve to, all of us.
Lily said. Dumbledore rested his hands on the table, but spoke.
The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies.
James reached out to put an arm around Lily, whose eyes were bright with unshed tears, though she didn't look away.
What power will he have that the Dark Lord knows not?
Lily asked quietly.
We don't know.
Dumbledore said, exchanging a glance with Moody.
Either must die at the hand of the other.
Remus repeated, blowing out a breath.
Mooney.
Sirius said softly.
We think that's why he wants to act early.
Dumbledore said.
Why he might strike while this child is still a child, so they can't gain strength against him.
Remus heard Sirius blow out a breath.
So how do we stop it?
Sirius asked.
We don't know that either, lad.
Moody said.
But I'll admit a spy in their ranks.
Would be immensely helpful.
Dumbledore finished.
For more than one reason.
Regulus seemed to think Voldemort would wait a bit, see what information becomes available, and who in July.
Sirius stopped.
Yes.
Dumbledore said.
And he's as likely to come after the son of a half-blood werewolf as he is a muggle-born, even if both you and Mr. Potter are pure-blood traitors.
He said bluntly, and Remus heard Sirius take a breath.
It'll be known. I'm going to have to come off the rota, off field work.
Remus said.
In the Order at least, or anyone who is watching us, watching Sirius.
He added, trying to cut off whatever Sirius was going to say.
We didn't want to give away my lycanthropy, if we don't have to.
He continued.
Wizards do take potions, rearrange magically.
Dumbledore nodded.
I understand that preference, Mr. Lupin. I think Aura Moody and I are willing to back you up with that, and your friends. Some members may reason it out, but most will take it at face value.
James and Lily both nodded, though the room was quiet.
So we do.
Sirius asked. Dumbledore sighed.
For now, nothing.
He said, and Sirius opened his mouth.
But eventually, yes. If Voldemort becomes fixated on this, and I think he will, measures will need to be taken to keep those involved safe. However, I believe it is our actions that define us, as much or more than any prophecy, even a true one. And I want to make sure that when we act, our actions count.
He finished. Remus saw James and Sirius exchange a look.
We'll make sure of that.
Sirius said, and James nodded. Sirius found Remus in bed later that evening. He was reading something that had his brow furrowed, and Sirius leaned down and pressed a kiss to his forehead, right where it was wrinkling, before handing Remus a cup of tea. Remus smiled up at him, and Sirius couldn't help it when his stomach swooped a bit.
Cheers, Padfoot.
Remus said, taking a sip and then sighing as Sirius sat on his side of the bed.
What are you reading?
Sirius asked, and he wasn't prepared for Remus to smile.
The Fellowship of the Ring.
Remus said.
Lord of the Rings.
He elaborated when Sirius looked at him.
Is that the one with the little people?
Hobbits, yes.
Remus laughed.
Wanted something comforting. My mam read them to me when I was a boy.
Sirius hummed.
You can read them to our boy,
he said, and his heart warmed when a smile lit up Remus's face.
I can, can't I?
Remus said, then the smile slowly faded away.
If we.
Sirius picked up his hand.
You will. We will. You'll see.
Remus looked at him for a moment and then leaned over and kissed Sirius softly.
I'd be happy if this morning sickness went away at this point.
He said.
It will, love. Dorcas says she thinks so, since it's eased some.
Remus hummed and laid his head on Sirius's shoulder.
I miss my mam,
he said softly.
Oh, Mooney.
She'd be so excited, I think. I could tell her how things feel, and she'd commiserate. I know I can tell you, but...
It's not the same.
Sirius said.
I get that. I understand that, Mooney. Well, not the actually liking your mother part, but your overall point I get.
Remus smiled a bit before pressing a kiss to Sirius's shoulder underneath his head.
I'll probably start showing soon.
He hummed.
I think Lily is. Her dress tonight was all billowy, I think for a reason.
Sirius nodded.
I noticed too. And when they were here for dinner. Not a lot, but...
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing, Mooney. It is. I can't wait.
Remus turned to smile at him softly.
You really can't, can you?
I really can't,
Sirius said, kissing him gently.
You tired, Mooney?
Yeah.
Remus said, yawning at the suggestion. He put the rest of his tea on the nightstand, along with his book.
Knox,
Sirius said, and the lights in their room turned out.
Night, Mooney.
He continued as they rearranged themselves until Sirius was wrapped around Remus.
Night, Padfoot.
Remus said softly, and Sirius placed a kiss to the top of Remus's head. When Sirius and Remus got to the pub the next night, Peter and James were already there, chatting lightly and sipping from their pints. Sirius and Remus slipped into the seats at the high top that were waiting for them, pints in front of them. Sirius took a pull off his beer as Remus blinked down at his.
You got the first round?
Remus said, pushing the beer a little further from him.
Pete did, his treat.
James nodded, oblivious to Remus's predicament. Remus looked over at Sirius, then tilted his head a bit toward the table. Sirius's eyes widened a bit before he broke out in a small, soft smile.
I'll go to the bar, Mooney.
Sirius said softly.
What do you want?
Soda water's fine.
Remus said also quietly.
You sure?
Sure.
Remus said, watching as Sirius walked away to the bar.
It's just an ale, thought you'd like it.
Peter said amicably.
Oh, it's fine. Normally would. One of you should have it.
Remus said easily, watching as James's mouth made a bit of an O shape before evening out.
Have you turned that straight-laced on us, Mr. Prefect?
Peter laughed, and Remus did too.
No, nothing like that.
Remus said as Sirius came back and slid a pint of soda water over to him and sat back down.
Like what?
Sirius asked easily, throwing his arm across the back of Remus's chair.
I was asking Remus if his prefecture had kicked in later than Dumbledore had previously thought.
Peter said, smiling.
He's not drinking so, which is fine. No judgment, Mooney.
None taken, Wormtail.
Remus said, picking up his water and taking a sip. Remus sent Sirius a look and got a raised eyebrow in return.
But this does seem like a good time. Well, there is a reason I'm not drinking.
Remus started.
What? Did Padfoot knock you up?
Peter laughed, and then reached out a hand out to pat James on the back when James choked on a sip from his pint. Remus, to his mortification, couldn't stop the flush he could feel on his cheeks, and Sirius had barked out a laugh.
Okay, no, but seriously, what?
Peter asked innocently, and then Remus did laugh a little.
Actually.
Remus started.
Padfoot did just that.
James finished, earning him a kick to the shin from Sirius that was apparent even underneath the table. Peter blinked.
No, seriously.
Remus looked down at the table, still flushing.
Seriously though, Pete, I am pregnant. Potion must have. Well, about 3.5 months, not far from Lily. Due end of July too. Just found out not long ago. Haven't seen you to tell you, you've been so busy with work.
There was a moment of dead silence at the table before Peter let out a noise that was somewhere between a groan and a cheer.
Oh, Merlin, you three let me make an idiot out of myself.
Pete groaned.
But seriously, congratulations, you two. Well, that's just great.
Peter continued babbling until Sirius stood up and clasped him into a hard hug.
Oof.
James laughed and Sirius let go, sitting down again.
I get to be Uncle Pete twice over. That's bloody fantastic.
Peter said, and Remus looked up again to see Pete grinning.
Oh, boy or girl, or don't you know, Prongs knows, but...
Boy,
Remus said softly.
2 boys.
Peter exclaimed.
Oh man, the stuff I can get them. Chess and gobstones and Quidditch sets and paints and blocks and records.
Pete, slow down.
James said.
Ooh, and trains and footballs and...
Pete,
Sirius said, laughing.
No, you don't understand. You all have to be parents. But I get to be the fun uncle who does cool stuff and then leaves you lot to deal with the mess.
Remus saw James blink.
Wormy, that makes it sound downright diabolical.
On your end, maybe. But I'm going to have so much fun.
Peter grinned, and Remus couldn't help but grin back. It was almost 8 by the time Sirius got home, and he was tired. The last week or so had been a blur of shifts at St. Mungo's, guard duty on the order rota, which had thankfully turned out to be exceptionally boring, and an order meeting 4 nights ago that had been tense for him and Remus, as Remus had announced his pregnancy. Remus had been given a huge stack of translation work, and more than one side glance from various order members for his trouble, though, of all people, it had been Fabian Pruitt who had cut through the chatter during the meeting, offering his congratulations as well as Gids. Sirius had started his morning at St. Mungo's at 7, in his residency with the spell reversal department. The theory was fascinating, but often the cases turned out to be either monotonously simple or uncrackable, even for Sirius. There was one patient now who was suffering slow blood poisoning from coming into contact with an enchanted bracelet her not-so-benevolent mother-in-law had gifted her, a woman with a muggle-born father. Sirius had reported the mother-in-law to the Office of Magical Law Enforcement, and they were taking their time following up. It sounded like something his own mother would do, and the thought made anger simmer in Sirius's stomach. As he hung up his jacket, Sirius noticed two things at once. One of Remus's jazz records was playing from the turntable in the corner of the living room, and he could smell something delicious and comforting coming from the kitchen.
Mooney.
Sirius called out.
Kitchen?
Came the reply, and Sirius toed off his shoes and made his way there to find Remus, leaning over a big pot on the stove.
You're cooking.
Sirius asked lightly, making his way over. Remus hummed.
Just bolognese, nothing fancy. Taste this.
He held a wooden spoon with a bit of sauce on it out to Sirius.
And don't tell me it needs salt.
Sirius raised his eyebrows but did as he was asked, tasting the sauce. He pressed his lips together, and then bit down on his bottom lip at Remus's look. Remus sighed, reaching for the salt and putting in a generous amount before stirring it in. Sirius's shoulders shook a bit with restrained laughter, but he reached for Remus, getting an arm around Remus and pulling him closer. He kissed Remus softly and slowly, opening his mouth to taste bolognese on Remus's own tongue. Remus hummed a little into the kiss, and Sirius pressed a hand to the small of Remus's back to pull him even closer, which he did, until it registered in the back of Sirius's brain that something felt different. He pulled back from the kiss, but not too far, and found Remus smiling at him.
It's the jumper.
Remus said, stepping back from Sirius's embrace just a bit.
It's a little too big, so it mostly covers.
Remus continued, bringing his hand to his middle, which rested on the small swell of his belly. It took Sirius a moment to realize there was a small swell to Remus's belly, but there it was, clear as day, a rounded bump protruding from Remus's middle.
Mooney.
Sirius whispered.
I popped.
Remus said softly.
You'd already left for work this morning, but when I got up, well, I had a bit of a belly. I'm in my 16th week, so it shouldn't be that much of a surprise, I guess, even with my frame, which isn't as petite as Lily's, which is an understatement.
Remus cut off when Sirius placed his hand next to Remus's.
Oh, hi, little one.
Sirius said, pressing his hand to the firmness of the swell.
It's so good to see you.
Remus laughed a little.
It's a bump. What are you going to do when he actually gets here?
I have no fucking idea.
Sirius said, choking up a bit.
What's your language, for one?
Remus joked.
As if you don't curse like a sailor.
Sirius said, pulling his eyes up to Remus's, which were dancing, though he didn't move his hand.
I'll have, I absolutely fucking goddamn do not, you wanker.
Remus said, and then he leaned in and kissed Sirius. They kissed for a few moments until Remus suddenly exclaimed,
The sauce.
Turning back to the stove.
It's the first thing I've felt like making in months.
He continued as Sirius laughed and peppered kisses into Remus's hair, continuing to hold Remus's belly under his hand. 2 days later, a piece of paper fell through the mail slot in their front door. Sirius found it on his way to work.
Park 3 days noon.
Regulus.
Remus said when Sirius showed him the note.
Regulus.
Sirius agreed, his heart speeding up a little in his chest. Sirius was sitting on a bench with a cup of coffee when Regulus slid onto the seat next to him. It was a windy day, and Regulus's hair, longer than Sirius's, was being blown off his face. They sat in silence, Sirius fiddling with a thread on his shirt sleeve, before Regulus spoke.
Dumbledore.
He said. Sirius nodded.
I can arrange it. Time.
Tomorrow night.
Sirius nodded again.
May also be Moody.
No auras.
He'll be informed anyway.
More silence.
And Remus, James and Lily.
No.
You know I'll tell them anyway.
Then you tell them. But the less people involved.
Sirius saw Regulus bite his lip.
Brother, this is dangerous.
Sirius looked down at his coffee.
How do I get the information to you?
Under your doormat. The code we had when we were small.
Regulus said.
Mother cracked that.
Thankfully for us, he is not our mother.
Regulus answered, and Sirius nearly smiled.
Look for it tonight. After 8.
Regulus nodded once and got up to leave.
Regulus.
Don't thank me yet.
He said and walked away quickly. They met at an order safe house in Shropshire, one that Sirius had the distinct feeling the order would now drop out of the rotation for meeting places, in case it was now compromised. His stomach clenched at the thought of compromised, but he knew Dumbledore would be cautious, and that he should be. It was the three of them, Dumbledore, Sirius, and Regulus, who apparated there promptly at 9 o'clock. Sirius had left Remus at home, and Remus had fussed over him before he'd left, clearly worried. They'd parted ways with a kiss and soft I love yous, and Sirius could still feel Remus's hands on his arms. Dumbledore regarded Regulus over his half-moon spectacles, his eyes sharp.
Do you want to turn against Voldemort, aid our cause?
Yes?
Regulus said simply. He was dressed in black robes, a contrast to Sirius's muggle jeans and jumper.
Why,
I have my reasons and they are mine.
Regulus replied.
Regulus, Mr. Black.
There's more than you know.
Regulus cut in.
You know he's planning to overthrow the ministry, or at least install a puppet. Someone either loyal to him or under Imperius. It doesn't matter to him.
We've thought that might happen for quite some time.
Dumbledore replied mildly.
Regulus, you have to give us something.
Sirius said softly.
He's not nearly as close to that goal as you think. He has loyalty at the ministry, yes, but it doesn't reach that far. His power is closer to the ground, born out of fear and resentment. It's not the pure blood families you have to worry about.
Regulus added.
But they're all...
Sirius started.
Many aligned with him, yes. He's parroted their talking points about blood purity for their money and influence. I don't think he believes them.
At that, Sirius saw Dumbledore's eyebrows rise just slightly.
And why do you think that?
Dumbledore asked quietly. Regulus looked at him steadily.
Because you think I don't know who he really is. We all know Lord Voldemort is merely a name. He's a half-blood himself, and he loathes every part of where he comes from. Magical and muggle.
Sirius bit his lip to keep from speaking, instead watching Dumbledore watch Regulus, who seemed to remain impassive.
And where did he come from?
Dumbledore asked.
He's Tom Marvolo Riddle. The anagram's obvious if you know where to look.
You did.
I did.
Marvolo,
Sirius asked.
like the Gaunts.
Dumbledore looked over at him, and Regulus nodded once.
I thought you might make the connection.
Regulus said.
Our family is nothing but thorough when it comes to making sure we know pure blood history.
Yes, but they...
Sirius took a breath.
Oh, our family looked down on them. Poverty-stricken. More inbred than we ever would have deemed appropriate. But make no mistake, though they didn't know how to use it properly, their magic is no less powerful. Or his is not.
Regulus said.
He's been using it more than proficiently. To gain trust in the pure blood families he secretly loathes. To scare many everyday witches and wizards. To build resentment against muggles as much as he hated his own muggle father. His heritage is a double-edged sword, a hatred of the magical world not built for those like him, and of a muggle world he deems beneath him. He wields it with far more precision than he ought.
Dumbledore looked at Regulus seriously.
To what end, do you think?
2.
Regulus said.
The first, power. He wants to remake the wizarding world in his fractured image.
And the second?
Dumbledore asked. Sirius heard Regulus take a breath next to him.
Immortality, so that he can achieve what no one in humanity ever has or ever will. A singular achievement for a singular man.
Sirius felt his mouth grow dry and saw Dumbledore looked grave behind his spectacles.
Regulus, Mr. Black, what you speak of?
Dumbledore began.
It's dangerous and unstable.
Have you too discovered his secret?
Regulus asked.
Have you?
Dumbledore asked in return. Sirius saw Regulus's mouth turn down at the corners.
I have. It's abominable and it cannot stand. If you want to know why, then know that is more than reason enough.
You think so? It holds no attraction to you?
Dumbledore asked, and Regulus, Sirius noted, looked downright revolted.
No. At its basest form, it takes away the essence of what makes us human. And I think it's more than begun that process on Tom Riddle.
Regulus said.
What does...
Sirius finally asked.
What would give him immortality?
Dumbledore slid his gaze from Regulus to Sirius.
A Horcrux, or more than one.
Regulus nodded, and Sirius saw Dumbledore's face morph into something close to approval.
A Horcrux, isn't that dark magic?
Sirius frowned.
It's more than dark magic, brother. It's the binding of a part of a person's soul to an object. A piece broken off through sheer violence.
That you know this about Voldemort, and would come to me with it?
Dumbledore started.
Should prove my worthiness as a spy, yes.
Regulus agreed smoothly.
Indeed.
Dumbledore said.
Mr. Black, what you may be asked to undertake.
Is within my power to do.
Regulus said simply.
You know it, I know it, and my brother here knows it.
Information, access, secrets sent back and forth.
Dumbledore continued.
My hands are already unclean.
Regulus said.
Should they get even dirtier, then I shall risk it.
Regulus.
Sirius started, but he stopped, unsure how he was going to finish.
I don't think you still doubt me, but if you do, there's a shipment of mandrake root set to enter port in 2 days. Voldemort has dispatched a small group of followers to interfere. Take it for our own potion supplies. The group will be small, mostly unskilled. Easy enough to dispatch. It would be up to the Order if you merely want to observe the transaction or disrupt it. I would recommend the first. I don't think the second would be overly suspicious, though I would be cautious about tipping a hand to Voldemort too quickly.
Dumbledore was silent for a moment.
I would much rather use you to dispatch of our former topic, though, of course.
It will be both by necessity.
Regulus finished. To Sirius's surprise, Dumbledore turned to him.
Your brother and I can work out communications directly. We would no longer need your involvement, any more than any other Order member.
No?
Sirius said automatically.
Sirius?
Regulus began.
No. For communication, yes. I understand that. But to help defeat Voldemort. To take on the Horcrux.
Sirius said.
Horcruxes. I believe there is more than one.
Dumbledore said, and to Sirius's surprise, Regulus nodded.
I also don't believe he's done making them.
Regulus added, and Dumbledore looked at him knowingly. Sirius felt himself flush.
Then that's all the more reason.
Sirius, your bravery is admirable, but your friendships, your relationships.
Dumbledore paused.
They will need you attention as well.
Sirius thought of James, who should be under contract with a professional Quidditch team, and instead had pulled a patrol with him until midnight earlier in the week. He thought of Lily, who shared half her sandwich with him when he wandered into the potions lab at Mungo's when he'd forgotten to eat. He thought of Peter, who had already bought 2 replicas of the Hogwarts Express. He thought of Remus, the way he tasted like too sweet tea, and the way his freckles popped in the summer sun, and how this summer the small swell that was building in Remus's body would develop into a child he was going to bear them, a son who might laugh at Padfoot and chase a toy snitch and smear food in his hair.
Yes, they do,
Sirius said.
So that when the Dark Lord is vanquished, he will be mortal once more.
Regulus looked at him, but it was Dumbledore who nodded. Remus was awake, of course, when Sirius got home. It was late, almost midnight, but the light was still on in their bedroom. Remus looked at Sirius as he stood in the doorframe, and Sirius noted that Remus overall looked better than he had in weeks. He generally had more color to his face, and he didn't look as drawn or exhausted all the time. Sirius realized he'd gotten used to seeing Remus worn out, and hoped it wasn't an experience he would have to repeat. Then Remus smiled a small smile at him, just a tipping of his lips, really, and Sirius found himself smiling fully in return.
Hello, you.
Remus said slowly, putting his book on the bedside table.
How did it go?
That depends on what your definition of success is.
Sirius answered honestly, coming to sit next to Remus on the bed. He ran his hand over Remus's bump, and Remus smiled a little.
Is Regulus?
Remus began.
You know, I don't even know how to finish that question.
He's going to work for the Order. Dumbledore approved him.
Sirius said. Sirius leaned over to kiss Remus hello, and Remus pressed back before Sirius pulled away.
That's good, right? Though I would suppose incredibly dangerous.
Remus said.
Yes,
Sirius said, and then he looked down, picking at a piece of non-existent lint on the duvet.
Sirius.
I can't tell you everything. Just what you need to know. Even James, Lily.
I know that,
Remus said softly.
but you've connected them, and the circle needs to stay small.
I'll be staying in it.
Sirius sighed, and he felt Remus pull away a little, lean back just a fraction.
Padfoot.
It's like a continuation of my work for the Order. A side project. One that could win or lose the whole war.
Sirius thought.
A side project about what?
Remus asked, and Sirius heard both the note of steel and the note of curiosity.
Remus, Mooney.
No.
Remus said simply. Sirius blinked at him.
Know what?
No. If you're going to take on something dangerous, you're at least going to tell me what it is.
Mooney.
Sirius.
Remus said firmly.
You and I both know Dumbledore, and probably Regulus. Know you're going to tell me, and at least James.
The more you know, the more danger you are in.
Sirius began.
And ignorance isn't actually bliss.
Remus snapped.
You don't know how involved I'll be anyway. I could end up being able to help.
Not pregnant, you're not.
Sirius said, and he felt the flush on his cheeks.
Oh,
Remus said softly, and Sirius looked at him again.
you're not going to use that against me.
I'm not.
Sirius protested.
You are.
Remus.
My body may be changing, but my mind is completely intact.
Remus, no one is arguing any differently.
Sirius said. Remus raised his eyebrows at him.
I'm not.
Sirius said again.
Then let me in. Tell me. I deserve as much. As a member of the Order as you're.
Remus stumbled.
As my you, my mine.
Sirius sighed.
God, boyfriend seems so inadequate and...
Father of your child sounds strange.
Remus asked.
Absolutely not. It's wonderful.
So,
Remus looked at him. Sirius sighed.
Regulus will work with us as a spy. He gave Dumbledore some very general and very specific information. They'll coordinate communication through them, but involve me. But a topic came up and, well, I think it's going to be crucial for the war. Will be. Dumbledore and Regulus think so too, and I want to be involved. Dumbledore tried to cut me out, but I wouldn't let him.
He blew out a breath as Remus stayed silent.
Voldemort. He's been working on immortality, becoming immortal, through the use of Horcruxes. Do you know what those are?
Sirius watched as Remus recoiled, and he already knew the answer.
Horcruxes, as in more than one.
Remus asked, his voice shot through with incredulity. Sirius nodded.
But that's binding a piece of soul to an object. It tears the soul. It's the darkest of magic. Can only be done through an act violent enough to rend a soul.
Remus stopped suddenly.
How do you know about them?
Sirius asked, curious, and Remus looked at him.
It's in some werewolf literature. There were experiments to see if the werewolf part of someone could be removed.
Remus stopped.
They were awful, and it didn't work, of course. Curses don't work like that. And being a werewolf isn't part of the soul anyway, and...
Remus stopped again, though Sirius didn't miss his shudder.
Voldemort's been experimenting with them as a way to cheat death.
Sirius said bluntly.
At least that's what Dumbledore and Regulus both think.
Dumbledore knew.
Sirius paused.
He did, or he at least suspected, though for how long I don't know. I don't know how Regulus does. He only said he discovered Voldemort's secret. I think more will come out as time goes on. They both seem to think Voldemort has been at it for a while, and that he's not done.
Remus scrubbed his face with his hands.
Fuck,
he said.
Yes. So in addition to all the other terror he's causing, he's also tearing his soul apart.
The more the soul splits, the more unstable it becomes.
Remus whispered.
It would. Explain a lot about him.
Sirius hummed.
So what does Dumbledore want to do about it?
Sirius felt his jaw set.
Find the Horcruxes. Destroy them. Regulus too. We need him mortal, Remus. We need Voldemort to be nothing more and nothing less than a man, than an unstable wizard grasping for power.
And you're going to help them?
Remus said, and when Sirius went to take Remus's hand, Remus moved it out of the way.
Moony.
We're having a child, Sirius, a son.
Remus started.
Now who is using this pregnancy against whom?
It's not the same thing, and you know it.
Remus snapped. Sirius took a deep breath.
It's not, and I do know it. Moony, I'm sorry. But you, him, James, Lily, and their boy. Why do you think I want to do this? Regulus and Dumbledore are right. I'm right. Voldemort, when this is said and done, needs to be nothing more than Tom Riddle again, half afraid of who he is and able to be defeated. We have a prophecy, that could be about our unborn child, that says he may be the one to vanquish the Dark Lord. There will be no vanquishing, not now, not a year from now, not 20 years from now, if Voldemort's soul is still tied to some random objects.
Remus looked at Sirius hard and long, and Sirius did not look away. Finally he said,
Do you really think those objects are random?
Sirius blinked.
No.
Me neither,
Remus said.
Sounds like a puzzle for me to solve.
Moony.
If you're going to fight for our son, so am I.
Remus said, and Sirius relented, leaning in to kiss him. Dorcas smiled down at Remus, and Sirius saw Remus smile up at her from where he was reclining on their bed.
It smells wonderful in here, by the way.
Dorcas said.
Chocolate bundt cake?
Sirius supplied.
James, Lily, and Pete are coming for dinner tonight.
Remus said.
Just a little pudding.
It was bundt cake today.
Sirius went on.
Yesterday, treacle tart. The day before, shortbread.
A little baking never hurt anyone.
Dorcas said.
It's actually good to hear you are well enough to do it, Remus. You're in your 18th week, so I'm truly pleased the morning sickness has gone away, or we'd be having a different conversation.
Thank you.
Remus replied.
I could use a little backup here. Someone thinks I'm nesting, and that baking has become a bit of an obsession.
Sirius pulled a face at Remus and Dorcas laughed.
Even if you are nesting, and I'm not saying you are,
Dorcas said, as Remus opened his mouth, though Sirius saw the small wink she threw him.
then that's a good sign too.
She finished.
He's also still working shifts at the library using a spin on the disillusionment charm. So he's doing this after he gets home. I'm worried he's going to run himself ragged.
Sirius admitted, and Remus looked up at him, squeezing the hand that was holding his.
Well, second trimester is when energy levels usually pick back up.
Dorcas said.
Let him enjoy it, because before you both know it, he'll likely slump again in the third trimester when this baby is going to take every ounce of his energy.
Noted.
Sirius said, throwing Remus a wink of his own as Dorcas lifted Remus's shirt and pulled down his pants, one Sirius had bought and Lily had installed panels in for pregnancy wear.
Speaking of, this one seems to be growing quite nicely.
Dorcas said.
What a lovely bump here.
She slid her wand through the air.
Measuring right on schedule as well.
She warmed her hands and then began palpitating Remus's belly.
Felt any movement yet?
She asked as she worked. Remus shook his head.
Not yet.
Dorcas hummed.
Should be any day now. Usually happens between 18 and 20 weeks.
Sirius made a bit of a happy hum, and Remus looked up at him and squeezed his hand again.
Regardless, everything feels excellent. I'll perform the projection and we'll listen to the heartbeat.
Dorcas said, removing her hands and waving her wand in the air. The yellow projection began to coalesce above Remus's belly.
Oh, he is moving.
Sirius breathed, leaning forward. Dorcas nodded.
That's an excellent sign, especially once you do start feeling it, Remus. I'll ask you to keep track of it. Increased or decreased movements can be signs of complications, not that I'm anticipating any.
Remus nodded.
It seems so odd, though, that I'll be feeling something squirming around inside me.
He made a bit of a face.
Good, but weird.
Be on the lookout for mostly flutters at first, but I expect as he begins to run out of room that you'll get kicked, poked, and elbowed more often.
Dorcas said, smiling.
Everything looks well on the inside too. Let's hear that little heart.
She waved her wand again, and the now familiar, though still remarkable, thudding filled the room. Dorcas listened for a moment before ending both the sound and the projection.
Rate is right in the normal range. Everything continues to look just wonderful from my view.
She finished.
Remus, you can adjust your clothing and sit up if you'd like.
Remus did just that, though Sirius kept hold of his hand.
Do you have any questions I can answer?
Dorcas asked, cleaning up her supplies and stowing her wand in her medical bag.
Not at the moment, no.
Remus said, and he looked at Sirius, who shook his head.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I do think in the next few weeks we'll need to talk about the birth.
He added. Dorcas nodded.
I would insist on it, especially as you enter your third trimester. I don't want to make assumptions about this, but I would guess St. Mungo's is not an option.
No.
Remus breathed out.
Lily and I have talked, and I think that's what she's planning, but for me, well...
Sirius saw him blink back sudden tears.
I think they're likely to take my baby away if I try to deliver there.
Not with me there.
Sirius growled.
Yes, love, even with you there.
Remus said softly, and Sirius saw Dorcas nod.
You know how they treat werewolves, and one giving birth? A male.
Remus shook his head, and then cleared his throat.
Anyway, I think a home birth is going to be necessary, though it makes me nervous.
Remus admitted. Dorcas nodded again.
To be honest, Remus, I agree with you. I'd technically consider you high risk, as a lycanthrope and a male, but so far, your body has done quite well. We can continue to hope for a complication-free delivery and make some more concrete plans. I agree you have some time, but I also think it's best to prepare in advance.
Remus slid off the bed, and Sirius kissed him lightly as he stood.
Thank you, Dorcas. I'd love to continue to hear your thoughts.
Dorcas followed Sirius and Remus out of the bedroom.
I'll think about it. Again, I have every reason to believe you'll have a complication-free delivery, but planning never hurt anyone. Though babies do have a way of turning even the best-laid plans upside down.
She finished smiling. Sirius smiled back.
Would you like some tea, or treacle tart, or shortbread?
Dorcas laughed.
It's tempting. But no, I am, unfortunately, on the rota for this evening.
She said smoothly.
Take some to go, there's plenty.
Sirius said, and Remus glared at him a bit.
Maybe next week, if this phase continues.
Dorcas said lightly.
I'm holding you to that.
Sirius grumbled, and Dorcas laughed again.
It's a promise,
She said.
I'll see you 2, 3, next week.
She finished and gave Sirius and Remus a small wave as she opened the door and exited.
Oh, I need to go mix the drizzle icing.
Remus exclaimed. Sirius laughed, but grabbed his hand as he went to leave. When Remus turned around, he kissed him soundly.
Thank you, Mooney. Another wonderful check-in. You're amazing. He's amazing.
Sirius kissed Remus again, and then pulled back far enough to run his hand in a circle over Remus's belly.
Less than 2 weeks to the halfway point.
Remus said, smiling softly.
We're going to get to the all-the-way point.
Sirius said, then made a bit of a face.
That sounded really wrong, or at least better in my head.
Remus laughed and kissed him on the cheek.
Icing,
He said, and he used their joined hands to drag Sirius into the kitchen. James all but pushed past Sirius in the entryway, Lily following at a more leisurely pace.
What the hell, Prongs?
Sirius asked, a little offended, accepting the kiss on the cheek Lily offered him.
I heard Remus was cooking and even made cake.
James called back, and Lily laughed as James barreled into the kitchen.
There he is.
James said as Remus turned around from the counter, where he was drizzling the carrots to be roasted with olive oil.
why thank you.
Remus started, but then cut off when James put a hand on his stomach and dropped lower.
How's my nephew, huh? Dad's treating you okay?
He asked Remus's bump.
Fuck's sake, Prongs.
Remus grumbled.
Get off me and find some personal space.
Checking in with the godson. Sacred duty.
James said, patting Remus's belly. Sirius looked at Lily.
If you come over here, you stupid dog, I'll end you.
Lily said. Sirius raised his hands in the air and grinned.
James, seriously, boundaries.
Remus said. James patted Remus's belly once more and then straightened.
Mooney, we shared a dorm for 7 years. We have obliterated any boundaries.
James said, though he did back away a bit.
I think you just named the exact problem between the 4 of you.
Lily said easily, sitting down at the table.
We're close.
James said, sitting next to her.
You're mental.
She countered as Sirius poured them each some water.
Just 4 places. I thought Pete was coming tonight, and Emmeline too.
Got an owl earlier, late night. Apparently someone messed with some muggle payphones, and they're shooting sparks, and the whole department got sent out.
Remus answered, sliding the tray into the oven.
That's terrible.
Lily said.
The sparks are harmless, not painful, but the surprise, well.
Remus sighed.
Some people even called the Muggle police. It's how the Ministry heard about it in the first place. Seems like electricity gone haywire to people.
Lily sighed.
Just a harmless prank, do you think, or...
All meant to scare muggles. Not nice either way, but I would think prank.
Sirius said, and James nodded.
So no Pete or Emmeline?
Lily said.
Shame.
Remus and Sirius exchanged a look.
What?
Lily asked.
Well, we wanted to talk to you two, and we would have been happy to share in front of Pete. But if he's not here, it may be best for it to be between us anyway.
Sirius said and then sighed.
That doesn't sound good.
Lily observed, watching them carefully.
It's not bad.
Sirius hedged and Remus sighed.
So do we want to talk now, or do we want to eat first?
James asked.
Let's let the pregnant people eat.
Sirius said.
Remus did make cake. I think we'll need it.
Right then.
James said.
At least Remus is back to cooking.
He added, and Sirius smiled. Over the cake and tea, Sirius outlined his meeting with Regulus and Dumbledore and the Horcruxes. Remus noted Lily had gone pale, and James had an angry set to his mouth. Remus had only seen a few times before, mostly centered around Sirius's treatment at the hands of his family. Remus took a sip of tea and sighed.
That bastard.
James said lowly and angrily.
Which do you think he wants more? The extinction of people like Lily and Remus? Or to live forever to see the extinction of people like Lily and Remus into eternity?
To live forever.
Sirius said automatically.
I have no doubt he wants power, but I think the pure blood rhetoric is just a way for him to get it. Part of him may believe it, given his background, and the way he absolutely thinks muggles are beneath him. But overall, I think he simply wants power over others for the rest of his unnaturally long life.
Dumbledore is sure. Voldemort used to be Tom Riddle.
Lily said. Sirius nodded.
Dumbledore is sure. He was a student at Hogwarts. Dumbledore went to the orphanage himself to tell Tom of his admission to Hogwarts. They've known each other quite some time.
So why doesn't the Order know this?
James asked. Remus shrugged.
For the purposes of the Order, does it matter? We know what he's up to now, his campaign of terror, and that he's waging a war on the wizarding world.
It bloody does matter.
James said.
It's only right the Order know who they are dealing with.
I think the Order is too busy cleaning up his mess.
Lily said softly, and Remus nodded. James subsided for a moment.
The Horcruxes. Do we know what they are? Where they are?
Remus watched Sirius's jaw work for a moment.
No, there are some clues. And, well, Dumbledore thinks Riddle may have been working on this as far back as his Hogwarts days.
What?
Lily asked, startled, and Remus nodded.
He's not going to give out that information.
James plowed on.
Regulus, however else he might be useful as a spy, isn't going to get that information out of Voldemort.
No,
Sirius said slowly, and he looked toward Remus.
I think Regulus may be able to gather information to keep our damages lower, and gather clues to the Horcruxes, since he essentially reasoned it out in the first place. But no, we have to piece together the puzzle of where these things are, and how many of them there are.
And how do we do that?
James pressed. Sirius looked at him.
We don't.
Padfoot.
We don't, James, we don't. Regulus will. Dumbledore will. And I will, but not.
Bloody hell, we're not.
James said.
You have your child to think about.
Sirius went on.
And you have yours.
James snapped.
I can't believe Mooney has agreed with this.
Remus blew out a breath.
I haven't. Well, that may be going too far. I don't want Sirius involved in hunting down and destroying those things. I don't. I also realize...
This is Padfoot, and we might not be able to stop him.
James said, and Remus nodded.
Then he's not doing it alone.
James continued.
Prongs, you just told me you don't want me to be involved. Do you really want to be involved? Does Lily?
Sirius asked. James deflated a bit and looked at Lily, who was chewing her lower lip.
Being in the Order is dangerous anyway.
She started.
I think you two think you are invincible. I think, well, that's also related to your blood status. You grew up thinking that way.
When James started to speak, Lily raised her hand.
I'm not saying it's wrong, but people like me, and Remus, we've always been outsiders, though in different ways. We've always been vulnerable.
Lily.
James.
Lily looked at Remus.
What do you think?
I think James needs to stay out of it. Continue working for the Order. Continue to love you and protect your son.
Remus said softly.
What about you?
James asked.
If you're going to dictate my involvement, I can't believe Padfoot wants you involved in this at all, either.
I don't,
Sirius said.
But I'm not giving him a choice.
Remus countered.
Mooney, that's downright hypocritical.
James said coldly.
It is. And I'm not saying I'm going to go out Horcrux hunting.
Remus said.
I can work on this in other ways, but I am for damn sure going to fight for my child. This madman already wants him, and I'm not going to let him be immortal when he tries.
It could be our child too, Remus.
James said hotly.
I know.
Remus said softly, and he saw Lily looking at him.
You have a plan.
Lily said. Remus sighed.
It's mostly theories, an idea.
Lily raised her eyebrows.
We have to figure out what these objects are. I think that's the easier part. We also have to figure out where they are hidden, and I've been thinking.
Remus stopped, gathered his thoughts.
I think another map would be useful, but I'm not sure where we would start with that. Hogwarts was finite in a way this is not.
James frowned.
Maybe, if we drew locations, people that were important to Voldemort.
He began. Remus nodded.
I thought that too, but I mean more literal drawing.
James tilted his head.
Like Britain.
Like an enchanted sketchbook, a mural, but smaller. Some of the magic would be like the Marauder's map, yes, but different clues might hold different images. With Hogwarts, we already had the image. We had the location. This might give us the images.
So what if it gives you the images but no reference for them?
Lily asked.
and Hogwarts was dependent on being a magical place. It held magic inside of it.
James added.
I'm going to enchant the sketchbook to do that too.
Remus said.
But Lily is right. We would need reference points, and for that.
Remus bit his lip.
Well, sailors used to use celestial navigation to chart their way. I think we should too. I think that's doable. Might be tricky, but it's not unlike Hogwarts. The stars have their own power. We didn't have to take astronomy for nothing.
Remus ended a little wryly.
I'd anchor it on.
Here Remus blushed.
Well, I'd anchor it on Canis Major and the Regulus system. I think it will be stronger that way, basing it on where I'd get my information.
James and Lily were silent for a moment.
You're all right with him doing this?
James finally asked, and he directed it toward Sirius.
I've been told in no uncertain terms I don't have a choice.
Sirius said honestly.
I can do it. I worked just as hard as you two did on the map, and I can do it pregnant, or with a child.
Remus argued.
So can we?
Lily said softly.
The more people involved, the more risk there is.
Remus countered.
We can't leave you two to fight this battle alone.
James said.
I can't, at least, Lily.
Is a person in her own right.
Lily finished.
Sirius, Remus, let us help. If not on the front lines as if we aren't already on those in the Order, then to uncover Tom Riddle's secrets.
Dumbledore won't like it.
Sirius said.
Then Dumbledore can jump off the astronomy tower. Speaking of astronomy.
Lily said softly.
I don't like it.
Sirius said.
Then you too.
Lily replied. Sirius sighed, but he looked at Remus.
Did you really think they would say anything else?
Remus asked softly.
No, and that's what I'm afraid of.
Sirius answered honestly. James and Lily were gone, having spent the rest of their evening making plans to help Remus. Remus and Sirius were changing for bed, and Remus noted Sirius had been unusually quiet for him. Still, Remus let it go unremarked upon until they slid under the covers, and Sirius reached for him in the low light of the lamp.
It's going to be okay,
Remus said softly.
You're such a liar.
Sirius replied just as softly.
You don't know that. You almost failed divination.
I got an O on my newt.
Sirius said indignantly, and Remus laughed lowly.
I still don't see how. I think you made 99% of that exam up.
Doesn't matter. The key to divination is confidence, and the professor was convinced I had a great aunt who was a seer.
See? Your confidence and family connections will get you everywhere in life.
Mooney.
This is dangerous for everyone. I know it is. But so is just being in the Order. So is fighting Voldemort. And I don't think we have a choice about that, any more than we have a choice about destroying those Horcruxes.
Remus felt Sirius breathe, slow and steady, against his cheek for a bit.
I could lose my whole family to this.
Sirius finally whispered.
Regulus, James, Lily, you.
He reached out and ran his palm over Remus's stomach.
Our son.
Remus's breath hitched.
I don't think you will, love.
You don't know that.
I think if we don't do this, then you just might.
Remus whispered, and Sirius pulled back enough to seek out his eyes in the soft light. Remus made sure to keep his eyes open and honest, and whatever was in them caused Sirius to lean back in and kiss him. Remus allowed the kiss to go on for a while, soft, sweet pressure, before opening his mouth and darting his tongue out, brushing over Sirius's lips and hoping for an invitation. He got one, Sirius's mouth opening underneath his, and Remus slid his tongue against Sirius's, kissing with wet, open heat. Sirius responded with a moan in the back of his throat, and Remus pressed further until Sirius gasped, and they had to break apart for air, though they barely did that, panting into each other's mouths.
Mooney.
Sirius began, but Remus leaned in and pressed kisses across Sirius's jaw and then down his throat, Sirius leaning his head back to give Remus more room to work. Remus licked at Sirius's pulse point, which was hammering already.
I want you,
Remus said simply, sucking at a point at the bottom of Sirius's throat.
Let me ride you, yes. It may be a little awkward, but I think we can still manage,
he said, his breath hot against Sirius's cool skin.
Yes.
Sirius agreed, breaking their contact so he could sit against the headboard, pulling his shirt off as he went. When Remus sat up, he pulled Remus's shirt off too. Sirius wiggled out of his pajama bottoms and pants, and Remus was pleased to see he was already more than half hard. Remus reached out to stroke Sirius gently, and Sirius gasped a little, shifting his hips as his cock grew in Remus's hand. Remus uttered the lubrication charm and his fingers became slick, coating them in Sirius's cock, and Sirius bit back a whine as Remus pumped him up and down for a few strokes. Then Sirius reached for Remus, his hand following the line of Remus's cock through his pajamas, and Remus gasped. The friction was almost too much, just on the border of painful, and Remus let out a gasp before moving back just enough to shed the rest of his clothing. Sirius reached for him again immediately, lubricating his own fingers and pulling on Remus's cock, thumbing across the head with enough pressure to make Remus gasp again.
Come here,
Sirius said, voice low and husky, and Remus couldn't help but obey, coming forward until he could throw a leg over Sirius. Sirius continued to pull Remus's cock, applying just enough pressure to tease without applying enough to allow Remus to come anywhere close to finishing.
Tease.
Remus managed, putting the sensation into words, and then Sirius laughed a little, twisting his wrist on an upstroke that made Remus pant. Then, to Remus's surprise, Sirius moved his hand from Remus's cock to Remus's belly, palming it with both hands.
Merlin, you're so lovely like this,
Sirius said, and Remus bit his lip.
I never thought this would be a thing for me, but you, like this, full of a child I put there, yes.
Sirius breathed out, and Remus had to keep biting his lip to hold back a moan.
This is just the beginning of that.
Remus said.
I know.
Sirius continued, and Remus felt himself flush.
God, I can't wait for you to continue to grow fuller, heavier around my child,
he said, and Remus felt the corresponding twitch in Sirius's cock.
Padfoot.
Remus said, coming forward to kiss Sirius, and it was messy, all heat and teeth and tongue, and Remus heard Sirius moan.
Padfoot.
Remus said again, pulling back, and then he heard Sirius say the charm, and Remus had to shift at the feeling inside of him, tingling and slick and stretching all at once. He moaned a little at it, and Sirius leaned forward, mouthing at Remus's own pulse point. Sirius slid a hand down between them, and Remus lifted up a bit, allowing Sirius to push a finger inside with little resistance.
Oh, so ready for me,
Sirius said softly. He thumbed one of Remus's nipples, and Remus cried out, panting a bit.
So ready, so responsive.
Sirius continued, adding another finger, gently stretching Remus open.
Probably hormones.
Remus panted, but he didn't particularly care, because Sirius felt so good he was already pressing back, rocking on Sirius's fingers.
Probably. We're going to have to take advantage of them in the next few months,
Sirius said, and then Sirius slid a third finger in, and Remus groaned.
Agreed.
Remus said, and he saw Sirius grin.
I'm so happy to hear we are on the same page with that, Mooney,
Sirius said almost conversationally, but then Remus shifted his hips, and Sirius also groaned. Remus grinned a little wickedly, and Sirius leaned forward to kiss him as he withdrew his fingers. Remus broke the kiss so Sirius could see, as Sirius grabbed the base of his cock, and Remus drew up, the two of them working in tandem as Remus lowered himself onto Sirius. Remus let Sirius bottom out quickly, stretching him, surprised at the feeling of being full, but without any burn.
Mooney,
Sirius bit out, and Remus pulled up again, coming down hard enough onto Sirius's cock this time that Remus gasped out.
Are you?
Sirius asked, but in answer, Remus repeated the move, punching a breath out of himself and Sirius. Sirius took that as the confirmation it was and began to thrust up too, as Remus set up a fast, unrelenting rhythm. Then Sirius got a hand between them on Remus's cock, and white spots began to flicker at the edge of Remus's vision.
I won't.
Remus managed to get out, but Sirius continued both thrusting and with his hand until Remus came, spilling between them.
Ah, there you are, Mooney.
Sirius gasped as Remus's thighs shook, and he came only a couple of thrusts later, the aftershocks of Remus's orgasm causing Remus to clench around him. When he came back to himself, Remus realized he'd rested his forehead against Sirius's shoulder, and they were both panting.
God, Sirius,
Remus said, picking his head up and kissing Sirius a little messily. Sirius huffed a bit of a laugh into the kiss, gently helping Remus disengage and uttering the cleaning charm. He rolled them until they were on their sides, facing each other.
More of this, less worrying,
he said, and Remus laughed a little into another kiss.
I love you.
Remus answered, melting into a soft kiss from Sirius.
Love you both.
Sirius countered, and Remus smiled. Sirius was sitting at the table in Shropshire, across from Dumbledore and next to Regulus. Regulus's information on the potion's ingredients had been correct, of course, though Dumbledore had only sent Marlene and Kingsley there to confirm the handover, not to interfere. Tonight, Regulus had provided information that part of the Order's upcoming rota had been leaked, and Sirius knew it would have to be redone. Regulus refused to confirm if that was luck or recognition of a pattern or information from a spy in the Order's ranks, and Sirius couldn't tell if that was because Regulus didn't know or if he simply refused to say. Dumbledore seemed unusually perturbed at the information, though he'd hidden it quickly, which Sirius found telling, and which made the spy in the Order's ranks more of a possibility. Sirius disclosed Remus's idea for an enchanted sketchbook for the Horcruxes, and Dumbledore seemed thoughtful.
Should I ask how he was inspired?
Dumbledore asked shrewdly, and Sirius shook his head.
Probably not.
Sirius answered,
But Remus has always kept a journal, sketched and drew and wrote. He has the skills, both mechanical and magical.
Do you not want to keep him out of this?
Regulus asked sharply.
He's already carrying a child.
Sirius sighed.
Of course I do. He won't hear of it.
The more people who know, I have all but confirmed there's likely an informant in your ranks.
One that is not Remus.
Sirius said hotly.
That's not what I'm saying, Sirius.
Regulus is correct. The further information spreads, the more dangerous it becomes.
Dumbledore said.
You know Remus. He will not budge. And frankly, I think we could use the assistance. I'd work on the magic for the sketchbook too.
Sirius remained silent on James and Lily.
You had to know anything you told me would also be heard by him. I will not keep secrets from him.
I still think it's dangerous.
Regulus said.
I agree, but I also know when to concede.
Dumbledore sighed.
So where do we start?
Sirius asked.
I think essentially in two places.
Regulus said. Sirius blinked.
Physical places.
Regulus all but rolled his eyes.
No, in metaphorical places, mostly. Tom Riddle's two obsessions, his family, and the place he sees as the seat of magical power. Hogwarts.
Sirius thought.
The Gaunts, weren't they?
Heirs of Salazar Slytherin, yes.
Regulus nodded once.
As I said, Mother did make sure our knowledge of pure blood history was thorough.
She probably hated we were not.
Sirius said, but Regulus shrugged.
Our family is almost as old and remained much more powerful, magically and financially. I think Mother, and Father for that matter, enjoyed those benefits more than she would have enjoyed, being the descendant of something as pedestrian as a school founder, even if it was Hogwarts.
That I can see. But Tom Riddle would have found that important, especially as a half-blood.
Yes, and one who grew up without family.
Dumbledore said.
For that reason, I think it is difficult for him to unravel his relationship to family and his relationship to Hogwarts. They are almost one.
So we are talking about objects that are important to Hogwarts history and to the Gaunt history.
Sirius said slowly, and Dumbledore hummed.
I think so.
Dumbledore said.
Each founder had an item of importance they left in trust to the school or their families. Gryffindor, a sword. Hufflepuff, a cup. Ravenclaw, a diadem. Slytherin, a locket.
Regulus looked up.
A locket. That could be both in trust to the school or in trust to a family, passed down as an heirloom.
Dumbledore inclined his head.
I think that's possible. I doubt Tom Riddle has been able to get a hold of anything to do with Gryffindor.
Regulus eyed him.
Because you know where the sword is, or how to find it.
Yes.
Dumbledore said simply.
The other items.
Sirius asked.
Their whereabouts are unknown to me.
Dumbledore said.
It's not much of a start, but it is one.
Sirius said, and Regulus nodded.
I'll speak with Remus.
Be careful, brother.
Regulus warned, and while Sirius bristled at the implication that Remus wasn't trustworthy, he still nodded. Remus rolled over that Monday morning to find Sirius studying him. He blinked a little sleepily, nestling his cheek into the pillow a little bit.
Morning, Moony.
Sirius said, and Remus hummed, still half awake.
Time is it?
Remus asked.
Almost 10.
Sirius answered, and Remus sat bolt upright in alarm.
I was supposed to be at work almost an hour and a half ago. I'm opening this morning.
Remus went to throw the duvet off when Sirius's warm hand on his arm stopped him.
I owled and told them you wouldn't be in today.
Sirius reassured.
You can't just tell my employer I'm not going to be in. My hours are getting cut to part-time as it is, with how little funding we're getting this fiscal year, and they may decide to make that up with my salary, especially as I'll have to take off when the baby comes. And how am I going to pay for my share of anything if I don't have a job?
Moony.
Sirius said softly, though there was a bit of amusement at the edges.
Moony. First of all, it's one day. They can get by without you for just one day. Second, you know that I can cover you, Always could, always can, always will.
Sirius.
Remus said, a warning in his voice.
But mostly it's your birthday, you great big Burke.
Sirius said, leaning forward to give Remus a kiss on the forehead.
I shifted things at Mungo's too so I could be off. You are also taking the day off. Surprise.
He finished wryly.
I'd forgotten.
Remus laughed a little.
There were heart attack first thing in the morning. Is that a good portent?
Sirius laughed a bit.
You're fine. You'll be fine. I believe in your ability to recover,
he said before coming forward to kiss Remus gently on the mouth.
Happy birthday, Moony.
Remus laid back down.
Did you make any other big plans for the day?
To Remus's surprise, Sirius shook his head.
Just dinner at ours with James, Lily, and Pete.
Remus hummed happily.
Perfect.
You feel like breakfast?
Sirius asked.
Anything you want. I'll even go down the street, get those chocolate-filled croissants you like.
Those do sound wonderful.
Remus said.
And I am hungry, but...
Sirius raised his eyebrows.
But...
Remus shifted a bit on the bed.
I might want something else first.
Sirius's eyes began to dance.
Why, Moony?
Don't puff up.
Remus warned, and Sirius laughed.
Wouldn't even think about it.
Sirius said, leaning in for another kiss. He muttered a tooth-cleaning charm for both of them, and then carefully opened Remus's mouth, licking along his top teeth. Remus moaned a little, and Sirius kissed him a little longer before pulling back.
Eager this morning,
Sirius noted, and Remus raised his eyebrows at him before shifting again on the sheets. Remus could feel it too, the need coiling in his belly, already finding purchase in his hips. He hummed. Sirius kissed him again, and Remus gasped into his mouth as Sirius's hand cupped him through his pajama bottoms.
Hormones, probably.
Remus gasped again.
Though with you, it's not like.
Like we've ever had trouble getting in the mood before.
Sirius agreed.
You're so gorgeous.
Remus whispered, pressing his cock into Sirius's hand.
I rather think that's you, Moony.
Sirius said, squeezing a bit, and Remus hardened even further.
Oh, that's just...
Remus managed, cutting off as he panted as Sirius pulled his bottoms and pants down and his cock sprang free. Sirius's hand wrapped around it, and Sirius said the lubrication charm, coating his fingers as he pumped Remus lightly.
It's not bollocks,
Sirius said, and Remus heard he was a little breathless himself.
It is, but I'm not going to.
Remus stopped as he bit off a moan as Sirius scooted further down the bed, taking Remus into his mouth. Sirius worked him thoroughly, taking him so deeply, Remus felt himself hit the back of Sirius's throat.
Sirius,
Remus said, but Sirius merely continued, moving up and down and hollowing his cheeks to provide suction. Remus arched his back and let Sirius continue, enjoying Sirius's wet, hot mouth until he felt his toes curl, felt the heat in his belly growing, licking up his spine.
Sirius.
He tried again, and this time Sirius pulled off on the upstroke. The room filled with Remus's harsh breathing and an obscene pop as Sirius looked up from between Remus's legs, flushed, lips swollen and red. Remus nearly came at the sight of him.
What do you want, Moony?
Sirius asked, licking his lips. Remus shifted his hips again.
To be full,
He managed, running a hand over the swell of his belly as he said it.
Even fuller than I already am,
he said, and he watched Sirius's eyes darken.
How do you want to come?
Sirius asked.
Quickly.
Remus breathed out, and he and Sirius both laughed a little.
Then let me finish,
Sirius said, and Remus nodded. Sirius took Remus in his mouth again, and when Remus suddenly thrust up at the suddenness of it, Sirius not only let him but moaned at it. Remus gently fucked Sirius's perfect mouth a bit, until Sirius swirled his tongue over the head of Remus's cock on an upstroke, and Remus came with a shout. He threw his arm over his eyes, chest heaving, as Sirius swallowed and cleaned him up, running his tongue up Remus for good measure.
Moony,
Sirius asked, and Remus heard the shift of Sirius on the bed, felt as Sirius pulled Remus's pajama bottoms and boxers all the way off.
I'm fine, so good.
Remus managed, moving his arm and meeting Sirius's eyes.
Padfoot.
Sirius nodded as he put his hands on Remus's hips, pushing gently until Remus got the hint and rolled over, coming up on his knees.
This okay, love?
Sirius asked, peppering kisses across Remus's back.
Yes.
Remus managed. Sirius whispered the charm, and Remus gasped a bit, feeling stretched already. Sirius wrapped an arm protectively around Remus's chest, but he also felt Sirius's finger ghosting along his entrance. He pushed back, and Sirius took the encouragement, slipping a lubed finger inside of Remus, who groaned.
Padfoot.
I know.
Sirius whispered, hot and wet against Remus's back, before pulling back a little and pushing another finger into Remus. Remus felt Sirius move his fingers in and out, stretching him sideways a little too, and when it got to be too much, he pushed back, finding a rhythm of his own, fucking himself on Sirius's fingers.
You're amazing. Just beautiful like this.
Sirius whispered and Remus pushed back harder.
Sirius.
Yeah.
Don't care.
Remus managed.
Fuck me.
Sirius laughed and Remus could feel the vibration of it.
You're the birthday boy,
he said, withdrawing his fingers. Remus felt suddenly empty, and he almost whined at the feeling of it before he felt the head of Sirius's cock pushed into him, and he gasped. Sirius pushed in slowly, and Remus felt the drag of Sirius inside of him, making him throw his head back. Finally, Sirius bottomed out, and Remus moaned at the feeling, so full and so right.
Padfoot.
Remus managed, and Sirius began to thrust, but shallowly, not pulling out all the way. Small pulls and pushes of his hips. Remus growled and felt Sirius's smile as Sirius pressed a kiss to his back. Finally, Sirius pulled out almost all the way and pushed back in, hard, and Remus keened. It felt so good. Sirius continued to thrust steadily, and Remus began to push back, seeking more. More friction, more fullness, more Sirius. Eventually, Sirius's thrusts grew faster, harder, and Remus groaned again, as this was what Remus wanted. He could even smell the growing musk in the room, which made him whine. Finally, Sirius's hips stuttered as he pushed in one final time and came, hot and long inside of Remus, who gasped. Sirius remained still for a moment, more or less holding himself and Remus up, before he pulled out, uttering a cleaning charm. Remus rolled over and collapsed on the bed on his back, breathing hard. Sirius was also breathing heavily, and they lay there, both panting, attempting to catch their breath.
Those croissants sound really good.
Remus finally said, and Sirius laughed, gathering Remus into his arms and kissing him thoroughly. They spent the day relaxing around the flat, though Remus did spend time working on the sketchbook, bent over the kitchen table. He made sure it was connected to his magic, and the book glowed, thrumming underneath his hand. Sirius watched the process both warily and with interest, as Remus keyed the book to himself, the way they had keyed the map to each of them. It shouldn't harm anyone else to touch it, unless they meant Remus harm, like a Death Eater, or someone untrustworthy. They ate sandwiches for lunch, and Sirius talked Remus into a nap in the afternoon, before their friends came over. By dinner, Remus and Sirius were lounging on the couch, wrapped up in each other, when there was a knock on the door.
Get decent, boys.
James's voice yelled.
Guests are here.
Sirius got up and opened the door.
Fuck's sake, Prongs.
He said, throwing open the door to James, Lily, and Peter.
Did you all come together?
He asked, letting them in.
Met Peter here at the bakery.
James said cheerily, as they entered the sitting room.
Brought him along. Once again, making the guests bring the food.
He said, the takeaway bags dangling from his fingers.
It's Mooney's birthday. I wasn't going to make him cook.
Sirius said, and Remus smiled, getting up off the couch.
You could have made an attempt.
Peter put in as the group headed to the kitchen.
The last time that happened, the neighbors called the fire department.
Remus said dryly, beginning to rummage inside of the takeaway bags. He pulled out an egg roll and took a bite.
What?
He asked at James's look.
Nothing, darling.
Lily assured him, wrapping an arm around him.
Just happy you found your appetite again.
She said, giving him a kiss on the cheek.
Thanks, Lily.
Remus said around his bite, and James laughed a little.
Shut it, Prongs.
Remus grumbled.
I didn't say anything.
James defended as he unloaded the containers onto the table, while Sirius pulled down plates.
I heard you think it.
Remus mumbled, taking another bite, and Peter laughed. It was just the birthday Remus could ask for. Sex and attention from Sirius, dinner and cake with his friends, and a warm cup of tea at the end as he crawled into bed. He sipped from his cup and watched as Sirius changed, saw Sirius's warm smile as he flipped back the covers on the bed and crawled in. Remus leaned forward and kissed him.
Thank you. For the birthday and the day off.
Remus said, smiling.
You're welcome.
Sirius smiled.
Don't you want your gift?
Remus frowned.
I don't need a gift. We hardly ever do gifts on birthdays.
Sirius scoffed a bit at that.
We always do gifts on birthdays, Mooney.
He said.
You got me a first edition of Great Expectations on mine.
He said, laughing a little.
I got very, very exceedingly lucky at a used bookstore for yours.
Remus said, laughing.
Still,
Sirius said.
always. Even if it was just a bar of honeydukes, there's always been presents.
Sirius continued softly.
Apparently, I also got a baby this year.
He said, running a hand over Remus's stomach.
Well, that one was unplanned,
Remus said dryly, and Sirius laughed.
and not arriving on your birthday.
Yeah, but
I see your point.
Remus said, laughing.
so gift.
Sirius said, reaching into the drawer of his nightstand and pulling out a small box. Remus's hand instinctively wrapped around his cup a little tighter.
Padfoot.
Remus started, but he stopped when Sirius shook his head.
Let me get through this, Moony.
He said softly, and Remus nodded. Sirius cleared his throat.
This should be obvious. And I know it's just a symbol, but it would be my symbol. Our symbol. I should probably have done it years ago, but it seemed so obvious to me, as it's obvious now. But what's obvious is that I love you, Moony, so much. Remus. I love the way your curls lick at your ears and fall into your face when you need a haircut. I don't even think you need a haircut then. I love the way you drink your tea too sweet, and you think you hide those chocolate bars in your sock drawer. I love that you look out for me by nicking the paper, if there's a mention of my family in it, and by keeping the cupboard full of those crackers I like even if you can't stand them. I love how smart you are, and how kind, and while I hate the pain it causes, I love how beautiful the wolf is when it runs. Remus, I love every part of you, and we're about to become a family, and I love that too. I want everyone to know I love that. Remus, Moony, will you marry me? I want to love you forever. I will love you forever.
Remus felt himself tear up, and he swallowed.
Yes, of course, Sirius. Padfoot, of course.
He said, and then Sirius leaned and kissed him. The tears overflowed then, and when he pulled back, Sirius brushed them away with his fingertips. Sirius opened the box then, and a simple gold men's band sparkled in the light of the lamp. He offered it to Remus, and Remus reached inside, lifting the band out. Remus noted there was an inscription inside, in delicate cursive that mimicked Sirius's handwriting. Remus's birth date and the word annual.
Sirius.
Remus said.
Both of those are true.
Sirius smiled, leaning in to kiss him again.
Can I help you put it on?
Remus nodded, and Sirius took his hand, sliding the ring over Remus's finger. Remus hefted his hand in Sirius's, as if getting used to the weight. He looked into Sirius's eyes, which were sparkling.
I don't have one for you.
Remus said softly, and to his surprise, Sirius laughed a little.
Actually, you do. You just don't know yet.
Sirius said.
James helped me pick this one, and he took Monty's out of his vault for me. He was dying over dinner with the agony of not saying anything.
He's giving you his father's wedding ring. For me.
For us. And for me. He thought Monty would want me to have it, and you know there's no arguing with James once he's decided something.
Sirius said.
Even I tried to talk him out of it, and he wouldn't hear of it.
That would be beyond perfect.
Remus said softly, holding his hand up to better see the ring in the light.
It's beyond what I could have imagined.
Sirius said.
All of it, you marrying you, our son.
Sirius said, stopping to clear his throat.
The ring is the symbol of all of that.
He managed.
It's generous of James.
Remus said softly, cut off from his thoughts. He reached down, pressing his hand to his belly. He said.
What?
Sirius asked, and Remus heard the concern in it.
Is something...
He cut off when Remus broke into a grin.
I don't know if you'll be able to feel it from the outside.
Remus said.
It's like birds' wings.
He said, but he took Sirius's hand anyway and placed it on the crest of his belly. They waited a few silent moments together before Remus felt it again, the fluttering sensation of their son moving inside of him. Sirius looked up at him with awe across his face, and Remus knew he'd felt it.
Moony?
He said, adjusting his hand a bit.
Wanted to say happy birthday to your father, did you?
He asked Remus's belly, which fluttered again.
Padfoot.
Remus managed, and Sirius smiled widely.
Happy birthday, Moony.
He said, leaning in to kiss him softly. Sirius was on a 12-hour shift, his last week in the spell reversal department. Next week he'd be starting in obstetrics, the irony of which was not lost on either of them. Remus had been carefully spelling the sketchbook, with James's help, much as they had with the map. Today was his first attempt at using it to draw. He sat at their kitchen table, a cup of tea at his elbow, feeling all too cozy and comfortable for the task ahead. Still, he carefully kept in mind what Sirius had told him about his conversation with Regulus and Dumbledore, how long Tom Riddle had been working on creating Horcruxes, what objects he might be interested in. Remus took a deep breath and let the magic overtake him. the pencil in his hand feeling more like a wand, which surprised him. It also surprised him that he began to write, not to draw. Long, flowing cursive with huge loops began to pour out of his pencil before his hand moved to the top of the page again, this time sketching out an outline of what looked like the sketchbook. It was definitely a book, and for a moment Remus felt a pang of disappointment that he'd merely sketched a replica of what he was trying to do. But as he looked at the handwriting, it was unfamiliar to him, and he caught the word Hogwarts. Then his hand moved again, and it wrote out coordinates, scribbled at the side of the page. Remus gasped a little, whispering,
Finite.
He looked down at the page, his hands shaking.
Did Tom Riddle ever have a journal, a diary?
Sirius asked Dumbledore as Regulus looked at him. Dumbledore thought,
I don't personally know of one, but it would not surprise me, especially when he was younger.
Sirius nodded.
It may well have been when he was younger. The entry isn't dated, but it mentions Hogwarts.
What entry?
Regulus asked.
The one Remus sketched.
Sirius answered.
So you think that there's a Horcrux that's a diary? Because your pet.
He's not my pet anything.
Sirius snapped, his new ring heavy against his finger where it rested against his thigh.
Yes, we all see your new ring.
Regulus said as if reading Sirius's mind, and Sirius opened his mouth to reply when Dumbledore's voice stopped him.
You said there were also coordinates?
Dumbledore said, and Sirius nodded, though he also sighed.
There were. They are. Well, they're the location of Malfoy Manor,
He said heavily.
James plotted it.
And there's no mistake.
Regulus asked.
Not that we can tell. Not of the sketch nor of the coordinates.
Sirius said.
This is intense magic. Interesting, but is it reliable?
Dumbledore asked.
Do you have a better plan?
Sirius retorted, and he was a little satisfied when the room remained silent.
It is possible that Voldemort has entrusted some of these items with his most loyal supporters.
Dumbledore ventured.
But how to get them from his most loyal supporters? Is that not the real problem?
Sirius said, and Regulus nodded.
Regulus, you're familiar with the Malfoys, yes?
Dumbledore said.
Voldemort keeps his followers separated as much as possible. But otherwise, even outside of that, yes, we run in the same social circles.
I didn't know the Death Eaters was considered a social circle.
Sirius muttered, and Regulus ignored him.
And he's married to our cousin, Narcissa. She's also expecting a boy, though in late May, early June. Too early to be part of.
Regulus stopped.
Would you have access to the manor?
Dumbledore asked.
I'm sure I could arrange a visit.
Regulus said.
Not alone.
Sirius said, and Regulus looked at him.
Who else would come? You. You who have been disowned. Who hasn't seen anyone else in our family since you were 16.
Sirius scowled, but he knew he couldn't argue. Not with that anyway.
Even if Regulus can gain access, how is he supposed to find this diary? It's not like Malfoy is going to leave it out in the open, and he can't exactly archeo Tom Riddle's possibly schoolboy diary.
Dumbledore breathed deeply.
Regulus, he's correct.
I can do this.
Regulus said, lifting his head in a gesture that reminded Sirius so strongly of their mother, his stomach turned over.
And if you do it, what then?
Sirius asked, and both Regulus and Dumbledore turned to look at him.
Do we destroy it? Would Voldemort know if we did? Would that just lead to greater risk? Horcruxes can only be destroyed by...
Basilisk venom and fiend fire?
Dumbledore finished.
I am not sure if Voldemort would feel his Horcruxes being destroyed. His soul has been fractured for so long I doubt it, but...
The risk. If he thinks he's in danger, if he thinks his secret is danger, he'll strike.
Sirius said, thinking of Lily and Remus and their swelling stomachs, of the flutters he felt underneath his hand after Remus eats. Dumbledore considered.
Let us take this one step at a time. Regulus.
Regulus nodded.
I can make a social call to the Malfoys, see what I can find.
I will proceed from there.
Dumbledore finished, and Sirius frowned. The next day, Sirius was off, which was not for almost a week. Between his own shifts and those he covered for Marlene as a favor, Sirius grabbed 2 cups of coffee from the cart outside the ministry in the late afternoon and dutifully went through ministry security, taking the lift to the Auror's office. He passed through security there and weaved his way to James's desk, stopping beside James, who was dictating to a self-writing quill. James held up a finger, and Sirius waited.
Then the suspect panicked and tried to flee on foot, pushing aside a muggle kebab vendor. The vendor then became angry, joining the pursuit, until he managed to stab the suspect with a skewer, which made the suspect drop to his knees and allowed him to be apprehended by trainee Potter and trainee Shacklebolt.
James said before he waved his hand, sending the quill back to his desk.
Did you make that up for my benefit, or did that actually happen?
Sirius asked, his mouth twitching. James looked up at him and grinned.
Oh, that really happened. You should ask Shacklebolt. You'd be surprised at the average intelligence level of the common criminal.
You know, I don't think I would.
Sirius drawled, making James grin even more, and handed James his cup. James took a sip and wrinkled his nose.
Did you get this from the guy outside?
James asked.
Yes.
It's awful.
I thought it might be. There's a new guy.
Sirius observed. James looked at him speculatively over his cup.
Do you want to go get a proper coffee?
Do you have time?
I can finish this up when I get back. Moody won't mind.
Then let's...
Sirius said, and James nodded, dumping his entire cup straight into the bin.
That bad?
Try it.
Sirius did, and then binned his too, after vanishing the liquid out of it.
Come on,
James said, standing and pulling on his coat.
there's a place down the street.
Lead the way.
Sirius said, and followed James as he weaved back through the office. The place down the street was, to Sirius's relief, Muggle, though Sirius cast a Muffalato spell anyway.
So what is it?
James asked, taking a sip from his coffee. Sirius sighed and ran a hand across his face.
It's a lot, and hard to talk about on a rota patrol, you know.
James ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair.
Even if they're boring, they don't lend themselves to conversation, do they? And otherwise, we usually see each other with Lily, Remus, or Pete around.
Sirius nodded.
We need more time together.
James said.
I'm not going to argue with that, Prongs, ever.
Sirius said wryly.
Same, but
James looked across the table.
this is specific. Padfoot.
I'm worried.
Sirius confessed, letting his gaze land on the table.
Fuck, I sound mental.
No, you don't.
James said firmly, his voice loud enough that Sirius looked up at him.
We've both got the war hanging over us, and the prophecy, as if being newly married and expecting a baby isn't enough.
He sighed.
You forgot the Horcruxes, and Regulus and Dumbledore. But yeah.
Sirius bit his lip.
Fuck, James, Remus.
Remus seems okay.
James said slowly.
Have you met Remus? Do you think he'd voluntarily show us if he wasn't okay?
Sirius shot back.
Padfoot.
Sorry.
Sirius breathed.
He does seem okay. His hours at the library got cut, and he's using them to work on the sketchbook. I'm glad he is, that we have a path, but I wish he'd use them to rest.
James tilted his head.
Does he seem tired?
Sirius hummed.
A little. He had a good run there for a few weeks, but I think his energy is beginning to wane again. Dorcas said it would in the 3rd trimester, but he's only 6 months.
He paused.
It's nothing big. An extra cup of tea in the morning or one in the afternoon. Goes to bed a little earlier than he would usually. Naps.
Moony naps. Even when we were in school, that was the height of dishonor.
James gasped, but he softened it with a smile.
He's pregnant, Padfoot. He's growing another person.
Is Lily tired?
James seemed to think.
No, she's been rearranging the kitchen cabinets on a daily basis. I have no idea where anything is anymore. It's different every day. Merlin helped me if I complain, though.
Sirius laughed a little.
Nesting. The Horcrux hunt. The sketchbook. It takes up so much of his magic, and he's also using his magic. It's not like Lily. His pregnancy is tied to his lycanthropy, but it's magical too.
He'd never put your child in harm's way, Sirius.
James said softly.
I know, but he'd put himself in harm's way without thinking twice.
Have you talked to him about it?
Sirius took a sip out of his own cup.
I'm taking that as a no. Talk to him about it.
James said.
Tell him you're worried. See what he says.
You think that's going to go well?
Sirius asked.
Probably not. Mooney gets tetchy about being told to take care of himself. You'll survive.
Cheers, mate.
You're welcome.
James said, smiling.
James. Don't you feel responsible? There's so much.
I don't know if responsible is the word.
James said slowly.
I want to make sure Lily is all right, feeling well, that our Sprog gets here safe and sound. I also know, well, Lily is more than capable of taking care of herself.
Do you think Remus is...
I think Remus would say he is.
That's not an answer, James.
James seemed to think.
I think Padfoot needs to heal.
He finally said.
Are you telling me I'm overly concerned about Remus? Our baby?
Sirius bristled a bit.
Not overly concerned. Not. It's not unreasonable. I get it. You have more on your plate with Regulus and Dumbledore. Don't you think some of that is transferring over to Remus? Doesn't Regulus have a dinner planned with the Malfoys this week?
James asked knowingly.
Yeah,
Sirius said, blowing it out with a gust of air.
and we still are more or less stumbling around in the dark. We have no idea how to get a hold of anything we think is a Horcrux, or what to do with it if we do. And what if Voldemort catches on to what we are doing? What if he acts early, on the prophecy, or the order?
Padfoot.
Prongs.
James looked down at his cup.
There's no good answer to any of that, Padfoot. We can't control him. You know that as well as I do.
So what do we do?
Sirius asked.
What we are doing. Going about our lives. Supporting Lily and Remus. Meeting Pete for a pint. He wants to take all of that away from us as much as he wants anything huge, Padfoot. He wants us scared. He wants me out of the Auror office and you out of St. Mungo's. He wants us to see each other less, to drift apart. He wants us to be afraid. The worst thing you could do is allow him those other wins.
Sirius sighed.
I know that's right. I know all of that's right. I know I'll protect Remus and our son with my life. But it doesn't feel like it's enough.
Padfoot, you're a brave, clever, energetic person. You believe we're in danger, including your husband and child. You're not going to be content to sit at home through that. I get that. Remus gets it. But the best thing you can do is to do what you're already doing. And you're hardly doing nothing.
Sirius thought about it, blew out a breath.
All right, I get it.
Good. And come to me whenever you need to. I'm sure to be in a right state as Lily gets closer to her due date.
Sirius laughed a bit.
Same.
James suddenly grinned.
Excellent. Because we're going to be fathers.
The best.
Sirius added.
At least you will be.
As if you won't be. The best.
James echoed and Sirius smiled.
Mooney.
Sirius called as he entered the flat, towing off his shoes and hanging up his leather jacket.
Kitchen?
Remus answered, and Sirius padded into the kitchen, where Remus was peering at something in the oven.
It smells really good in here.
Sirius said as Remus straightened, kissing him softly.
Rack of lamb?
Remus replied.
Fancy.
Sirius said, and Remus laughed.
It was on sale at the market today, and it sounded good.
Remus answered.
I'm not arguing, Mooney.
Sirius clarified, wrapping his arms around Remus from behind, kissing his neck and spreading his hands on Remus's belly.
How's the sprog?
Napping right now, I think, so don't wake him.
Remus answered lightly, turning his head to kiss Sirius on the cheek.
I thought you were off today, but you weren't here when I got home from the library.
I brought Prongs a coffee.
Sirius answered, letting Remus out of his hold as Remus moved, reaching out toward the countertop.
It was proper shit, so we went out for a real one.
Remus hummed.
Sounds nice. You and James should go out more often.
You mean without our balls and chains attached?
Sirius teased, and Remus rolled his eyes.
Not in those words, but yes.
Sirius moved around Remus to wash his hands, and then pulled down plates to start setting the table. He watched Remus move around, pulling the lamb out of the oven and preparing the sides. He smiled a bit, which Remus must have caught out of the corner of his eye.
What?
Remus asked.
Nothing.
Sirius said, filling the water glasses. Remus narrowed his eyes.
If you were thinking about how cute I am.
Well, you are.
Sirius defended.
Not even an attempt at a denial.
Remus noted.
You are. All domestic. Cooking dinner. Your hair a bit mussed from the heat. Your little bump.
Remus threw him a wry smile.
Barefoot and pregnant in your kitchen.
Literally. But that's not why.
Sirius stopped, suddenly choked up.
Padfoot?
Remus asked, coming to stand next to him, placing a hand on Sirius's cheek. Sirius took a breath.
I worry about you. I told Prongs earlier. I worry.
Remus's eyebrows knit together.
Whatever for?
Whatever for. Mooney. You're channeling all this magic trying to hunt down Horcruxes. You're still working at the library. You're also working for the Order on other projects and keeping up with the household stuff. We have that prophecy hanging over our heads. You're carrying my baby. It's a lot.
You work at Mungo's, and for the Order. You do just as much around the house as I do. You're working with Regulus and Dumbledore, and I only think that's going to get more intense.
Remus frowned.
I'm not pregnant.
Sirius countered, and Remus raised his eyebrows.
I'm pregnant, not an invalid.
I know, Mooney. You're channeling a lot of magic to keep that going too, and I worry.
What did James say about that?
Remus asked softly.
That I should talk to you about it.
Communicate, like adults.
Remus said, and his mouth tilted.
Pretty much.
How grown up of him.
He had better role models. Remus Mooney.
Sirius, everything I'm doing, it's to keep us going. Keep us safe. Keep our son healthy and growing.
I know that, Mooney. But you're the last person who is going to admit if anything gets to be too much.
Remus sighed.
You're scared.
Sirius nodded.
For you, for him, for Regulus.
Padfoot.
Remus said, and Sirius saw his eyes soften.
I want you to tell me, Mooney. Tell me if it gets to be too much. If you get tired or worried or scared.
I'm always scared, Padfoot. I just focus on what I can.
Like what?
You and your gorgeous jaw covered in evening stubble.
Mooney.
I'm serious.
Remus said, but he paused.
I'll tell you, I promise.
Sirius blew out a breath.
Yeah.
Remus leaned forward and pressed his forehead to Sirius's.
Yes. I know what's at stake here, Padfoot. You're right. Normally I wouldn't want to show any weakness, but... But it's you, and now, him. I don't have much of a choice.
Don't sound so thrilled, Mooney.
Remus's breath ghosted across Sirius's mouth.
That's not what I mean. I mean, I have a family now, of my own. People who love me, depend on me, or will depend on me, for things large and small. It's intimidating. I want to be smaller, feel less important.
You're important. You're everything.
That's what's scary to me.
Remus whispered.
I know.
Sirius said.
I know. So, we'll be scared together.
I think that's a plan.
Remus answered.
Is it a bad plan?
Not at all.
Remus said, moving forward just a little bit to capture Sirius's lips in a kiss. Sirius looked down at the table.
It looks so normal,
he finally said, and Regulus looked at him. There on the table in Shropshire was what Regulus claimed was Tom Riddle's teenage diary. It looked ordinary enough. Regulus remained quiet on how he had managed to get it away from Lucius Malfoy, though he'd managed to drop enough hints to know it involved more subterfuge, and a deeper vow and pledge to Voldemort that Sirius definitely didn't want to know the details of, especially if it made Regulus look as pale as he did when he skimmed the surface of it. The diary was ordinary enough that Sirius wouldn't have given it a second look in another context, but now that he could feel the magic cresting off of it in waves. It made him ill.
The magic, however,
Dumbledore said.
I trust you can feel that.
It's overwhelming.
Regulus said, and Sirius nodded.
What do we do with it?
Sirius asked.
It needs to be destroyed, though I am concerned, as I believe you both are, that should we start destroying the Horcruxes, Voldemort could feel it in some way, or reason out what we are doing.
Dumbledore replied.
And yet, the Horcrux. It can't be safe to keep an item with a Horcrux in it. The magic is too dark. Dangerous. It must have influence over others.
Regulus speculated, and Sirius nodded.
I agree,
Dumbledore said.
That's why I don't think it should be brought to Hogwarts, or that either of you should keep it.
So what is the alternative?
Sirius asked.
I have a magical safe. It resides with my brother. He will allow me to keep things there, and I think the enchantments around it will keep him from being affected.
You have a brother?
Sirius blurted, and then immediately blushed.
Quite. And he is discreet, as you already know, Mr. Black.
Dumbledore answered. Suddenly Regulus looked up.
We can trust you with this.
He asked sharply.
What if you want to use this for your own ends? For your own power?
Regulus.
Sirius hissed, but Regulus looked unaffected. So Sirius noted, did Dumbledore.
A fair question, Mr. Black. I think you would find, should you examine my life, many of the worst things I have seen or been privy to have come about when I have seen power, mine or others, misused, intentionally or by accident. I am far from perfect, and I still have bouts of, shall we say, grandeur, but I am under no illusions that the road to power is smooth.
Dumbledore paused.
And my brother, well, this or any other Horcrux would hold no influence over him, that I can assure you.
Sirius watched Regulus subside.
So you're asking me to trust you?
Regulus said.
As you have asked me to trust you.
Dumbledore replied smoothly.
I hope this is the right thing.
Regulus said, and Sirius privately agreed. Dumbledore took a breath.
Sirius, has Mr. Lupin drawn anything else of interest?
Sirius blinked, took a moment to regroup.
He's begun another sketch, yes. It's unfinished. The magic takes a lot of energy. And while Remus is a powerful wizard, his magic is also.
Sirius stopped.
Well, it's also working in other areas. So far, the sketch looks like a bowl, but he knows it's unfinished, as do I.
You will let us know when it is finished.
Dumbledore asked.
Of course.
Sirius said, and he saw Regulus nod. Dumbledore picked up the diary gingerly.
Then I think we are finished here today, gentlemen,
he said, and this time it was Sirius who nodded.
Orion.
Remus said, and Sirius glared.
Don't even joke.
Not even as a middle name.
Mooney.
Remus grinned. They were sitting in bed, Remus sketching, though idly, not in the enchanted sketchbook, and Sirius had been reading until Remus had brought up baby names. Dorcas had been by that day for his weekly check-in, and at the end of his 25th week, the last part of Remus's second trimester was closing in fast. Dorcas had declared everything well, and they'd seen the baby on projection, looking more and more like an infant each passing week.
James and Lily have already decided.
Remus said casually.
Well, they had it easy. Monty's father's name was Henry. Classic. They're changing it a bit, turning it into what he was called Harry, and using James's name for the middle, which is actually, all according to wizarding custom, Harry James.
It's wonderful.
Remus said, and Sirius nodded.
And you're only proving my point about Orion.
Sirius put down his book and looked at Remus.
Lyle,
He said, and watched as Remus pulled a face.
see,
He said smugly.
and your father was a hell of a lot better than mine.
What about your grandfathers? That's what James and Lily are doing.
Do we have to do what James and Lily are doing?
No, but you usually do.
Remus said lightly.
Pollux and Arcturus.
Sirius answered, and Remus scrunched his nose.
Regulus's middle name is already Arcturus, though if you'd like to continue the tradition.
I see your point.
Remus grumbled, putting his sketch pad on the bedside table.
Though technically we could try any star or constellation.
Mooney.
There would be a ton to choose from. Even Cosmos.
Mooney.
Atlas, Archer, Canis.
Are you trying to have an actual discussion, or are you trying to wind me up?
Sirius asked, dog-earing his book.
Both, honestly.
Remus said, laughing a little as he ran a hand over his belly.
I just think, well, little one is feeling more and more like a real baby every day. The projection today.
Yeah.
Sirius said, using a hand to rub a circle on the side of Remus's belly.
I know. Wait for the next few months, though.
Remus sighed.
You're telling me I already am hungry all the time, and that's when I don't have to piss.
Sirius laughed.
Lily says you're lucky in that regard. Little boy has a bit more room in you. She's shorter, and she's suffering for it.
Don't rub it in.
Remus advised.
I value my life.
Sirius said, and Remus laughed.
What about your family? What were your grandfather's names?
Remus thought.
Mam's was Senog.
That's the most Welsh thing I've ever heard.
Dar's was Edward.
Sirius raised his eyebrows.
You've been holding Edward back on me.
Remus's cheeks tinted pink.
I wasn't sure you'd like it.
You do.
Sirius observed. Remus bit his lip.
I do. Been thinking about it for a while.
Oh,
Sirius said softly.
I like it. It's formal for a little boy, though. I thought, well, Ted or Teddy might be good for a little boy.
Sirius tilted his head at Remus.
Teddy? Teddy Lupin, that's lovely.
Remus lifted his eyes to Sirius's, and Sirius thought,
Oh, you're lovely.
You think?
I think.
We don't have to use Lupin. He's just as much a black. Or we could use both.
He may be mine, but he's not a black. I don't want to use it.
Sirius said firmly but quietly.
All right.
Remus agreed, picking up Sirius's hand and entwining their fingers.
We'll have to meet him, see if it fits.
I love it.
Sirius confessed.
And your name for the middle, yes. Edward Remus.
I thought you Edward Sirius.
Sirius laughed a little.
You're doing the work here, Mooney, so I'm inclined to go with you. But why don't we decide when we meet him?
I love that idea.
Remus said softly. Sirius picked up their joined hands and kissed Remus's knuckles.
I love you,
he said.
Does he always get this way?
James asked, and not at all quietly, causing Lily to swat at his arm.
He does.
Sirius said, but more quietly, watching Remus sketch, his legs out so that his feet were on the coffee table, pad in his lap, long fingers tightening on the pencil. Remus was quiet, intense, and focused, biting a bit at his lower lip. James and Lily were over for a visit, but Remus had started sketching earlier in the afternoon, and he hadn't stopped even when they got there.
Can he even hear us?
James asked.
I can prongs.
Remus said casually, but Sirius heard the irritation in it.
So shut it. Feels almost done.
Should we maybe move to the kitchen? Leave him to it?
Lily asked softly. Sirius shook his head. The truth was, even though Remus did it, Sirius hated leaving him to sketch alone. The entire process was such a drain on his magic it continued to worry Sirius, especially as Remus's pregnancy progressed. Finally, the pencil went slack in Remus's fingers, and he drew in a deep breath. When he let it out, the air, the magic in the room shifted. So noticeably, Sirius heard Lily let out a little gasp.
Well, it was the badger. That was ridiculously hard.
Remus said, handing the sketchbook to Sirius, who took it, angling so that James and Lily could see it.
A badger?
James asked.
Hufflepuff.
Sirius breathed.
Hufflepuff's cup.
There on the page was a drawing of a cup with two handles and the crest of a badger in the center. Remus had scribbled coordinates in on the side next to it.
I'll be damned.
James said lowly.
Remus, are you okay?
Lily asked softly. Remus had closed his eyes and leaned his head on the back of the couch. Sirius frowned.
I'm fine.
Remus said, lifting his head, smiling a little.
Starving. Can we have dinner?
Lily smiled.
It's 3 in the afternoon, love.
She said, shifting a bit and bringing a hand to the side of her belly.
Point stands.
Remus said, and James grinned at him.
Come on, Remus, let's raid the kitchen, and then we'll order curry at 5 on the dot.
Lily said, getting up with a little effort out of her chair.
Ooh, Sirius stocked some of the good biscuits yesterday.
Remus said, also standing.
The fudge-covered ones.
Lily asked eagerly.
The very same.
Remus said, as they headed into the kitchen.
Excellent.
Lily said, as they disappeared through the kitchen door, leaving James and Sirius in their wake.
Should we be concerned?
James asked.
No, I bought 4 packages.
Sirius said.
Should get through today. Might need to make another stop tomorrow.
Padfoot.
Sirius sighed.
I don't know, James. It's what I've said before. Between the pregnancy and the sketching, Mooney is testing the limits of his body and his magic. You know he won't let me talk him into stopping.
So we have to help out as best we can regardless.
James said.
So how do we do that?
Stock his favorite biscuits and order curry at 5.
Mission accepted.
James said, just as Lily's voice drifted from the kitchen.
Oh my God, James, you have got to get these for me. They are divine.
She called, and Sirius laughed.
The coordinates are to Gringotts Bank.
Sirius said.
I looked it up. There's no question.
Do you think it's like the diary? He gave it to a loyal member of his group.
Dumbledore said. Sirius nodded.
I think that's the most likely scenario. In fact, the exact coordinates, they're to a vault.
He paused.
The Lestrange vault.
Regulus turned to him, an eyebrow raised sharply.
How did you find that out?
Made a trip to Gringotts myself. Visited my own vault. This one, it's not far. Down the same line. The goblins are nothing if not organized.
Sirius said.
The Lestrange's vault. Bellatrix.
Regulus breathed out. Sirius nodded.
She makes sense. She's quite devoted.
Regulus managed, and his voice sounded like he'd rolled something sour on his tongue.
The goblins are also secure.
Dumbledore added.
There's no way to sneak into someone else's vault.
No way.
No way that will not involve a social call to family.
Dumbledore said, and Regulus looked down.
What about if we looked like the owner of the vault?
Sirius ventured.
Polyjuice. You're talking about using Polyjuice potion.
Regulus said, and Sirius nodded.
We use Polyjuice often in the Order to disguise.
He looked at Regulus and then stopped.
I could do it.
Regulus said.
Or I could.
Sirius offered, and both Dumbledore and Regulus looked at him.
I might be the better choice. Bellatrix and I, we didn't get along when we were young, but that's because we were too alike.
You haven't seen her in years.
Regulus said.
I'm more familiar with her now. Her mannerisms, the way she moves, all of that will be important. Even, and maybe especially with Polyjuice.
Is any of that different from the way she was when we were younger? The way we were all taught? The way any black of breeding carries themselves?
As if you're a black of breeding.
Regulus started, but Sirius continued.
I haven't forgotten the old ways, brother, as much as I hate them.
Sirius bit out.
Gentlemen,
Dumbledore said mildly.
even with Polyjuice, this will be difficult and dangerous. Detection by the goblins would likely mean imprisonment, at best.
Regulus took a risk to get the diary. I can take a risk to get the cup.
Sirius said, and Regulus continued to look at him.
What about your Remus?
Regulus asked.
I'll talk to him. He'll understand.
Sirius said.
I can brew the potion.
Regulus said, sighing, as if that were a compromise.
It would be easy for me to obtain, say, a hair at a meeting, but it will take the requisite month.
Then we are agreed.
Dumbledore said.
Regulus will make the potion, keep us apprised of his progress. Sirius, when the time comes, you'll attempt to retrieve the cup.
I will retrieve it.
Sirius stated firmly.
In the meantime, Mr. Lupin.
Dumbledore trailed off.
Will continue to do his part.
Sirius said softly. Dumbledore nodded, and Sirius sighed. Remus was in the sitting room when Sirius returned, reading, his long legs stretched out in front of him on the couch. He'd begun to run warm, and even though it was the beginning of May, London was experiencing warmer than usual temperatures, so there was no fire going. Remus looked up when Sirius came into the room, smiling, though the smile dropped from his face when he caught sight of Sirius's own face.
That bad?
Remus asked softly, his face concerned.
Not really. It will be fine.
Sirius said, lifting Remus's feet to sit on the sofa with him, putting the feet back in his lap when he settled.
What will be fine?
Remus asked seriously.
Retrieving the cup.
There's a plan for that.
There is now. Regulus is going to brew some polyjuice potion. When it's ready, I'm going to take it, go to Gringotts' Bellatrix, and enter the Lestrange vault. If all goes well, I'll be able to exit with the cup.
Sirius looked over at Remus and saw the worry written there, and surprisingly, anger overlaying it.
You're going to do what?
Remus asked, sitting up a little awkwardly with his growing belly, his feet dropping to the floor.
I'm the best candidate. Bellatrix and I know her.
Sirius, I thought Regulus.
I can't leave Regulus to do everything. He can't be the only one taking chances, risking.
Risking his life. Sirius, if you get caught, the best case is that you go to Azkaban. The goblins won't be forgiving, and neither will be the Lestranges. The worst case.
Remus stopped, his nostrils flaring.
I know that, Moony. I know that.
But you'll do it anyway.
Remus snapped.
Remus, we're fighting a war here.
Sirius said hotly.
You knew this was dangerous. It was always dangerous. Nearly everything we do is dangerous. We're fighting a war.
Sirius repeated.
We work for the Order. We're working with Regulus and Dumbledore. We're having.
Sirius stopped suddenly.
No, finish that.
Remus said, and Sirius saw the red on his cheeks.
No, finish that. We're having.
We're having a baby. A baby. In the middle of a war we are losing. The Death Eaters, they're getting bolder. They attacked a muggle shop last week. Dearborn has gone missing.
But our baby, he's dangerous.
Remus said.
He's not. But the circumstances around him are.
Sirius said.
Being carried by a male, half-blood werewolf.
Remus bit out.
No.
Sirius said hotly.
But surrounded by people who want him dead, just for who he is. Then there's the prophecy. You know Voldemort is going to act on that, sooner rather than later.
So this is a mistake.
Remus said hotly.
No, Moony, I don't. That's not what I mean.
Sirius said, wondering when the conversation had taken this turn.
But you have to acknowledge that these aren't ideal circumstances. Not for a child, not for anyone. I have to do my part.
Breaking into Gringotts as Bellatrix Lestrange is more than doing your part.
Remus bit out.
I can't leave it all to Regulus.
Sirius said.
So you've said.
What did you think was going to happen, Moony? This is only the second Horcrux, and we don't know how many there are. And you're one to talk. You're the one using all your magic to try to find these things. When?
When what?
When you also need to be using your magic to sustain your pregnancy. You aren't Lily, Remus. This is part of your lycanthropy, but it's also part of your magic. Don't you feel that? I do. Every time I'm near you. I can feel it thrumming under your skin, around our.
Sirius stopped.
What if you drain yourself too much? What if you can't do both? A delivery, too early, and...
Sirius stopped again.
A delivery with a father in Azkaban isn't ideal either.
Remus snapped, and Sirius looked over at him.
Or one who is dead.
Remus.
I'm doing the best I can here.
Remus said.
I'm trying to juggle it, the threat to me, to you, to our child. Working on finding the Horcruxes, being healthy, and now you're going to go off, get more involved to save Regulus.
Regulus deserves saving.
Sirius said quietly.
I'm not arguing that.
Remus said just as quietly.
But I'm not sure he's worth your life.
Sirius looked up sharply.
I'm not sure any of this is worth yours or our son's.
I'm a grown man, Sirius. You cannot control my actions.
The same applies here.
Sirius bit back.
Except I'm not pregnant.
he added.
So you can do whatever you want, with whomever you want, while I'm supposed to stay home, do the bare minimum, and merely hope we all survive.
Mooney.
While you work for the Order, you work with the Horcruxes, and now you're going to risk your life.
This isn't risking my life.
You don't know that.
I do. This is dangerous, but it's doable.
What if the next one isn't doable? Or the one after that?
Remus asked.
Where does it end?
It ends with Voldemort mortal and dead before he can get to our son.
Sirius said bluntly.
Or with you dead, and me raising our son alone?
Remus countered, standing suddenly.
Mooney.
I don't want to do this alone. I don't want to do it without you. I don't want you dead.
Remus said, stalking toward the entryway.
And I don't want you struggling. I don't want you draining your magic away from our child. I don't want our son hunted by Voldemort.
Sirius paused.
Where are you going?
Out.
Remus said shortly.
Remus.
I'm perfectly capable of taking a walk, Padfoot.
Remus bit out, getting his feet in some shoes.
Remus, you don't have to go.
Sirius said.
Yeah, I do.
Remus said.
I need a moment. Maybe you do too.
He said, opening the door and letting himself out, leaving Sirius standing in the entryway of their flat. Sirius waited an hour before calling James through the mirror. James picked up almost right away, a worried face and his messy hair filling the glass.
He's here, Padfoot. He's here. I can hear him talking to Lily in the kitchen.
Sirius blew out a breath.
Thanks, Prongs. I thought so. I wanted to make sure.
James nodded.
You're really going to do it?
He added after a pause.
Prongs, not you too.
No, not me too. I understand why. I'd probably do it too.
James added.
But you have to see where he's coming from.
Do I?
It's dangerous, Padfoot. I know you know that. He's afraid. The more dangerous this becomes, the more you are going to do.
I don't know what you people thought this was.
Sirius snapped.
It's always been dangerous. It will continue to be.
Part of you is going to like that, Padfoot. That's what scares us.
Sirius looked hard at the glass, feeling his cheeks heating.
Prongs, that's not true.
Padfoot, who do you think you're talking to?
This isn't some schoolboy adventure. It's our futures, all of us, including yours and Lily's and your child's.
Sirius snapped.
It's a fine line, Padfoot. Serious, and you know it. Be honest, at least.
Sirius shook his head.
Do you really think I'd risk myself on purpose? For the thrill?
James looked like he was thinking about it.
Not for the thrill, but I don't think that's an impediment for you the way it is for some people.
Prongs.
James shrugged.
That's just a fact, especially if you're focused. And you are, on Mooney and the prophecy. He knows that too. It's tangled, Padfoot. Even you know that.
Sirius sighed.
And he feels helpless. To stop you. To stop Voldemort. He thinks you're using his pregnancy against him.
Not against him, Prongs. But doesn't he realize he's the most important piece right now? Does he really want to be out there doing these things, pregnant or not?
He feels helpless.
James repeated.
He and Lily keep using the word incubator.
James.
Sirius paused.
He's literally leading us to these Horcruxes, and he feels like an incubator.
To be fair, I don't think just like an incubator, no. But he feels like that's what he's been reduced to sometimes.
Prongs.
Listen, I'm not going to give all of his confidences away, but he's vulnerable, and he knows it, and he's terrified of losing you on top of it, especially if your behavior is going to get riskier, and we all know it will.
Way to bring out the heavy artillery, Prongs.
Just calling it like it is, Padfoot.
Your unfailing honesty is actually a flaw.
So is your loyalty.
You don't believe that.
Neither do you about my honesty.
James smiled.
Give him a little bit of space, Padfoot. We'll see he gets home safely.
Yeah,
Sirius said.
Thanks, Prongs.
No problem, Padfoot.
James said, and then the mirror went silent, and so did their flat. This time, it was Sirius who was sitting on the sofa when Remus came into the room. It was past dinner, and Remus looked tired, bags starting to form under his eyes.
I ate.
Remus started.
James and Lily fed me, us.
Good,
Sirius said.
Mooney.
He started, but Remus shook his head as he gingerly took a seat next to Sirius.
I just worry, Padfoot. I know you think that's been your territory for the last few months, but it isn't.
Sirius waited, knowing it was better to let Remus get it all out if he was going to talk.
You're right. The sketching, it pulls on my magic. I haven't felt it affect the pregnancy yet. If it does, I'll let you know.
Remus drew a breath.
But I can't. I can't do nothing. He's my son too.
Remus continued, a hand coming up to rub his belly, a little absently, Sirius thought.
And you're so deep into it already, Sirius. We're even before this, and now you'll only get deeper. Do you think I don't realize things are going to get more risky, more dangerous? I meant it when I said it before. I don't want to do this without you. Life, a baby, a son, Teddy.
Remus said, and his voice broke a little on the name.
Oh, Mooney.
Sirius said, taking a deep breath. He put his palm on Remus's belly.
I think it got real for us today in a way it hadn't before. You're 7 months gone. This baby is coming.
A miss.
Never a mistake.
Sirius emphasized.
We chose to have him. I'm so glad we did, Mooney. But you're right. It's not like it's going to get easier from here on out. The end of July is going to be here before we know it. He'll be here before we know it. I don't expect us to be done with the Horcruxes by then, and by virtue of what they are. This is dark magic, Remus. We thought we knew that, but everything is feeling sharper, clearer. To me, I would guess to you too.
Remus nodded silently.
I may take more risks. You're right. Prongs is right. I may not be able to always control the outcome.
Sirius said slowly, and he felt Remus's belly shift underneath his hand as Remus took a deep breath.
But I'm doing it to keep everything and everyone I love safe, not for the actual risk. Do you understand that?
Padfoot, I know you.
Remus said softly.
I won't shy away from risk, that's true.
Sirius said.
Never have, and probably never will. But I know what's important, and I have learned far more self-control than I get credit for sometimes.
Remus tilted his head back toward the ceiling.
That's true.
We have to trust each other here, Mooney, or there will be nothing left.
Sirius felt a sudden shudder go through him, a cool breeze, as if from another life.
I'll trust you to keep yourself and us as safe as you can, if you will trust me that I will take care of myself and him.
Remus turned to look at Sirius, all large brown eyes, and Sirius swallowed.
We'll take care of each other, husband.
Sirius answered, and then he leaned forward and kissed Remus's lips, which were soft and firm and completely home. Remus shifted in bed a little as Sirius continued to read his textbook to Remus's belly.
The major function of the placenta is to transfer nutrients and oxygen from the mother, I think it should say parent, but whatever, to the fetus and to assist in the removal of waste products from the fetus to the mother, or parent. In addition, it plays an important role in the synthesis of hormones, peptides and steroids that are vital for a successful pregnancy.
Sirius continued. Remus looked down at him.
The timing of your obstetrics rotation really could have been better,
he said dryly. Sirius was reading from his textbook against Remus's stomach, and they both watched as a ripple moved across the swelling skin. Sirius looked up.
I think that was a foot, Mooney.
Felt like it.
Remus agreed.
I think he likes it when I read to him.
He definitely recognizes your voice.
Remus agreed absently, then was startled when Sirius looked up at him, his whole face beaming.
You think so?
Sirius asked breathlessly. Remus smiled.
I know so. Almost always more active when you're talking, whether it's to him or not.
Sirius continued to grin.
You like my voice, little one?
He said, and Remus's bump rippled again, causing Sirius to laugh and Remus to wince a bit.
Well, I'm chuffed. I really am, little man. But you should be even more grateful for your other dad, who made that placenta that is keeping you so nice and healthy. Even Dorcas says it's textbook, and now I know what that means.
Sirius said, pressing a kiss to Remus's stomach.
Thank you,
Remus said.
I've worked very hard on it.
You have, Mooney. Stop being self-deprecating about this instant.
Point taken.
Remus smiled.
Can I have a kiss for that?
Of course,
Sirius said, patting Remus's belly once more before sitting up to kiss Remus properly. Remus, to Sirius's surprise, deepened the kiss almost instantly, pressing back enough to open Sirius's mouth and tangle their tongues. They kissed until they needed air, and when they pulled back, Remus's face was flushed.
Mooney.
Sirius questioned, but Remus dove back in, all teeth and heat until Sirius was panting. Remus pulled back far enough to begin pressing hot, open-mouthed kisses to Sirius's jaw, and Sirius shivered.
Mooney.
He tried again.
Padfoot, I've wanted a good shag from you all day. You're lucky I've held it together this long, so shut up and fill me up.
Remus said between kisses, nipping at Sirius's earlobe.
Moony.
Sirius groaned.
Why didn't you say something earlier?
I was hungry, and I didn't want the roast to get cold.
Remus said as if this was perfectly reasonable, and Sirius laughed.
I almost had you shag me in the kitchen, but I'm getting too big for that, so here we are. If you're done with your studying...
I'm done.
Sirius panted, pushing his book off the bed, which fell to the floor with a satisfying thud.
Excellent.
Remus managed as he leaned back far enough to take off his sleep shirt. He brought a hand up to his own chest, thumbing a nipple himself and biting back a moan.
Good God, Moony.
Sirius observed, growing harder in his pants.
Hormones.
Remus breathed out as a flush started down his neck. His hand started to travel over his stomach toward his crotch, and Sirius batted his hand away.
Let me, Moony.
Sirius breathed, pulling on Remus's bottoms and pants until Remus wiggled them off and they joined the growing mess on the floor. Remus's cock sprang free, full and hard, rubbing a bit on the swell of his belly, curling toward his hip. He had to have been thinking about this, Sirius thought. Pre-cum was already leaking from the tip, and Sirius used it to slick his hand before he took hold of Remus. Remus, this hot and hard against his palm, made Sirius himself groan.
Yes.
Remus hissed, and Sirius worked him in his hand until Remus's hips began shifting.
Moony.
It's good.
Remus panted.
It's not enough.
He gritted out.
I need you, inside. Fill me up as full as I am with your son.
He managed, opening his eyes to make eye contact with Sirius.
Goddamn Moony.
Sirius hissed, ridding himself of the rest of his clothing.
That's... Oh my God, that's hot.
He managed.
Side, hands and knees.
In answer, Remus rolled over, his cock coming free from Sirius's fist.
I think I could take you deeper on my hands and knees, but my side will be more comfortable. It's hard, though. I want you so much, so deep.
Remus stopped with a moan.
Moony, we've hardly. Almost no foreplay. Prep.
Sirius grit out. In reply, Remus uttered the incantation to clean, lubricate, and stretch himself from the inside, and as he did, he moaned.
You think me talking about how full I want to be isn't foreplay?
He managed, gritting his teeth. Sirius, whose own cock grew fuller, moaned.
Point taken.
Padfoot.
Remus said, and he shifted his hips towards Sirius.
2 fingers now.
Sirius punched out a breath, but complied, pushing 2 fingers into a surprisingly pliant Remus. Remus moaned and relaxed, and Sirius felt his cock jump again. Sirius moved his fingers around and in and out, and Remus pushed back, his hips beginning to stutter a bit.
More.
Remus chanted, but when Sirius pushed in another finger, Remus grit out.
Not enough.
And rocked, fucking himself on Sirius's fingers. The pace he set was almost punishing, and Sirius swallowed hard at the sight of it, of Remus, face buried in his pillow, panting, his chest flushed, his belly swollen and increasingly heavy, and his cock hard and leaking as he rocked on Sirius's fingers.
Moony.
Sirius breathed out, and Remus moaned in answer. Sirius removed his fingers, and Remus moaned again as Sirius began to enter him. He'd meant to go slowly, but Remus was so open and so ready, Sirius slid in quickly, and Remus cried out.
Remus.
Sirius managed.
It's so good, fucking finally.
Remus said, pushing himself back on Sirius's cock, and Sirius panted.
Fuck me.
Remus began to chant, and Sirius couldn't help it, gave himself over to the rhythm of Remus's voice, pounding into Remus in what Sirius thought would be a relentless pace, but Remus seemed to love it, his head tilted upward and his mouth open in a silent gasp. Sirius went to get a hand around Remus, but the second he touched Remus, Remus came, hard and long, shivering from the force of it. Sirius continued to fuck him through it, hips snapping, chasing his inevitable orgasm fast and hard, until he pushed in one last time, burying himself in Remus and coming so hard he saw white at the edges of his vision. They panted together for a bit, until Sirius finally began to soften, watching his cum dribble out as he pulled out of Remus. Sirius uttered the cleaning charm and melded his front to Remus's back. Remus, for his part, was still panting a bit and boneless on the bed, his hand resting on the crest of his belly.
Moony.
Sirius asked, pressing kisses to Remus's cheek and neck.
So much better.
Remus said, and Sirius laughed lowly, landing another kiss to the side of Remus's neck. Remus looked at the sketchbook, tilting his head.
A crown.
He asked. Sirius took the sketchbook out of his hands, tilting it a bit to the side.
It does look like a crown. A tiara, maybe.
Let me see.
Lily said, and Sirius handed the pad over to her.
Definitely looks like a tiara.
She frowned as James looked over her shoulder.
Why would Voldemort hide a Horcrux in a tiara?
James asked.
It must be related to a founder.
Remus proposed.
Ravenclaw, I'd say, since we know about Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket.
Oh.
Lily said suddenly.
What?
James asked, sounding a little alarmed.
Is it the baby?
James, not everything is about the baby.
Lily half scolded, half sighed, and Remus hid a smile. They were both approaching their 8th months, and James had become an increasingly agitated bundle of nerves.
Anyway, I had friends in Ravenclaw, unlike some people.
Lily said.
And I've visited Ravenclaw Tower. There's a statue of Rowena Ravenclaw there. She's wearing something quite like this on her head. A diadem.
James looked closer.
Those are coordinates at Hogwarts,
he observed, and Sirius startled.
They are.
Remus asked, holding out his hand, and Lily handed the sketchbook back to him.
I helped make the Marauders map. I know something about Hogwarts' location.
James replied, and Remus nodded, looking at the numbers. Remus looked up at Sirius.
He's right,
he said.
Good enough for me.
Sirius said softly.
I'll send Dumbledore a Patronus after dinner.
Dinner. Now that is about the baby.
Lily said, and this time Remus didn't hold back his smile. Dumbledore's answering Patronus came even before James and Lily had left. A silvery version of Fawkes landed on the coffee table, settling its shimmering, beautiful wings.
Diadem has been secured. Hold fast. Potion will be done in mere days.
It said, before folding in on itself and disappearing.
Well, that's that.
James said softly, and Remus looked to Sirius, who nodded. Sirius and Regulus met in an alley near Gringotts. Regulus had carefully made sure the space was clear, and once they had entered, he sealed off the only way in or out. Regulus also concealed them with a spell, which made Sirius secretly wish for the invisibility cloak. But not only was it not his, but he was not about to admit to Dumbledore and Regulus that he knew where it was. Regulus reached into his robes and pulled out a vial with a stopper.
We will likely only get one chance at this.
Regulus warned, and Sirius stopped himself from rolling his eyes as if that wasn't obvious. Instead, he nodded. Regulus handed Sirius the vial, and Sirius downed it quickly, not wanting to put off the inevitable. He was nervous enough as it was, not that he would admit that to Regulus. He felt nothing, just the warmth of the potion as it went down his throat and then his chest. There was no gnawing feeling in his gut. He didn't feel himself grow shorter or his hair elongate. The only sense he had at all that the potion was working was Regulus's reaction, which was understated but noticeable around the eyes, which widened slightly before narrowing to take in Sirius's new appearance.
Well?
Sirius asked, and when he did, the voice that came out was higher, feminine.
Tell me exactly what you're going to say to the goblins.
Sirius threw his now long, curly hair, the same color as his own, over his shoulder.
I am here to see my vault. And if you must have me show identification, as Bellatrix Lestrange, I'd prefer to show you the door.
Sirius paused.
Though I do have the fake identification you transfigured.
Sirius added for Regulus's benefit. Regulus nodded.
You have less than an hour. Go in, find the cup, and get out. We'll meet back here. I'm going to watch you walk away.
He added, and Sirius couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
To see your walk, you.
I know,
Sirius said, flashing his own grin in Bellatrix's face. With that, he turned, leaving the umbrella of Regulus's concealment charm and then the safety of the alley, and he heard Regulus's hum of approval behind him. Sirius walked the short way to Gringotts, letting himself into the bank, head held high. He walked directly to an available teller, looking up at the high seat and past several patrons who were waiting. Bellatrix wouldn't wait, he knew. Why should he? The goblin looked down at him, adjusting its glasses.
Mrs. Lestrange.
Sirius remained silent for a beat, not lowering himself to acknowledge the greeting.
I'd like to be taken to my vault,
he finally said, enunciating carefully.
On what business?
My own.
The goblin stared down, unimpressed. Sirius merely continued to look up, also assuming his, and he thought Bella's, most unimpressed face.
Very well.
The goblin finally said, and Sirius didn't twitch.
You are welcome to visit your own vault, of course. Identification.
I am my own identification,
Sirius said, adding a touch of irritation.
Do you have your key?
The goblin asked, clearly unimpressed.
I do.
Sirius said, hoping that the key Dumbledore provided would work.
Then I'll have the next available worker take you.
The goblin said.
Please wait in the area with the others.
I'll do no such thing.
Sirius said smoothly.
I'll be taken back now.
The goblin looked displeased but nodded.
Of course, Mrs. Lestrange,
He said.
if you would follow my colleague.
The goblin gestured to his right, where a goblin was indeed pulling up with a trolley. Sirius nodded shortly and then walked to the trolley area, taking a seat next to the goblin. They rode, twisting and turning through Gringotts, until they hit a series of vaults that looked familiar to Sirius, as if conjured out of his memory, trips here with his father when he was young. They weren't the black vaults, of course, but they were old, almost all belonging to the pure-blooded families. The trolley stopped, and the goblin looked at Sirius, who merely nodded.
Would you like me to wait, madame?
The goblin asked. Sirius nodded again.
Indeed.
He said. He needed a way out, and neither Bellatrix, nor he, if he was honest, really cared how long he kept the goblin waiting in his search for the cup.
As you wish,
the goblin said, looking forward again as Sirius disembarked. Sirius stopped in front of the door, saying a small wish that the key worked. It did, and he let himself into the vault, only sighing in relief when he had closed the door on the waiting goblin. The vault was large, though not as large as his parents' was, Sirius noted, both pleased and unhappy that he was pleased at the thought. It was neatly kept, however, and Sirius didn't know if that was the Lestranges or Bellatrix, though he might have guessed the latter. Still, Sirius lit a soft lumos and began to look around, keenly aware that the polyjuice was time-limited. Sirius picked his way around the vault, looking closely at the shelving that seemed to hold family heirlooms, platters, dining sets. He skipped the gold and jewelry altogether, and thought that trying something as simple as a Kio cup would merely get him pelted with various pieces of fine china. Still, Sirius was careful not to disturb anything, as he searched by the light of his wand, wondering if Bellatrix was actually unthinking enough to hide a Horcrux in plain sight, when the hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and he felt the hot, tingling feeling in his magic, the way he always did when in the presence of a Horcrux. He crept closer to the shelves nearest him, letting his wand light the way, when he saw a glimpse of a gold handle behind an ostentatious silver tea set. He reached out carefully, moving a teapot aside, and there it was. Gold, 2 handles, and the badger on the front. Sirius picked it up and felt it thrum with energy. On impulse, he also picked up the set that was in front of it. He could carry it out with the set, and no one would be the wiser. The goblins might think this was why he had come in the first place. Satisfied, Sirius carefully picked his way back to the door of the vault, opening it to find the goblin still in the trolley.
We shall be going now,
he said loftily, retaking his seat in the trolley, holding onto the serving tray tightly.
Very good, madame. Will you need anything else today?
No, I've retrieved what I came for,
Sirius said, and the goblin put the trolley in motion. After a few twists and turns, they ended up back in the lobby of Gringotts, and Sirius disembarked carefully. He could feel magic thrumming around him, through him, the magic of the Horcrux, of the polyjuice, of the goblins, and the entire place self.
Madame Lestrange will have a pleasant day,
the goblin said, inclining his head.
I believe I shall,
Sirius said, lifting his head and then exiting the bank into the clear daylight. Sirius and Regulus met Dumbledore at the house in Shropshire, and Sirius triumphantly put the cup on the table between them.
Well done,
Dumbledore said.
I'll admit I had my doubts.
But I pulled it off.
Sirius said.
Luck,
Regulus said.
Planning,
Sirius countered.
Including the polyjuice potion, which was expertly brewed. So thank you.
Sirius saw Regulus blink at the compliment. Eventually, he inclined his head toward Sirius, and Sirius attempted not to smile.
The goblins don't suspect.
Dumbledore started, and Sirius shrugged.
If they do, I would guess they have decided it's none of their business,
Sirius said.
Very well.
Dumbledore accepted.
With this and the diadem, I believe we may now be turning toward items that have personal importance to Voldemort, which means they will be harder to come by.
and yet,
Regulus said.
And yet,
Dumbledore agreed.
we will continue to perform the work set before us.
He finished. Remus was waiting for Sirius at the door of the flat as Sirius swung it open.
I heard your key in the lock, and
Remus said, and Sirius took Remus's face in his hands, kissing him. They kissed for a few moments until Sirius pulled back, bumping his nose gently with Remus's.
It went well, Moony. The polyjuice worked, and I was able to retrieve the cup. Regulus and I took it to Dumbledore, who is storing it wherever he's keeping the rest.
Remus blew out a breath.
Good. It hasn't been an easy afternoon,
he admitted.
I know, Remus, I know, but it was a successful one.
Sirius answered. Remus wrapped his arms around Sirius's neck, and Sirius reached for him in turn, pulling him close.
You can be happy about that. You can, Padfoot. It won't change what I think about you. I know you're not doing this for sport.
No, Moony. I'm doing this for us, for Teddy,
Sirius said, and he felt Remus smile against his neck.
I know,
Remus whispered, leaning back far enough to let Sirius see his smile, before kissing him softly.
for Teddy.
He repeated, and Sirius deepened the kiss.
How are you feeling?
Dorcas asked Remus, looking down at him on the bed.
Huge.
Remus answered, and Sirius bit back a laugh, though Remus glared at him all the same.
Also hot all the time.
Well, you are 32 weeks pregnant, officially 8 months, and it is June.
Dorcas answered practically.
My answer stands.
Remus said, and this time Sirius did laugh.
It's only...
Going to get worse.
Remus sighed.
That wasn't how I was going to put it.
Dorcas said neutrally.
But, well, yes. Still, the bigger you are, the more that baby is growing, healthy and strong. You're measuring right on time, Remus. You said in your research male werewolves tend to carry to term.
She asked, using her hands to palpitate Remus's exposed belly. Remus nodded.
In my reading, yes. It's not much different from a female pregnancy, and most males reach 37 weeks of gestation or more, even become overdue.
It's not an exact science. Babies are going to come when they're going to come.
Dorcas said practically.
Sirius, you're doing your obstetrics residency. Do you want to examine Remus a little? Give me your opinion.
Remus watched Sirius's face light up as he came forward, using gentle hands to feel Remus's belly.
Baby feels like it's a good size, which the measurements would indicate.
Sirius started.
Head is already down, though that could change, but it's a good sign that it might stay that way for delivery. Uterus feels stable, and fluid feels good from the outside.
He said, swirling his hand on Remus's belly one more time and patting it before moving it away.
All the same observations I would make.
Dorcas said approvingly, and Sirius smiled.
Do you want to perform the projection?
Oh, I'd love to.
Sirius said, taking his wand out of his pocket and saying the spell, causing the yellow light to coalesce above Remus's abdomen.
It looks wonderful, Moony.
Sirius continued, examining the projection.
Look at that boy.
Looks like he's running out of room.
Remus said softly, but he smiled.
Wait until you're about 6 or more weeks further along.
Dorcas remarked, and Remus grimaced a bit.
He's got plenty of room to grow nice and healthy. Placenta, fluid and cord all look good. So does he. Lots of movement.
Always.
Remus said, laughing a little.
Remus says he takes after me.
Sirius said.
Regardless, all that movement is healthy too. This is fascinating. You're doing really well, Remus. I'm extremely pleased.
Dorcas waved her wand and the heartbeat filled the room. Sirius took Remus's hand and squeezed.
Strong and steady.
Dorcas said, ending the heartbeat and the projection. Remus put himself together a little more and sat up. With Sirius's help, he noticed.
Any questions for me? I know we've discussed your birth plan a little, but I'd like to make sure we are on the same page, especially if you go into preterm labor.
She said. Remus nodded.
Would you like a cup of tea? We could talk.
That sounds lovely.
Dorcas said, and Sirius led the way to the kitchen. He filled the kettle and got down mugs and tea as Remus and Dorcas sat.
I know we're discussing a home birth.
Remus began.
Yes.
Dorcas said.
I know I've put you in the high-risk category, but with how well you're doing, I'd say you're a good candidate for a complication-free delivery.
But what if there is a complication?
Remus asked, and Sirius squeezed his shoulder as he went past to retrieve the now whistling kettle.
Such as?
Such as one that would require a C-section or surgery,
Remus said.
St. Mungo's is equipped for that. Our flat is not.
1 sugar, please.
Dorcas said to Sirius, who nodded, adding the sugar before setting the cup in front of her. He fixed his tea and Remus's before coming to sit at the table, taking Remus's hand.
I think there might be ways around that.
Dorcas said, and Remus blinked.
Should the baby end up presenting breach, for example, I could likely coach you through a delivery. If we are talking another situation where the little one gets stuck or doesn't descend properly, there are magical options.
They're not used as much, even at Mungo's.
Sirius noted.
No, but they are available. I can use magic to make incisions and to seal them.
So basically a home cesarean.
Remus said, taking a deep breath.
Yes, there are also spells to remove a baby from the womb. They're most often used for, well, other purposes, but there is evidence they can be used on full-term infants. I'd rather not, and it's far from my first choice, but it might be worth trying.
How desperate would the situation have to be to try it?
Sirius asked.
Dire.
Dorcas said honestly, taking a sip of tea.
Where I thought Remus's or the baby's life was in imminent danger.
If it's that dire, do we need to consider St. Mungo's?
Remus asked softly.
Remus. A trip to Mungo's would almost automatically guarantee, even with Sirius there to claim the child, what Mungo's would term an investigation.
They'd take the baby,
Sirius said.
Even with me there, even with my claim as father, and a blood match that would prove it.
You work there,
Dorcas said softly.
What do you think?
Sirius grimaced and gripped Remus's hand tighter.
Again, I think any possible complications may be able to be worked through during delivery with the proper care. My biggest concern would be something like extreme bleeding or a hemorrhage, likely after the baby is delivered.
Dorcas reiterated. Sirius hummed.
What then?
Then I also think Mungo's would be necessary. I can't keep extra blood on hand for a home birth.
Dorcas said.
But, Sirius, if Remus has delivered, you could stay with the baby.
And leave Remus, my husband, who is having a hemorrhage?
Sirius asked incredulously.
It would buy you time. Mungo's will be interested in stabilizing him, and when they come to investigate, you would have the advantage of being in your home. You can deny them access legally to your home and to your child.
Dorcas.
Sirius.
Remus said quietly.
She's right. As much as we hate it, she's right.
I don't know if I could leave you,
Sirius said, and Remus looked over at his face upon hearing the shake in Sirius's voice.
You'd have him to take care of, Sirius. Leave me in Dorcas's hands and give me the peace that I can leave our son in yours.
Remus said softly. Sirius inhaled, squeezing Remus's hand.
Okay, Mooney, I don't like it. But okay, I hear you. I'll respect your wishes.
Thank you,
Remus said, squeezing Sirius's hand back.
As I said, I don't think any of these plans will be necessary, but I am glad we discussed it in advance.
Dorcas said.
And otherwise?
Sirius asked.
Otherwise, send me a Patronus when you realize Remus is in labor. Sirius, you're far enough in your healer training, you can probably monitor early labor. Stock things to keep Remus hydrated, water, decaffeinated tea. Remus, you're likely to start having practice contractions any day now. Do keep track of them. As you near your due date, begin to time them for length and consistency. Trust me, you'll know when labor has started. And of course, if your waters go, notify me immediately. When contractions become consistent and, well, painful, keep me informed. Once contractions are 3 to 4 minutes apart and a minute or more in length, be in touch, as you'll likely be in active labor. I want to be here for that, as there's no telling how slowly or quickly you may progress. Every labor and delivery is different.
Dorcas said.
With a first pregnancy, things may go slowly. That's fine. The goal is to keep you as comfortable as possible, Remus, and to deliver a healthy baby boy safely. I'd choose clothing to labor in, and for postnatal care as well. For labor, you'll likely just want a top, or a few, you are comfortable in, as, well, not to be crude, but I'll need to check you often. You're welcome to labor in any number of positions, including in the bath, and you probably will. For delivery, I find patients like the birthing stool, and I'll bring it with me.
A birthing stool?
Remus asked. Dorcas smiled.
It's not as uncomfortable as it sounds. It's a cushioned stool for you to sit on, Remus. It essentially puts your body in a squatting position, which leads to an easier and faster delivery. Most partners sit behind the birthing parent. You'll see.
Or anything that helps lead to an easier and faster delivery.
Remus said dryly, and Sirius laughed a little, squeezing his hand.
I can shrink one and bring it in my bag next time I come so you can see it.
I trust you, but thank you, Dorcas.
Remus said. Dorcas nodded.
Of course. There's also the matter of pain relief. There are potions, herbs, even tinctures.
Remus was already shaking his head.
I want to do this on my own.
Remus,
Dorcas said.
there's no reason to be proud.
Sirius leveled a look at him, but Remus shook his head.
It's not pride. Lily is going to have pain relief, and that's fine for her. I support her in that choice, but I know pain.
Mooney, just because you suffer your transformations doesn't mean you have to suffer for this.
Sirius said quietly.
I don't want you to,
he added.
It's not suffering.
Remus said.
It's knowing. It's feeling. It's knowing what my body is doing. It's...
Remus searched for the words.
After a transformation, I don't know what my body is doing. That's frightening to me. With this, I want to know what my body is doing. I know that doesn't mean I can control it, but it does mean I can be in tune with it in a way I can't in other situations. Does that make sense?
In answer, Sirius leaned over and pressed a kiss to Remus's temple.
It does, Mooney, whatever you need.
Remus looked at Dorcas, who was smiling at him a little.
Sirius is right. Whatever you need. As your provider, I'm here to give you the best care I can for you and your baby. If you want to do that without outside pain relief, then I, with Sirius's help, will do the best we can to keep you as comfortable as possible otherwise.
Thank you, Dorcas.
Remus said.
Thank you for trusting me.
Dorcas said simply, taking a sip of her tea. A few days later, just past the 33rd week mark, Remus was stretched out on the sofa, sketching. Sirius was on shift, not due home for another hour or so, and Remus had had a sudden burst of energy, which had begun to wane in his third trimester and the London heat. He'd begun working on this piece over the last couple of weeks, but he'd had a sudden flash of what it could be shaping up to be, and now he found it taking on life underneath his hand, a ring with a large, dark stone. The pulling of his magic was apparently pulling on the baby, who was active underneath the pad as Remus worked, and Remus grunted a bit with a kick near his ribs.
Almost done, Teddy,
he said, rubbing the spot where he'd been kicked before picking his hand up again, writing coordinates at the top of the page. The knock on the door completely startled him, and he jumped before hearing Peter's voice come through.
Hiya, Remus.
Peter called. Remus smiled.
It's open, Pete.
He called back, closing the sketchbook and attempting to sit up a bit from where he'd sunk into the sofa a little, swinging his legs around to a more sitting position, putting the sketchbook on the coffee table. Pete rounded the entryway and came into the sitting room, smiling.
I'm initiating phase 1 of Operation Tuesday Pints, except for Remus, who can have juice or water.
That sounds like a James Potter title.
Remus observed, grinning, and Peter's smile grew wider.
It is. We haven't gone out together in ages, and Lily's already approved.
Why did you all ask Lily, but not me?
Do I need to answer that?
No.
Remus laughed.
Because I don't live with Lily.
Right you are, Mooney.
Peter said.
Is there really more than one phase? Should I even ask?
No, just one phase really, unless we order food, which we will.
You bet your ass we will.
Remus grumbled, and then he sighed.
Oh, fish and chips?
He said a little dreamily.
Merlin, you are pregnant.
Peter laughed.
So up you go, Mooney. James is picking Sirius up from Mungo's, and we're meeting them.
Remus went to stand, which took more than a little effort these days, when he saw Peter's gaze land on his sketchbook.
What this then, Mooney? You've been drawing more.
Remus hummed.
Gives me something to do now that I'm part-time. Keeps the hands busy.
He said, finally standing.
Working on anything interesting?
Peter asked, reaching for the book.
Not really.
Remus answered, as Peter picked the book up. They'd never told Peter about the sketchbook or the Horcruxes, and it was probably for the best, to keep the number of people who knew about it small.
Ah, damn.
Peter suddenly said, dropping the sketchbook back onto the coffee table, shaking his hand.
What?
Remus asked.
Did a page catch you? Sometimes the edges can be sharp. Gotten more than one paper cut myself.
He said mildly, but Peter was still shaking his hand out, and even from where he stood, Remus could see a bright redness bubbling up on Peter's hand.
No, it's like it burned me.
Pete said.
What the hell, Remus? Is it enchanted?
Remus blinked, looking at the sketchbook.
Not really.
He lied.
Not more than any other magical one. Picked it up in Flourish and Blotts.
The truth was that of course it was enchanted many times over with Remus's own magic, including against those who were untrustworthy. Remus thought frantically. They'd all touched it. He wasn't the only one. Sirius, James, Lily. No one had had a reaction like this. But Peter, untrustworthy. Remus looked over from Peter's hand, which he was still shaking out, to Peter's eyes, and suddenly, in a rush of awareness, Remus knew. He knew. All the last-minute cancellations. All the times they'd made plans and he hadn't shown up. All the times he'd left first from order meetings. Peter met his gaze and Remus's blood went cold.
If it's a burn, we should run some cool water over it,
Remus said steadily.
It'll slow the burn.
He took a step toward the kitchen when Peter's voice stopped him.
What's in the sketchbook, Remus?
He asked calmly, holding his hand.
Nothing. You know me. Bits and bobs. Mostly Sirius's hands, probably.
Remus tried, but Peter didn't move.
Why would an ordinary sketchbook burn me, Remus?
Peter asked, and Remus really wished Peter would stop using his name.
You never know. Maybe I picked up an odd one,
Remus said.
Remus, you're not that stupid.
Peter said slowly.
What's in there you don't want me to see?
Pete, you can see anything in there?
Remus lied again. Peter raised his eyebrows.
Not if I can't even touch it. It's your magic, I can feel it. You think I don't know what your magic feels like after 9 years?
He asked calmly.
Peter.
James is picking Sirius up from work. They'll be headed to the pub. No one is coming home, Remus.
Peter said, and Remus felt something sinister slide up his spine.
We both know you've already figured it out. Those two always thought they were so clever, but it was Mooney who was the observant one.
Peter added.
Peter.
This is how this is going to go.
Peter said calmly.
I essentially have two options here. One is that I hand you directly to my Dark Lord. I think he'd be pleased. Might even get it over with, take out one of the options against him in the prophecy.
Remus sucked in a breath.
Not everyone knows about that, of course, just his most trusted allies.
Peter said.
As one of those, as well as someone embedded with both options, well, it only makes sense I'd be in the center of that operation.
Peter, listen.
No, you listen. You're very good at that, Remus. I could just hand you over, and I likely will anyway, but I'll admit, I'm also curious. What's in the sketchbook? You're going to show me what have you been working on, werewolf?
Remus gasped.
Peter, you can't. Why?
He managed.
Because who wants to be on the losing side?
Peter asked.
So you'd betray your friends?
As if you wouldn't do the same.
We wouldn't. Not any of us.
Remus exclaimed, but to his surprise, Peter shrugged.
The fact is, Remus, I'm curious. Show me what you've been working on.
If I refuse?
Remus asked, and Peter shrugged again.
No one is coming home soon,
he repeated.
And you're 8 months pregnant. You have a lot on the line here, Mooney, and not many ways to protect yourself or your son.
Remus swallowed.
If I show you?
What? I'll let you go, Remus. Now that you know I'm the spy, you know that's not going to happen.
Remus looked at the sketchbook on the coffee table and his wand next to it. Peter was right. He was excruciatingly vulnerable and unarmed. But to show Peter the sketchbook meant revealing they knew about the Horcruxes, information he would take to Voldemort.
Now, Remus,
Peter said, and Remus looked up to see Peter had drawn his wand.
I really don't want this to get uglier than it already is, but it can.
Remus felt the baby flutter inside of him, and he swallowed. Peter was unfortunately right. He had few options here, and they were waning quickly. It was more than possible Peter would have no idea what to make of the items in the sketchbook, but that didn't mean that just showing them wouldn't be dangerous. Even if he couldn't take hold of the book itself, he was going to give that information to Voldemort, who would know exactly what those items were and what they meant. Remus thought through if he could get a message to Sirius or James, but that seemed unlikely with his wand on the table and the two-way mirror on Sirius's bedside table. The fire wasn't even lit in the June heat, so he couldn't make a dash for the flue either.
All right, Peter, all right,
Remus said, picking up the sketchbook from the table.
Here, it's just a few drawings.
He flipped it open and angled it at Peter, showing him what he'd been working on today, the ring. Peter seemed surprised, and Remus didn't miss the small flutter of incredulity that crossed Peter's face.
It's a ring.
Yes.
Remus flipped back.
Here you can see a crown.
He pushed the sketchbook farther toward Peter. He didn't want to flip back further, to the cup, which clearly bore the mark of Hufflepuff on it in the form of the badger.
What do these mean, Remus?
Peter asked. Remus shrugged.
Don't really know. They come to me and I draw them.
Is it a mission for the Order?
Not really.
Remus said. Peter narrowed his eyes.
There are coordinates around these drawings.
That comes to me with the items. I don't have any idea where they are.
I think you're looking for something, or Dumbledore is. Whatever these are. That book is brimming with magic. It even burned me to keep me away. What is it, spelled to keep those who would harm you or who aren't trustworthy away?
Remus blinked and very consciously didn't bite his lip. Peter heaved a sigh.
You lot. Always thought I was round, clueless Peter, as if my brain doesn't work too.
Peter.
Save it, Remus.
Peter snapped.
Go back to the ring. That's the one you were just working on.
Remus did as he was asked, flipping back to the ring.
It looks old, ancient really,
Peter said.
And the crest on it, what does that mean?
I don't know,
Remus answered. Peter looked up at him.
Well, that is the truth for once,
he said, assessing Remus.
I think we should go find it.
Remus's heart began to beat a little faster.
Peter, it's just a sketch.
I can apparate to coordinates, can you not?
Peter.
We're just going to make a little trip first before we go see some other of my friends,
Peter said, as if he was talking about popping into a store before meeting James and Sirius for a pint, just as he had a mere few minutes ago.
I'm not going to go with you,
Remus said. Peter sighed.
Don't be dramatic, Remus, as if you have a choice. You'll leave your wand where it is, and what other options do you have? Don't want to hurt that baby. Now do we, Remus?
Remus swallowed, and Peter took his arm.
You can side along, yes. I think I remember Lily saying apparition doesn't harm a pregnancy.
No, it doesn't. It's the same idea as not getting splinched,
Remus said, voice tight.
Then I'll do my best not to cause any fortunate accidents,
Peter said, raising his wand and casting the spell. Chapter 2. They landed in the middle of what, Remus thought, could only graciously be called a home. It was a shack, really, one that long fallen into disrepair, if it had ever been fit for habitation in the first place. He took a deep breath as he and Peter landed, and sucked down a coating of dust and grime, causing him to cough. Peter was next to him, though he'd let go of Remus's arm, looking around with an air of disgust.
This place is a pit,
Peter said disdainfully.
How could that ring be here, and why?
Remus tried to get a hold of his coughing fit.
You see, there's nothing here, Peter.
Peter ignored him.
I'd still bet that ring is here somewhere,
he said, casting a soft lumos even though it was still sunny daylight outside.
Though why here I don't know, still.
Peter sniffed the air, and it was a motion so like his animagus rat form Remus inhaled in surprise.
There's magic here, old magic, and quite a bit of it.
He turned to Remus.
You feel it too, don't you, Moony?
Remus did, but he wasn't going to admit that to Peter. He stayed silent. Peter had the nerve to laugh.
Oh, Remus, don't give me the silent treatment, as if it will hurt my feelings,
he said.
Come on, friend, let's find the treasure, shall we?
He said, beginning to move around the room, casting light with his wand. Remus stayed still. After a few moments, Peter looked back at him.
Remus, I'm trying to be friendly here, but you're going to help me look or you're going to suffer the consequences,
he said.
I think you'll find I can be quite creative when I want to be.
Remus shuddered at the smile on Peter's face and began looking. James signaled the server, who nodded at him as he continued.
Moody was pissed. All those man-hours and it was just 2 kids stealing random objects for fun. We wanted to prosecute them, but their families, well, not pure blood, but close enough. Had to let them off with a warning, though you know Moody had them scared for their lives in interrogation first.
He finished.
I thought one of them might actually faint.
What's close enough?
Sirius asked, as the server brought 2 more pints to the table.
Second cousins of the Malfoys close enough.
James grumbled.
Of course. Could have dragged a Weasley in there, who are purebloods, and had a different outcome.
Molly and Arthur Weasley wouldn't let their kids practice a little light home invasion on the side. Gid or Fabian either.
Sirius noted.
True, not even when they're old enough. And this was a little light robbery, when no one was home. And frankly, one of those candelabras weighed a ton, even shrunk down, so I don't know why they picked it.
James said, laughing. Sirius smiled and took a pull off his pint before drumming his fingers on the glass.
Shouldn't Peter and Remus be here by now? Didn't Pete go around first?
James shrugged a little.
Maybe Mooney was sleeping, or they made a stop before here. They'll be here.
We've already gotten through a pint, and Peter should have picked Remus up first.
Sirius countered. He sighed.
I don't like it, Prongs. I have a bad feeling.
James looked over at him.
I know you're protective, but it's Pete. He wouldn't let anything bad happen to Mooney. We haven't gotten a message.
That's part of what's got me worried.
Sirius admitted.
You know Mooney. If he thinks he's going to be even 30 seconds late to something, there's an owl or a Patronus.
Sirius thought about it.
I really don't like it, Prongs.
I'll tell you what,
James said.
Let's go round to yours. If we find them, we come back out again. Easy peasy. If we don't, we send a message. You know Remus isn't going to turn down the fish and chips here if he gets a chance.
James said, an easy smile on his face.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Prongs.
Sirius said, already pulling out his wallet and leaving notes on the table to settle their tab. James took one more pull off his pint before getting out of his seat and following Sirius out of the pub. The door to the flat was unlocked, and Sirius swung it open to let himself and James inside.
Mooney?
He called.
Mooney, Remus.
No answer.
Pete.
James called from behind him, but Sirius had already moved into the sitting room, which was empty. Still no answer.
Maybe they're in the kitchen or somewhere else,
James said.
I'll look.
Mooney.
Sirius called again, a little frantic now. The flat looked neat, the way they always kept it, the way Remus kept it, but it also felt empty. He looked down at the coffee table and saw two things. Remus's enchanted sketchpad was open, and to a new completed drawing, a ring, complete with a set of coordinates, and that Remus's wand was next to it. James came back down the hallway from the bedrooms.
Maybe we just missed them, Padfoot,
he said, though now he sounded nervous too. Sirius looked up.
Remus's wand is here, on the coffee table. He wouldn't go anywhere without it. And there's a new sketch. Come see.
James walked over.
A ring.
He looked up.
Mooney's wand is here. Why?
He stopped.
He wouldn't go after that himself, would he?
Sirius shook his head.
Without his wand. And he hasn't gone after any of the items before. I've always taken the information to Dumbledore and Regulus. James, I don't like it. I didn't like it before, and now I really don't.
Sirius looked up, and James's mouth was a thin line.
I don't either,
James said, picking up Remus's wand.
I'm going to send a Patronus to Moody, maybe Dumbledore too, with the coordinates.
Why with the coordinates?
Because that's where we're headed.
James answered, and Sirius nodded. He waited until James sent the stags off, and then he raised his arm, disappearing in a crack of apparition.
Come now, Mooney, you can do better than that,
Peter said as Remus opened what was clearly a utensil drawer and began to rifle through it. The truth was, he could do better than that, but Remus was going slowly for two reasons. For one, he was trying to buy time. For another, he'd been feeling tightening pain across his belly for at least the last hour, though nothing close together or regular. He was hoping it was stress, because he knew they were contractions, and they were becoming increasingly painful. There was no way he wanted Peter to know about them. On the other hand, he didn't want to frustrate Peter so much that Peter either lost his temper or decided to give up the operation altogether, which would lead him to take Remus straight to Voldemort.
I doubt the ring is with the cookery.
Peter snapped, and Remus was aware of Peter's growing anger.
You never know,
Remus said calmly.
My mother used to store her jewelry in the freezer,
he said, and Peter, who was going through a chest of drawers, grunted. Remus about to reply when there were two distinct cracks of apparition. He turned around to see Sirius and James and leaned back against the counter. Peter already had his wand out.
I wondered how long it would take the two of you to show up,
Peter said before turning to Remus.
I told you you were taking too long.
He snarled at Remus, crossing the space between them in two strides and attempting to take hold of Remus's arm.
No,
Remus said, twisting out of reach quickly, though it caused him to overbalance, unused as he was to the extra weight in the front. He went down, landing on his hip, hard. Still, Peter kept coming, and Remus heard a
stupefy
in James's voice. and Peter stilled right next to Remus, falling to the ground.
You'll need to bind him and make sure he can't transform.
Remus managed, and suddenly Sirius was there, his worried face filling Remus's vision. Remus heard James say the incantations for both spells, and he was satisfied to see Peter bound on the floor of the shack.
This doesn't end here, you know.
Peter spat so viciously, it was almost literal.
There's still the prophecy. He's still going to want your boy, either of yours.
Oh, do shut up.
James said, and he uttered a hex to seal Peter's mouth. Meanwhile, Sirius was reaching out with gentle hands, helping Remus into a sitting position.
Mooney, are you all right?
He asked, taking Remus's face in his hands.
I'm fine.
Remus managed.
Peter, he's the spy. He came round to take me out, but he picked up the sketchbook, and it burned him. So, I knew then, and he knew it. He was going to turn me over to Voldemort, but he wanted to see what was in the sketchbook. And when he did, we ended up on a little side trip.
Sirius's face exploded in fury.
That rat bastard.
Sirius, Padfoot, you two figured it out. You came it.
Remus broke off, panting a bit, letting his hand rub his belly.
Mooney, are you in labor?
Sirius asked, all fury gone from his voice, replaced with concern.
I don't think so.
Remus replied.
You don't think so?
Sirius repeated, reaching out to put a hand on Remus's swollen belly.
Mooney, that sure feels like a contraction.
A contraction.
James echoed.
They're not regular and not long-lasting.
Remus said, relaxing as the pain ebbed.
But painful.
Sirius added.
Mooney,
he said softly.
I think it's stress.
Remus said. Two cracks interrupted whatever Sirius was going to say. Remus looked, Dumbledore and Moody.
What have we here, gentlemen?
Moody asked calmly, taking in the scene.
Sirius, can you help me up?
Remus asked, and Sirius nodded, helping Remus to his feet.
Peter came by Sirius and Remus's flat to take Remus out. We were meeting up at the pub. They didn't come, so Sirius got worried. We went back to their flat, found Remus's enchanted sketchbook open, and his wand still there, both of which were unusual. Remus finished a piece today, and it had coordinates at the top. I sent you the Patronuses, and Sirius and I came here, found Remus and Peter.
James said.
What were Remus and Peter doing?
Dumbledore asked.
Looking for the object, to take to his Dark Lord.
Remus said.
And me with him.
Moody's eyebrows went up.
His Dark Lord.
He's the spy.
Remus said. Moody looked down at Peter.
I take it that's why he's spelled, bound and gagged on the floor of this creepy, dilapidated house. Ungag him, Potter.
Moody said, and James did.
What do you have to say for yourself,
He asked Peter, who glared up at him.
He will rule you all.
Peter said.
He'll still subvert the prophecy. He's still going to find you. There's nowhere to hide, even if I'm no longer there to tell him where you are.
He said.
All right, enough of this.
Moody said, waving his hand.
Potter.
He instructed, and James silenced Peter again.
Alastair James, perhaps you'll take Mr. Pettigrew into custody. Mr. Black, do you want to see to Mr. Lupin?
Dumbledore asked. Sirius nodded.
I do. I think he'll need medical attention.
Sirius.
Remus, you're having contractions. You took a fall. You'll need to be seen to.
I agree.
James said quietly, as he and Moody heaved Peter to his feet.
You'll owl us, or send a Patronus. Let me and Lily know.
He asked softly, and Sirius nodded.
A ring.
Remus said to Dumbledore.
You're looking for a ring.
Dumbledore nodded.
I'm not surprised. This was the gaunt home.
Remus saw Sirius's face twist from where he was standing next to him, arm encircling him for support.
I also think you're looking under the floorboards. There's one near the window that's warped, and it makes a noise when you step on it.
He said, watching as Peter's face turned red with fury.
Thank you, Remus. You've certainly put in the work today.
Dumbledore said, and Sirius's arm tightened around him before he apparated them home. Remus was lying on their bed, showered and dressed in a soft t-shirt and pajama bottoms. Sirius had sent a Patronus to Dorcas, and then gotten Remus comfortable while they waited. Remus had an ugly bruise on his hip where he'd landed on it in the Gaunt house, and it was continuing to spread. He was also still having contractions, though they remained irregular and far apart. Dorcas arrived, and Remus heard her footsteps come down the hall. Sirius hadn't left his side, and now he was sitting on his side of the bed, holding Remus's hand.
I hear you've had quite an evening, Remus.
Dorcas said, smiling at him before setting her medical bag on the chest of drawers. She drew her wand and came over to the bed.
That's an understatement.
Sirius said darkly.
A kidnapping, a hostage situation, a bad fall and contractions.
Dorcas hummed.
You seem to have had a shower. Sirius, were you there?
Of course,
Sirius said.
I haven't let him out of my sight.
I rather thought not.
Dorcas said.
Is he maintaining regular sexual presentation?
Sirius nodded.
No magical canal, not yet.
Dorcas nodded.
Well, that's good sign that this isn't labor, or it isn't progressing,
She said.
I'd still like to take a quick look, though, Remus.
She said, and Remus nodded, a little embarrassed but slipping out of his bottoms and pants all the same. Dorcas sat at the foot of the bed, nudging Remus's legs apart, and then humming positively.
Everything still looks good.
Dorcas said.
We'll keep an eye on it. But so far, things look well on that end. You can redress, Remus, but I do want to feel your belly. Check on the baby.
Remus nodded, letting Sirius help him redress. He pulled his shirt up and bottoms down far enough to expose his ever-expanding belly. As he did, Dorcas waved her wand, and he saw his vitals flicker through the air. He also saw Sirius frown.
Blood pressure is a little high,
Sirius said, taking hold of Remus's hand again. Dorcas hummed again.
We'll keep an eye on it. It's not at a dangerous level, but Sirius can help monitor that.
She said, and Sirius nodded.
It's probably stress, but if you begin to get a headache, you let Sirius know immediately.
I will.
Remus said as Dorcas began to palpitate his belly.
Baby's still in a good position. Uterus feels nice and stable.
Dorcas said as she worked, though as she did, Remus's belly tightened under her fingers, and he took in a deep breath.
Oh, that's a contraction.
Dorcas observed.
A fairly hard one. Painful.
She asked, and Remus nodded. Sirius squeezed his hand, and Remus slowly let out his breath as the pain subsided. Dorcas hummed.
Well, I don't like that, but it's probably not an imminent emergency either. Have you been timing them?
Sirius nodded.
They're not regular. It varies, anywhere from 6 minutes to 15 minutes apart.
Keep timing them. I'm hoping that if they're stressed, they'll abate. If they become regular or more painful or your waters start to go, I want a Patronus about it.
I don't think this one would not send for care.
Remus said, looking at Sirius, who was biting his lip.
Good,
Dorcas said. She removed her hands from Remus's belly and waved her wand again, the shimmering yellow light floating in the air.
He looks wonderful, as usual, a little quiet, probably the contractions. I wouldn't worry about it now, but if movement doesn't pick up, let me know that too.
She waved her wand, and the heartbeat filled the room. Remus teared up, and when he looked over, he saw Sirius's cheeks were wet.
Excellent rate still for gestational age.
Dorcas said, waving her wand and ending the sound and the projection.
Remus, I want you to rest. I'm putting you on bed rest for at least the next 5 days. And I mean bed rest. You can get up to use the loo, and that's it. I'm sure Sirius can take some time off, and some friends can come over to help if you need it. I'll reevaluate you then, unless something urgent comes up, like these contractions continue, or your waters break. You had a scare and your body is vulnerable and acting accordingly. But we want to keep that baby in there cooking. 5 days will put you at 34 weeks, and we can see where you are then. All right.
Dorcas.
He says thank you.
Sirius said, shooting Remus a look before refocusing on Dorcas.
I do say thank you.
Remus reiterated, fixing his clothing.
And I say you're welcome.
Dorcas said, smiling.
I can see myself out. Rest, recover.
She finished, showing herself out of the bedroom. A moment later, Remus heard the front door close. Sirius squeezed his hand, then picked up his wand from the bedside table, sending a spell to lock the door, Remus knew.
You should owl James and Lily,
Remus said softly.
I will in a moment,
Sirius said. He reached out and put his palm on Remus's belly, rubbing circles all around it.
This boy is giving me a fright,
he said softly.
And honestly, so are you,
Sirius said, looking at Remus.
Padfoot.
He took you, Mooney. He just took you. Right out from under us. Right out from under my nose. He would have taken you and our son to Voldemort, and not turned a hair doing it.
Sirius's voice was shaking in anger.
I know.
Remus said, his own voice shaking, though not from anger.
But you knew something was off, and you and James.
We got lucky.
Sirius grit out.
I know, Padfoot. I know. You think I didn't know what awaited me? Our son.
Sirius looked at him, still rubbing his belly.
Death. For me. For sure. Whether he'd keep me alive long enough that I gave birth naturally, or whether he'd magic the baby out of me, he'd kill me one way or the other. A half-breed, half-blood.
Remus said shakily.
Mooney.
And then he'd have him, our boy, and he'd probably kill him too. Or worse, give him to Greyback to do as he liked before he killed him.
Mooney.
Sirius.
Remus said, his voice shaky, and he felt the tears fall. He felt his belly tighten underneath Sirius's hand, and he breathed with it as Sirius continued to rub circles.
Mooney. Let it go. Try to let it go. That didn't happen. And thinking about it isn't helping you, or our son.
Sirius said softly. Remus nodded.
I know I need to, but...
We have some calming draft. It would be fine for you to take, safe for the baby. If you are in or do go into real labor, the labor will bring you out of it, counter the effects. But it might help you sleep, or keep calm, not let your thoughts get away from you.
Dorcas.
Dorcas mentioned it to me when she sent her Patronus in answer earlier.
Sirius said softly.
Don't be proud. Not about this, Mooney.
All right, Padfoot. Okay.
Remus said, but Sirius didn't move right away, his hand still warm on Remus's belly.
You need to let go too.
Remus said softly.
Not until the day I die.
Sirius said quietly but fiercely.
That rat took you. He took our son, and he would have given both of you to Voldemort. He would have seen you dead, you're right. Our boy turned, then dead. Not until the day I die.
Sirius finished.
Padfoot.
I almost lost you today. I almost lost both of you.
Sirius said, and Remus leaned over and captured Sirius's lips in a soft kiss.
But you didn't.
Lucky.
So let's take advantage of that luck. We'll take care of me, and this boy first.
Remus said quietly. Sirius rubbed one more circle, and then patted Remus's swollen stomach.
I'll get the calming draft,
he said, and Remus nodded, his own hand coming to his belly protectively. Remus woke early, the June sunlight still wan coming through the window, to a heavy weight on his stomach. It took him a moment to sort out the feeling, but when he did, he relaxed into the warmth on his belly that was also curled into his hip and legs. He reached his hand down to Padfoot's head, noticing that the dog was awake, watching him with serious gray eyes. Remus pet the head on his belly a few times, taking care to scratch behind Padfoot's left ear. Remus continued to pet Padfoot for a few lazy minutes until he felt the air shift, and it was Sirius's soft hair underneath his hand. Sirius, head still on Remus's belly, was looking up at him almost exactly like the dog had, and it made Remus smile.
Mooney,
Sirius asked, and Remus shifted a bit, took a breath. Sirius placed a kiss to Remus's stomach and then sat up, placing a light kiss to Remus's lips as well.
I'm okay, Padfoot.
Remus said softly.
Contractions stopped a while ago.
Sirius nodded his agreement.
Well before midnight,
he confirmed. Remus regarded him carefully.
Did you sleep at all?
Sirius shook his head.
Not much. Dozed here and there. Wanted to keep an eye on you.
Sirius.
That's my whole job here, Mooney, to take care of you and that boy. Don't scold me for doing it.
Sirius said softly.
I wouldn't dare.
Remus replied, and when Sirius cocked his head also so much like Padfoot, he smiled.
I wouldn't, truly.
All right.
Sirius relented, somewhat reluctantly, Remus thought, before bringing a hand forward to brush the fringe off of Remus's forehead.
You hungry? Thirsty? It's still early, but I can get you something. Anything.
Remus shook his head.
Think I'm going to go back to sleep?
He said, already feeling drowsy.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Sirius agreed.
Can you?
Remus paused.
Padfoot is comforting.
Remus's heart turned over at the smile that spread across Sirius's face.
I'd love to,
Sirius said before transforming again and then pressing himself against Remus's back as Remus readjusted a bit, rolling over.
Thank you, love,
Remus whispered, letting sleep take him once more. Later that morning, as the sun neared its noontime high, Sirius was in the kitchen. Remus had woken up not long before, clearly still physically and emotionally worn out from the day before, and Sirius had fixed him some tea and toast with butter and jam. He'd delivered it to Remus's thankful smile, and he'd excused himself not only to fix his own breakfast, but also because he'd teared up immediately the sight of Remus's smile, and needed a moment to compose himself. Sirius wanted coffee that morning, and he was pushing down the French press when there was a sharp knock at the door.
Sirius.
Remus called, also clearly having heard the door.
I've got it, Mooney.
Sirius called, making sure he had his wand ready. James or Lily would have announced themselves or owled ahead, and Sirius's heart picked up a little speed. He went to the entryway and opened the door, a little primed for a fight, to see Regulus.
Regulus.
Sirius asked, a little incredulous.
You can keep your wand in hand, but let me in, quickly.
Regulus answered, and Sirius did.
What is Mother's favourite novel?
Sirius asked.
Gerard's series of wizarding romances, not that she'd ever admit it.
Regulus said. Sirius lowered his wand, though he kept it in his hand.
That woman really should read Jane Austen.
Austen was a muggle. She wouldn't have been caught dead doing that. Plus, Austen was 100 times the writer Gerard is. I doubt Mother would appreciate it, even given her taste for the Regency era.
Well, now I know you're Regulus.
Sirius said, leading Regulus out of the entry and through the sitting room.
I was just making coffee. Would you like some?
Regulus nodded, and Sirius continued to the kitchen.
Mooney, it's Regulus.
He called down the hall.
All right.
Remus replied, and Sirius heard the questions in it. Sirius got to the kitchen and opened a cupboard, pulling down 2 mugs.
He's on bed rest for the next few days after yesterday, or I'm sure he'd come out and see you.
Sirius explained.
Yesterday?
Regulus spat out, and Sirius turned, surprised at the barely restrained fury in Regulus's tone.
Regulus.
Sirius started.
Pettigrew was an idiot.
Regulus fumed, standing in Sirius's kitchen doorway.
I don't know what he was thinking, taking Lupin like that. Even if Lupin suspected, even if Lupin knew.
You know what happened?
Sirius asked.
It's all over the damn organisation.
Regulus said.
Moody and Potter took Pettigrew to the Ministry, and then to Azkaban. He's done nothing but rant about it for the last several hours. I'm surprised the entire country doesn't know by now.
Regulus set his mouth, and Sirius saw a muscle in his jaw twitch.
And you're here and so angry because...
Sirius led, and he watched Regulus smooth out his face a bit.
It's not because I want to argue Pettigrew's methods.
Regulus said coolly. A thought occurred to Sirius.
Did you know?
Of course not.
Regulus huffed.
Voldemort would have kept that the utmost secret, and he did.
Sirius relaxed a bit. He thought that was the case, but he had to make sure.
Pettigrew,
Regulus said with disdain.
I understand it. He was well positioned, whether people thought so or not. In the Order with...
Us, with the prophecy.
Sirius said bitterly, turning back to the counter and pouring the coffee.
That was mostly luck.
Regulus sniffed.
1 sugar, please.
Sirius nodded, fixing the coffee. He handed a mug to Regulus, who still hadn't sat down.
You still haven't said...
Must I?
Regulus asked seriously over his mug. Sirius took a moment to breathe. He took a swallow of the strong coffee, felt it travel, warm and rich, down his chest.
You're actually concerned about us, about me.
Regulus's gaze was focused somewhere behind Sirius, but he nodded once.
Remus had contractions, you know. It's why he's on bed rest for the next few days.
Sirius said softly.
Likely brought on by stress. Thinking you and your unborn child are about to be handed over to Voldemort. Or maybe even worse, Greyback, will do that.
Sirius said, not able to keep the bitterness out of his voice. Regulus remained silent. He took a pull from his mug.
They've stopped, at least for now.
Sirius added.
That's a good sign. On the one hand, a delivery in June, well, we'd be freed from the prophecy. But an infant more than 6 weeks premature. Not ideal, even with magic.
He said softly.
You think Lupin will recover?
Regulus said.
I hope so.
Sirius answered.
You will not as easily.
Regulus observed, and Sirius was struck by the words, almost as if they'd been a square hit to his jaw.
Regulus.
He's your husband, your son, treated as cannon fodder by someone as corrupt and inept as Pettigrew, whom you had still somehow considered a friend.
Regulus shook his head.
He should best hope that Azkaban is the worst fate that awaits him, rather than that he meets you again.
Sirius looked into Regulus's eyes, then down into his mug. It was quiet in the kitchen for long moments.
Do you? Would you like to see Remus? Sort of meet you, nephew?
I don't need to see Lupin. I've met the man.
Not quite like this,
Sirius said, looking up and letting his mouth twitch at the corner.
I know what pregnant people look like, Sirius.
Not this one.
Sirius answered.
You also didn't say no.
He walked over and pushed past Regulus a bit in the doorway.
I'm not sure a bump counts as my nephew.
Regulus said haughtily, but he turned to follow Sirius.
It does.
Sirius said.
Mooney, we're headed your way.
He called.
I'm right where you left me.
Remus called back. Sirius got to their room and stopped in the doorway.
You up for a visitor?
I guess.
Remus said hesitantly, and Sirius smiled a bit.
Tell him I won't bite.
He won't.
I heard him.
Regulus snapped, and Sirius's smile widened as he came further into the room. Regulus stepped in just inside of the doorway, eyeing Remus on the bed warily.
Regulus, hello.
Remus said as if he did this every day.
Lupin.
Regulus said, and then he might have caught sight of Sirius's face, because he added,
Remus.
Had a bit of a scare, but feeling mostly well this morning.
Remus said.
No contractions.
I'm glad to hear it.
Regulus replied, still standing awkwardly in the doorway.
You can come in.
Remus said.
Have a seat.
Remus indicated the armchair in the corner.
No, I can't stay. I wanted to see how you were if you've recovered, and it seems that you have.
So far, yes.
Remus said.
I'll be on bed rest the next few days just to make sure, but it seems like all is as well as it can be.
He paused, bit his lip.
Baby is even active this morning. Sometimes a cup or two of tea will do that. Would you like to feel it? The movement is quite distinctive by now.
Lupin, that's hardly necessary. Remus.
Regulus, come here.
Remus said softly, and Sirius was surprised when Regulus did, coming forward to hover next to where Remus was lying on the bed. Remus took Regulus's wrist without comment, and then placed Regulus's hand to the right side of his belly. Sirius saw Regulus suddenly bite his bottom lip.
Oh.
Regulus said.
Oh, well.
He removed his hand and Remus let him, and Sirius had to blink back sudden tears.
That was not what I expected.
You should feel it from the inside.
Remus said, smiling.
No, thank you.
Regulus said swiftly, and Sirius was startled into his bark-like laugh.
You get used to it.
Sirius added.
Means he's growing and healthy. Quite amazing, really.
Yes, quite.
Regulus said, and Sirius thought that was the most significantly sincere thing he'd ever heard Regulus say.
I should be going.
He was still holding his mug of coffee in one hand, but he put it down on the chest of drawers suddenly.
You're welcome anytime, Regulus.
Remus said softly.
Thank you, Remus. Probably not a good idea for now, but the offer is appreciated.
Regulus said stiffly, accepting Remus's answering nod before heading out of the bedroom. Sirius threw Remus a look and then followed quickly. He caught up to Regulus in the entryway.
Regulus, really, thank you. That you care.
Sirius began, then stopped. But Regulus didn't correct him or cut in with a scathing remark.
You take care, brother.
Regulus said, opening the door and leaving swiftly.
You too.
Sirius said to the closed door. He padded back to the bedroom, realizing his coffee was still in his hand.
Your brother touched my belly.
Remus said, but he was smiling.
Was it weird?
A little.
Remus said.
I mean, he's not James, who likes to carry on whole one-sided conversations. So, honestly, in a way, it was a bit of a relief.
Sirius laughed.
I'm glad he did.
Remus put in softly, and Sirius felt his throat close for a moment.
Me too,
Sirius said, heating up his coffee with a wandless warming charm. A week later, Remus had been cleared by Dorcas for usual activity, and Sirius found him standing in the middle of their spare bedroom, which they were about to turn into a nursery. The room had been emptied of the few pieces of furniture that had found their home in it. A single bed, a bedside table, a couple of lamps. James and Lily were coming by later in the afternoon to help set up, though James and Sirius would be doing most of the work, including painting the room. Remus had carted their spare record player into the room, and Rumors was playing while Remus stood in front of the biggest wall, swaying a bit to the music, one of his hands resting on his belly. When he heard Sirius, he looked over and smiled, and Sirius's stomach burst into butterflies, which he thought was a little ridiculous at this point, and a little lovely, and Sirius felt a smile bloom on his own face.
We're still decided on the yellow?
Sirius asked, coming up behind Remus and wrapping his arms around his chest, above the swell of his stomach.
Yes.
Remus laughed.
We're having a boy, Remus. We've always known we're having a boy. Blue would be fine. It would not be bowing to traditional gender norms, or whatever else you and Lily like to discuss.
Remus had picked a soft yellow for the room, and Sirius delighted in needling him about it, though he secretly liked the creaminess of the shade.
It's a boy this time,
Remus said, and then Sirius saw him press his lips together even from his angle. Sirius chuckled and dropped the kiss to Remus's shoulder.
Already thinking about baby number 2?
He asked, kissing Remus's shoulder a second time.
No.
Remus defended, but Sirius saw Remus's cheeks dust pink too.
Mooney, a second will mean we've probably outgrown this flat.
They could share for a while. That's what kids do.
So you were already thinking about another?
Sirius confirmed, and Remus ducked his head. Sirius pressed a kiss to his temple.
I think it's wonderful,
he said, moving his hands down to Remus's belly, holding it in his hands as they swayed to the music.
Yeah.
Remus asked.
Absolutely. Though you may want to have this one first before you get ahead of yourself,
he added. Remus snorted a little.
Too true.
Sirius used his hands on Remus to tug a little, until Remus got the hint and turned in his arms. Remus wrapped his arms around Sirius's neck, and Sirius kissed him.
We could have a whole house of children, a baker's dozen.
Remus laughed.
Hardly. You heard Molly Weasley had hers in March, yes. A boy. That makes 6.
I don't think they're done. They're going to keep trying for that girl,
Sirius said, and Remus laughed again, throwing his head back, and Sirius took advantage of the opportunity, swaying Remus more to the music, dancing them a bit around the room.
Surely we can outdo the Weasleys,
he added.
Absolutely not,
Remus said.
Anything over 4 is madness.
Sirius raised his eyebrows.
So 4? 4 is what you've landed on?
Not necessarily,
Remus said, his mouth tipped in a wry smile.
Oh, so for sure, 4. Not necessarily is Remus Lupin's absolutely yes.
You're incorrigible, you rangy mutt,
Remus said.
And you love it?
Unfortunately, yes.
Remus heaved his most put-upon sigh, and Sirius laughed. Sirius had been right, and he and James were working in the soon-to-be nursery, while Lily and Remus were in the kitchen having tea.
The fumes are bad for them,
James insisted.
I'm not arguing, James,
Sirius said, flicking his wand toward the roller and watching as it started coating the wall.
You're using magic.
You're not.
It's cheating.
Sirius threw him a look.
We're wizards, and you can't paint a straight line.
I paint fine.
I took that ridiculous art elective with you they added to the curriculum 6th year and then swiftly removed,
Sirius said, watching the roller work.
Adding art to the curriculum isn't ridiculous.
No, but you in that class were,
Sirius said.
I think you only took it for Evans anyway.
You know, I did fine in that class.
You were a disaster. Merlin, do you remember your final project? I think there's still paint soaked into some of the Gryffindor furniture.
I was making a statement on scale.
You were making a mess.
I got an E in that class, though how Peter pulled.
James started cutting off. He inhaled sharply.
Sorry, I didn't mean fuck.
Sirius eyed the roller, floating it back into the pan of paint before it, or he could do any damage. His hands had started to shake at the mention of Peter.
You didn't mean to, fuck prongs.
Do you think we need to talk about it?
James asked softly.
We trusted him. Fuck it. He would have known. He would have known where both our kids were at all times. Every time I think about it, that he was so close.
He took Mooney prongs.
I know.
How did we not know?
Because we didn't want to know,
James said.
Because we thought he was our friend. Because we thought he was Remus's friend.
James's mouth twisted.
You know what he said, in interrogation. That we didn't suspect him because he kept feeding our own sense of self-importance. That it was easy. That if Remus hadn't fallen pregnant, it probably would have been easy to convince us Remus was untrustworthy. You know Dumbledore was already sending Remus.
To the Pax. He told me. He'd gone once. He'd likely have kept going.
Sirius sighed.
It would have made him, well, you know Mooney. He would have pulled in on himself.
Sirius sighed again. James nodded.
Peter said that it would have been simple to keep us close and push Remus away. He had a plan. Then when Remus did end up pregnant, and he realized that wouldn't work, he knew continuing to pretend to be excited for us would keep him close. It would have. It would have worked.
Prongs.
No, he's right about all of it,
James said.
That's the worst part.
So what do we do about it?
Sirius asked.
He was our friend.
We get down on our knees and thank whoever is listening that he missed dinner that night, that he never heard about the Horcruxes. He missed it because he was off being a Death Eater, but he missed it. We thank our lucky stars that you're protective, and you got worried about Remus, that Peter went after the ring instead of just handing Remus over, that we made it in time. I spend a good portion of some nights thanking my ancestors he didn't target Lily instead.
Prongs.
None of that is going to make it right. It'll never be right. But we might be better off. Keep those two safe. Know Remus and your baby made it through okay.
It's not going to make Voldemort go away.
Sirius noted.
No, and I know you'll hold a grudge. So if you have to, take it out on Voldemort, so he doesn't get a hold of that little boy you're about to have, who is going to have a yellow room for some reason.
Sirius looked up at James and saw the sincerity in those hazel eyes.
We painted Harry's nursery part gold.
To match the snitch wallpaper, Padfoot Merlin.
Fuck Prongs. How did you talk Lily into snitch wallpaper?
She picked it out. She knows who she married.
James defended, and Sirius laughed. After a moment, James said,
It hurts. It's going to hurt for a while. You'll be angry. For a while.
Forever.
Fair enough.
James said.
How is Remus?
He seems all right.
Sirius said.
I think he dreams about it, but he won't talk much about it. You know, Moony.
No talking on threat of death.
Sirius sighed.
Give him time, Padfoot.
Sirius nodded.
He's also, well, he's faced horrors before. I think this was just another one, in a way. If it had cost him our...
Sirius stopped, took a breath.
Then it might be different.
But it didn't.
It didn't.
Sirius said quietly. Sirius flicked his wand and the roller started again, and James also picked up a brush, starting near the baseboard.
I brought over some of the snitch wallpaper.
James said.
Might work on the wall with the window.
Prongs, you bloody genius.
Sirius said, and James laughed.
Are we really going to sit here and eat biscuits while James and Sirius do all the work?
Remus asked, pouring hot water into Lily's mug.
Absolutely.
Lily said, pushing her tea bag around with a spoon, and Remus laughed.
Besides which, we are the ones doing all the work here. Remus, Lupin, get some perspective.
Remus sat down at the kitchen table, taking a biscuit off the plate and taking a bite.
Quite right.
He said, sighing.
What's your favourite late pregnancy symptom? The swollen feet or the heartburn?
Neither. I'm choosing the complete inability to sleep through the night.
Lily said.
If I'm not awake from kicking, I have to pee. If I don't have to pee, I have hip pain. If I don't have hip pain, I've rolled onto my back, which I hate and will wake up regardless.
I'm still saying heartburn.
Remus mused.
My mother used to say that the more heartburn someone had, the more hair their baby would have at birth. Which, I've seen Sirius's head of hair. It's short now, and I still don't know how he gets a comb through it. Yours isn't exactly fine either. I'd kill for that hairline.
So you're betting on hair?
The heartburn clinches it.
Lily said.
We'll find out.
Remus smiled.
Glad we didn't find out earlier.
Lily said softly, giving Remus a sympathetic look.
We are.
Remus said softly.
You don't have to talk about it. I just thought, well, I'm your friend and I'm here for you. Thought I'd at least make the offer.
Lily, you're a gem.
Yes, and you're deflecting.
Yes.
Remus said, and Lily laughed a little. He breathed in slowly.
It was unbelievably frightening. I thought I was headed to Voldemort. If he'd been smart, that's what Peter would have done. Just gone ahead and taken me. I'm lucky he got distracted. And lucky Sirius is so serious.
Lily hummed.
Then contracting.
I was so worried it was going to turn into real labor. Even after. But during.
Remus bit his lip and Lily took his hand.
It didn't. And you're here. And Teddy is still in there giving you heartburn. Peter.
Peter is getting a trial for kidnapping at the least.
Remus said.
He was your friend.
He was, and I loved him, my friend, since childhood.
James was in on the interrogation, you know.
Lily said.
He won't say much, but what he does say, well, he's disgusted.
I think it's hard on him. Well, it's hard on all of us. And Sirius.
Remus sighed.
He's lucky Sirius didn't kill him.
Lily said, and she said it so matter-of-factly that Remus knew she meant it literally.
Only because Sirius was worried about me and put that first.
As well he should have.
Lily said.
Remus, I know this is upsetting.
It is. But thank you, Lily. I know I can talk to Sirius too, and James. But sometimes it's easier with someone who wasn't, well, one of us. No offense.
No offense taken. Remus, anything you need, anything Sirius might need.
Remus nodded.
Regulus came by, you know.
I know, Sirius told us.
I'm glad he did.
Remus said.
I know we have you two, but Regulus. It was unusual. I think it helped Sirius. More than he'd want to admit.
Maybe, just maybe, if we can finish this, Regulus can have the family he deserves.
Lily said.
I want Sirius to have the family he deserves.
Remus said softly.
I think he already does.
Lily offered.
I think he already does, and he'll only see it grow.
She finished, and Remus smiled. They were getting ready for bed that night when Remus said softly,
You've been quiet since James and Lily left.
as he settled on the bed. Sirius sighed, pulling his sleep shirt over his head.
I've been thinking, James and I were talking.
The room looks great, by the way, even with the snitch wallpaper.
Remus said, smiling. Sirius smiled in answer.
I would have chosen Quaffles for Teddy, but it was a brilliant move by Prongs.
Quaffles, what position do you want him to play?
Any, though if he has your ability on a broom.
I fly perfectly well.
Remus said.
Not athletically, but fine enough for your average wizard.
You're not an average wizard,
Sirius replied.
Flattery will normally get you everywhere, but you're not answering my question.
Prongs was in Peter's interrogation.
Sirius started, coming to sit on the bed.
Lily told me.
Remus said.
Peter, he had a plan about how easy it would be, well, to separate us. If you hadn't gotten pregnant, how easy it would be to convince us, James and me, but especially me, that you were the spy.
That didn't happen.
Essentially by accident.
Sirius said, then stuttered.
Not accident, you know what I mean, he's not an accident.
Remus laid a hand on Sirius's arm.
I know what you mean, Padfoot. I didn't get pregnant on purpose.
Remus paused.
You think Peter was right, that he could have been successful?
Sirius didn't answer, and he didn't look at Remus. Remus sighed.
Now you're guilting yourself for a future that didn't happen.
Remus said.
You told me. Dumbledore had started to send you to the packs.
Remus sighed again.
I shouldn't have told you that.
At that, Sirius looked at him.
That's my entire point, Moony. You wouldn't have told me that. The war, it's already. We're hurting. We're losing. The assaults, they're mostly over by the time we get there. They're so brutal. We nearly lost Fabian the other day when he did get there. Dearborn has been gone for months. The prophecy, it would have been James and Lily, and I. If you went quiet and they were desperate.
Sirius looked away again.
Padfoot, you don't know.
I do know, Moony. So do you. I may not have stopped loving you, not ever. But if I had someone like Peter in my ear, if I got increasingly anxious about James, Peter wasn't wrong.
I wouldn't have helped.
Remus said softly.
You're right. I wouldn't have told you that. Dumbledore told me not to tell you, and I probably wouldn't have anyway. I'm too ashamed.
Sirius looked at him again, though Remus was looking at the duvet.
There would have been nothing to be ashamed about.
He'd have sent me to Greyback eventually, and we both know it. I wouldn't tell you that, even if he had let me.
So we'd be keeping secrets from each other,
Sirius said, a little bitterly.
But we didn't, and we aren't.
Remus said firmly, taking a deep breath.
I promised you I won't.
Remus, Moony, if you can't keep that promise.
Sirius warned. Remus leaned back as if stunned a bit, and Sirius saw a bit of hurt bloom across his face.
Sirius.
I mean it.
Don't.
Remus said, and Sirius saw the flush on his face.
I didn't intend to start a fight, Moony.
Sirius said. Remus bit his lip.
Me, either. I wouldn't keep a secret from you. I've kept a lot of secrets in my life, Sirius. I keep one all the time, even now, including from the Order.
The fact that you're a werewolf.
Remus nodded.
Most of the Order think we planned this pregnancy, used potions or spells. Not that I conceived through lycanthropy. I keep that secret to keep myself safe, and now, to keep our baby safe. I learned to do it from my parents, and whether it was right or wrong, I did. The only reason you all know is because you figured it out.
Because we cared about you, Moony. Because we knew it wasn't right that you were so ill so regularly.
Because you paid attention. Because I was in one place long enough for someone to pay attention. My parents, they did their best. But we never stayed anywhere long enough for that scrutiny to lead anywhere that might hurt us or me.
If we had started a relationship anyway, if we'd gotten far enough to do that, without me knowing, without us reckoning it out, would you have told me you are a werewolf?
Sirius asked, looking at Remus. Remus looked up at the ceiling, clearly thinking.
This isn't making me feel better, Remus.
Sirius said, and Remus's head came down, Remus looking at him.
I think there wouldn't be an us.
Remus said slowly.
I think if you all hadn't thought it through, reasoned out the truth on your own, no matter how close we got as friends, no matter how else I felt about you, how much I fell in love with you,
He sighed.
I wouldn't have gotten close enough to risk it, or to risk having to tell you.
Remus,
Sirius said, blowing out a breath. Remus shook his head.
God, that's depressing, but I think it's true.
Sirius looked at him, thought.
I think so too. That's truly awful, Moony.
It is.
Remus agreed seriously.
It would have been the loss of my life.
He said, then took a deep breath as Sirius opened his mouth.
But that's not what happened. What happened is that Dumbledore offered me a spot at Hogwarts, and my parents allowed it. What happened is that I made friends for the first time in my life, who cared about me enough to pay attention. What happened is that you and James were too clever by half, and figured out my secret. What happened is that you and James, and even Peter, cared enough about me again to become animagi, to make this horrible part of my life more bearable. What happened is that allowed me to feel loved by someone who wasn't my parents for the first time, which prepared me for you, and the unpredictable windstorm of your love, of your passion and devotion. What happened is that there is an us, which led to this somewhat reckless and insane but still precious pregnancy, and soon we're going to have an unbelievable life centered around a little boy. No one has kept any secrets, and no one has pulled away, and as far as I know, no one has any plans to. We wear these rings, and I call you my husband, and I will for the rest of my life.
Sirius took that in, breathing deeply.
That was a lot of words, Moony, especially for you.
I meant every one of them.
Remus replied.
I know.
Sirius whispered.
I love you,
he said against Remus's lips, leaning in.
I will never, ever not love you, and Teddy, and any other wild, precious, deeply treasured part of our lives. Not ever.
He finished, capturing Remus's lips in a kiss. After a few moments, Sirius broke them apart for air, and then kissed Remus again, who sighed, hot and lovely, into Sirius's mouth. Sirius sought out Remus's mouth, sliding his tongue against Remus's, hot and slick and slow. When he pulled back, he said,
Moony, if you don't want this to go where it's headed, you need to tell me now.
I need it to go where it's headed,
Remus whispered in answer.
Please.
Sirius kissed him again, before pulling back and dragging open-mouthed kisses across Remus's jaw.
You'll need to help me here, Moony. Tell me what feels good and what doesn't. How you feel, what you think.
Remus sighed a bit in pleasure, angling his head back to give Sirius access to the soft spot underneath his ear.
I will,
he said, sliding his hands underneath Sirius's shirt, scraping a little with his short nails, and Sirius shivered. He reached one hand down between them to cup Sirius through his pajama bottoms, squeezing a bit, which made Sirius hiss against his neck. He continued to press against Sirius as Sirius kissed down his neck. Sirius abruptly pulled back, removing his sleep shirt and then Remus's, before diving in again to flick one of Remus's nipples with his tongue.
Ah,
Remus said, removing his hand and scrabbling at Sirius's bare shoulders, and Sirius took that as encouragement, coming forward and putting his mouth over Remus's nipple, sucking gently, pulling a whine out of Remus's throat. Sirius pulled back and blew softly where his mouth had left Remus's nipple wet, and Remus keened and began to pant. Sirius followed with the other nipple, resting a hand on what was left of Remus's hip, which was shifting restlessly. Remus captured Sirius's mouth in a kiss, all heat and hard pressure, and his hand went to Sirius's cock again. He rubbed Sirius's cock through his bottoms, and Sirius pushed up into his hand as Remus started to trail kisses across Sirius's collarbone.
More?
Remus asked, squeezing a bit, and in answer Sirius thrust again, pushing up into Remus's palm. Remus pulled back far enough for them to each take off the rest of their clothing, a process he could only accomplish by getting off the bed entirely, before crawling back onto it, over to Sirius, who was beginning to flush, his cock hard and curling toward his hip, leaking a bit. Remus maneuvered until he was in a sitting position, and he took Sirius's cock in his hand again, causing Sirius to moan.
I don't think I can suck you off. Not in this position.
Remus panted, and Sirius moaned again as Remus pumped him up and down gently, sucking at the bottom of Sirius's neck.
Unless you scoot to the edge of the bed, and then I'd have to be on my knees,
he managed.
Moony, that image.
Sirius sighed.
But God, you'd never be able to get up again,
he said, and Remus pulled back with a slight glare.
What?
Sirius asked, but he was grinning, all wickedly feigned innocence, and Remus growled, leaning forward to kiss Sirius deeply, all teeth biting Sirius's bottom lip. Meanwhile, Remus's hand continued on Sirius's cock, and Sirius looked down, watching Remus pump him, using pre-cum to slick his hand. He dragged his thumb through Sirius's slit, and Sirius moaned again. Sirius reached out to Remus again, palming down his chest, making Remus shiver. He flicked Remus's nipples with his thumbs before running his hands over Remus's belly, coming to where Remus's cock was hard and heavy, already forming pre-cum. Sirius wrapped the hand around the base and then tugged leisurely, causing Remus's hips to buck up involuntarily.
We could do.
Sirius started, but Remus interrupted.
I want you inside me. I want to ride you.
Remus managed.
Mooney.
Remus panted for a moment.
If we aren't face to face, if I was the other way.
He stopped and swallowed so hard, Sirius tracked the movement.
Holy fuck, Mooney.
Sirius breathed.
Are you up to that?
Remus nodded enthusiastically.
We can't be face to face at all. Not with me this big. And that way.
He stopped, dropping his head as Sirius twisted his wrist on an upward stroke.
I can still take you deep.
Mooney, you're not big,
Sirius said, and Remus laughed. Sirius stopped the laughter with a hard, open-mouthed kiss.
You're full, belly full of my child, and God.
Sirius managed, going in for another kiss. Remus nodded, pulling back.
Prep me, please,
he asked, letting go of Sirius's cock and coming up on his hands and knees, facing the end of the bed. Sirius drew in a long breath, trying to control himself. He uttered the charm to clean and lubricate Remus from the inside, and then one to lubricate his fingers, bringing his hands up to open Remus up a bit, circling him with a fingertip.
2.
Remus gritted out, his breathing shallow.
Mooney.
Padfoot.
Remus begged, pushing himself back a bit, and Sirius gave in, both to Remus's insistence and his own want, beginning to slip 2 fingers inside of Remus. But Remus pushed back even further, suddenly and hard, and Sirius's fingers went in deeply, causing them both to moan.
Dear God, Mooney.
Sirius said, but Remus shook his head, pushing back already, then pulling himself forward enough to start fucking himself on Sirius's fingers, and Sirius moaned again. Sirius began to help, pushing into and out of Remus steadily while Remus panted. Sirius added a 3rd finger and Remus threw back his head, continuing to rock on Sirius's hand.
You're gonna...
Remus tried, breathing harshly.
You're gonna have to guide.
He tried again, grinding his hips against Sirius's fingers.
I've got you, Mooney,
Sirius said, removing his fingers before putting both hands on Remus's hips. Remus took the cue and sat up, coming off his hands and only to his knees. He lifted himself up as Sirius removed one hand to grip the base of his own cock.
We're going to go slow, all right?
He got out, and Remus nodded. Sirius arranged them, and Remus helped, bringing his knees to either side of Sirius's thighs. Remus used his hands to spread himself open, and Sirius wrapped an arm around Remus's chest to help guide him, bringing him down until his cock was nudging at Remus's entrance. Sirius pushed the head in by lifting his hips a bit, and both he and Remus moaned, Remus's head bowing again. Remus began to sink lower, and Sirius let go of the base of his cock to give Remus more room as Remus lowered himself until Sirius was fully inside him, and he was perched in Sirius's lap. They both took a moment to adjust, Remus wiggling his hips a little. Remus brought his head up and sighed while he clenched around Sirius.
I can't, you'll have to, work.
Sirius managed through gritted teeth, but Remus only nodded, his head thrown back even more, and Sirius began to trail kisses up his neck. The position was a little awkward, but somehow incredibly intimate, and Sirius let his hands come to rest on Remus's heavy belly.
Holy fuck, Mooney,
he said, holding Remus's swell in his hands as Remus began to grind against him, rolling his hips back and forth and then in circles as he adjusted. They were pressed back to chest, and Sirius dropped kisses against Remus's shoulder. Then Remus lifted up a bit and came back down, nothing fast or hard, but Sirius bit off a moan anyway, biting at the juncture of Remus's neck and shoulder. Remus cried out, and Sirius went still for a moment, worried he'd hurt Remus somehow before he realized it was from pleasure. Remus continued to grind or lift, working himself on Sirius's cock. Sirius thrust up as much as he could, and they found a rhythm. It wasn't hard, but it was deep, and Sirius felt every clench of Remus's muscles around his cock, and every bit of the heaviness of Remus's belly in his hands, and he broke out in gooseflesh along his arms. Remus, for his part, was panting heavily, moaning,
Padfoot,
repeatedly. His hands covered Sirius's on his belly, and Sirius thrust up hard, white, starting to spot his vision.
Yes, Padfoot, please come inside me. I'm so full.
Remus moaned, finding Sirius's mouth in a messy kiss, and he ground down as Sirius thrust up and came. When he came back to himself, Sirius saw Remus had his own hand on his cock, and he was still grinding his hips through the rest of Sirius's release. Sirius moved one of his hands and gently batted Remus's hand away from his cock, taking it in his hand and pulling. Remus moaned, a flush spread from his face down his chest. He leaned back into Sirius as he began to come, crying out, thighs shaking. Sirius stroked him through his orgasm, letting go only when Remus began to soften a bit, and his thighs to relax. Gently, Sirius began to lift Remus off his cock, and Remus helped, lifting himself until Sirius slipped out. Sirius said the cleaning charms, and Remus settled himself on his back on his side of the bed, his chest still rising and falling rapidly. Sirius pressed kisses to Remus's cheek and shoulder, and reached a hand out to rub a circle on his belly before pulling Remus closer. Remus came willingly, moving onto his side a little to curl into Sirius.
Good.
Sirius asked, still a little breathless himself.
I wouldn't want to flatter you, but it'd be true.
Remus said, laughing a bit, and Sirius kissed him.
I don't need a babysitter, James.
Remus sighed, sketching from where he was sprawled on the sofa, propped up on a couple of pillows and half using his belly to angle his sketch pad.
I'm not babysitting.
James protested.
You're literally hovering.
Remus pointed out and looked up at James, who was standing in front of the sofa, a glass of water in his hand.
I got you some water.
James pointed out, handing the glass to Remus. Remus took it and drank, reaching around James to place the glass, now about a quarter full, on the coffee table. He looked up again. James hadn't moved.
Prongs.
Remus started.
I'm just hanging out with my friend. My good friend Mooney.
James said, still standing.
Well, could you at least sit down?
Remus asked.
You're kind of freaking me out here.
James huffed a bit, but went and sat in one of the armchairs, still studying Remus, who was continuing to sketch.
So, are you hanging out with your friend Mooney because your friend Padfoot has gotten paranoid, or because your wife Lily has kicked you out because hovering over her is driving her mad?
It can be both. Two things can be true at once.
James said, and Remus smiled.
Next time tell Padfoot I'm fine.
You're 5 weeks out from your due date. Plus, well.
Remus glanced over at James.
Yeah.
You know.
James started, and Remus continued to sketch.
We could talk about it.
What part? The part where Peter was spying on us for Voldemort. The part where he kidnapped me. The part where he didn't get a chance to turn me over. Because Sirius had a hunch.
Remus asked tetchily.
Any of it. All of it.
James said easily.
Prongs.
Mooney.
Remus sighed.
I understand Sirius's protectiveness. I can't say I wouldn't do the same in his position.
I'm not asking about Sirius.
James pointed out.
I'm asking about you.
I can't say I don't appreciate that either.
Remus said quietly, and James nodded.
Logically, I know it's not going to happen again. Peter's in Azkaban.
Remus bit his lip.
But on the other, Voldemort might want this baby, Peter or no Peter. So the threat really hasn't gone away. It's still there, lodged.
Remus stopped, rubbing his hand over his chest.
I think we have some time,
James said softly. Remus looked over at him.
How much time?
Probably not enough.
James admitted, and Remus looked at his honest eyes.
How do you handle it, Lily?
Remus asked.
We stay busy. We focus on the baby. We work with the order.
Remus nodded.
Us too.
Mooney. We can only control what we can control, and what we can control is ourselves, and how we decide to fight against his evil. We can try to make the world one our children want to live in, one we want to live in.
James.
Mooney, we're here for you. Me, Lily, Padfoot, just as you are here for us.
Remus looked at his hands, then nodded.
Yeah.
Good.
How is Lily? We talked yesterday, and she seems all right. Over being pregnant, which I can relate to.
Remus smiled.
Completely over it. Also, I am legitimately afraid Lily might murder me. You were right before.
James admitted, and Remus laughed.
You don't seem to be on the path toward murder. So this was a relatively tame way to spend a couple of hours before Padfoot gets home.
You didn't knock me up. causing me to be hugely pregnant in the fucking height of summer. So you're safer with this pregnant person.
The solstice has passed. We're on the way back to autumn.
Remus stopped what he was doing and glared at James, who visibly swallowed.
I'm beginning to see Lily's point.
Remus said,
Speaking of summer, I might have, also, mentioned that cooling charms are a thing, and she's incredibly good at charms, so I didn't see what the problem was. When Lily mentioned she was hot.
That just means you deserve to be murdered on the basis of stupidity alone.
Remus said wryly.
I know.
My God, Prongs. The woman is carrying your son.
I know.
Cooling charms. Don't see what the problem is. Fuck's sake.
Remus grumbled.
I'm strapping a bowling ball onto both you and Sirius, and we'll see how long you two last. Oh, I bet I could magic them inside of you too, with only minor organ damage, probably.
Is organ damage an upgrade from murder?
Yes.
Remus said simply.
Agree.
James sighed.
Fuck's sake.
I know. And then she cried.
Prongs.
I made her cry.
Were they angry tears?
No, that's the worst part. She was sad. She couldn't believe she wasn't a good enough witch to keep herself cool, which would absolutely mean she wasn't going to be a good enough mother to our baby.
Prongs.
Remus said, stopping his hand and looking over.
I know.
James said, all but wringing his hands.
I told her that was ridiculous. She's going to be the most amazing mum, but that just made her cry harder. She told me she felt foolish for crying, and mad at me for making her cry, which, again, made her cry harder. So when Padfoot owled to say he'd be stuck late at Mungo's, we, thought maybe a bit of space might be in order.
You're getting her flowers and bringing dinner home.
Remus said, not making it a question.
Yes.
At that place you got for her birthday. She loves their samosas.
Yes.
Did you leave her with something to tide her over until then?
I ran to the shop and got 2 packs of the biscuits she likes that Sirius keeps for you, the ones covered in fudge.
That's a start.
James nodded.
Fuck's sake.
Remus grumbled again.
What the hell? You know better, Prongs.
I meant it.
James protested, and Remus shot him a look.
I meant, well, that she can do cooling charms. She really is excellent at charms. I didn't see the problem. All factual statements.
Oh, Merlin, now I'm about to murder you.
Remus said.
Not only are you smarter than this, you're better than this, James.
Oh, you are about to kill me.
Lily will thank me.
I was thinking roses.
White are her favorite.
I know. We had them at our wedding, with lilies mixed in for color.
I'll get both if you can. Recreate the wedding theme.
That's a wonderful idea, Mooney. You're the best.
I know because I haven't killed you yet.
Remus said, just as he heard the door open from the front of the flat.
Mooney Prongs.
Sirius called.
In here, not getting murdered.
James called back, and Sirius's footsteps came toward them.
Not getting murdered.
Sirius asked, coming into the sitting room.
Was murder on the agenda? Did something happen?
He came forward, dropping a kiss to Remus's lips when Remus looked up.
Nothing sunflowers and food probably won't fix, unless he doesn't get that far, because I do the murdering.
Remus said.
Do I want to know?
No, though maybe he can tell you later, as a cautionary tale not to make the same kind of mistakes.
Remus said.
Oh, Lily.
James sighed.
Prongs, the woman is nearly 9 months pregnant with your baby.
Sirius started.
I got it.
James said.
I've surrendered already.
He said, putting his hands up, and Sirius laughed.
He was an idiot.
Sirius directed this at Remus.
You have no fucking idea.
Remus said darkly. He filled in a line on his sketch and frowned.
What?
Sirius asked.
This is odd. I didn't... Well, what does this look like to you?
He asked, tilting the sketch pad at Sirius, who looked over his shoulder.
Like a hospital. That can't be right. School. Something institutional.
Sirius said.
It's not an object.
Remus said, nodding.
I agree, though. Institutional. The feeling.
Remus shuddered a bit.
It's not an object.
James said from his chair, and Sirius shook his head. James looked over to Remus.
What's the feeling?
Cold, lonely.
Remus managed.
Almost cruel.
His hand came to rest on his belly, a little protectively. Sirius hummed.
Riddle was an orphan, wasn't he? Dumbledore met him in the orphanage.
Remus and Sirius looked at the sketch pad again, and Remus sighed.
Could definitely be an orphanage.
Remus said, and Sirius nodded. At James's look, Remus passed the sketch pad over, and James got out of his chair to take it.
It looks sad.
James observed, and Remus nodded again.
So why would you draw Riddle's orphanage? No object. Does this mean we have all of the Horcruxes?
Sirius asked. Remus bit his lip.
I don't think so. I can feel. I'm not done drawing yet. Something else is out there, at least.
One more.
James asked quietly, pushing his glasses up his nose, and Remus nodded.
Maybe the most important one. To him, I mean. So you're also getting.
Other important things. Places.
Sirius said.
You think, Moony.
Remus closed his eyes, and for a moment it was quiet in the room. Sirius could feel the thickness of the magic in the air, and how Remus was drawing on it.
Yes, I think so, yes.
Remus finally agreed.
It's the best explanation I can think of, and it feels right.
Remus breathed out, and the tension in the room began to evaporate, even James's expression clearing some.
We're close.
Sirius breathed.
We are.
Remus agreed, sitting up a little more. His eyes looked a little bright with unshed tears, and Sirius bent over again, kissing him softly.
We'll get there together,
Sirius said as he straightened back up.
Together.
Remus agreed, and this time he smiled a little, also shooting a look at James, who smiled at him. Sirius hefted the takeaway bag in his hand.
I brought Chinese. Joining us, Prongs.
Not unless I really do want to die tonight.
James said, and Remus laughed.
I'll go. I owe Lily flowers and her own dinner,
he said, standing.
Oh my God, you haven't fed that woman yet. Go feed your pregnant wife,
Sirius exclaimed.
You asked me to stop by, plus Remus and I need more time together, as a couple.
Fuck off, Prongs. Not that I don't like your company,
Remus said.
He also was trying to avoid being flayed alive, so don't let him make you think it was a huge favor.
Oh, she could do that,
James said, patting Sirius's shoulder as he began to head toward the entryway.
It's a factual statement.
Remus called after him, and James laughed.
By Moony Padfoot,
James said. They heard the door open and close, and then the crack of apparition.
Do I want to know?
Sirius asked.
Not unless you want to see me get worked up.
Remus answered truthfully, and Sirius laughed.
Let's eat,
Sirius replied, offering his hand to Remus, who took it reluctantly, even though it was helpful in getting him off the couch.
Cooling charms.
Remus muttered and shook his head.
Moony.
Remus heard his name called, as if from far away. He struggled a bit, eyes still closed to the soft morning light. It was soft underneath him, which felt wrong for after a full moon, when he would usually be waking up on the forest floor south of Dover, where he, Sirius, and James usually spent a full. It was that, the feeling of softness and warmth, more than anything else, that made Remus force his eyes open. He saw his bedside table, and registered that the light was coming in through their bedroom window, and he startled awake, suddenly on edge.
Padfoot,
he asked urgently, beginning to sit up until a warm hand landed on his arm.
Moony, it's okay. I apparated us home as soon as you turned back. You've been sleeping longer. I just wanted to make sure you were all right,
Sirius said. Remus turned to face him, no easy feat with his heavy belly, still sleepy and half outside the situation.
Padfoot. Everything okay? I don't remember.
As long as you are okay, everything's fine, Moony. Once you turned, all you did was build a nest. You spent some time grooming yourself, and Padfoot, and you insisted we den down together. It was so calm, even Prongs fell asleep, as the stag.
Sirius ran a hand down Remus's cheek.
I know you don't remember anything that happens after you transform, but this was the continuation of the wolf's pattern. Calm, quiet, peaceful.
Remus nodded.
Still sleepy.
Then you should rest, love,
Sirius said softly, running the pads of his fingers across Remus's cheekbone.
I think the wolf knows you're close. You're both close. Last moon before the baby, probably.
Baby okay?
Remus murmured.
Seems so, from my monitoring. Dorcas said she could come by later today. She has before, but I think you're fine. If something comes up, she can, but otherwise, we can spend the day resting.
That sounds amazing.
Remus said, yawning. He saw Sirius smile.
Then let's do that,
Sirius answered.
Go back to sleep, love.
He leaned forward and kissed Remus briefly and softly. Remus smiled into it a bit, and then let sleep take him again. When Remus woke up again, Sirius was still there, though there was also tea and toast on the bedside table, held warm under a stasis charm. He hummed happily, sitting up a bit with Sirius's help, leaning against the pillows as he took the cup of tea and took a long drink.
Feel all right, Mooney?
Sirius asked as Remus ran an absent hand over his belly. Remus nodded.
Tired, but better than I probably ever have after a moon. Keeps up the pattern.
Sirius tilted his head.
How so?
Transformations have been easier as the pregnancy has progressed.
Remus said, drinking more tea.
The wolf seems protective.
Sirius leaned forward and pressed a kiss to Remus's cheek where he could reach.
I agree. Prongs and I have noticed. I don't think that's a bad thing, Mooney.
I'm not saying it is.
Remus defended, picking up a piece of toast.
I'm just not used to.
He stopped.
You're never a monster.
Sirius said quietly, and Remus looked at him.
That's a version of what you were going to say, isn't it?
Remus's lips thinned out.
Maybe.
Mooney.
Remus started to eat his toast.
The wolf is dangerous.
The wolf is also beautiful.
Remus sent Sirius a look.
It is.
Sirius said firmly.
I'm not arguing the danger, or how horrible the transformation itself is. It still is, even now. But you are human, and you are beautiful.
Remus sighed.
I'm not going to convince you of that. Not now, maybe not ever, but believe me, I'm going to try.
Sirius said.
Padfoot.
Remus started, but Sirius leaned forward to kiss the words away, and Remus let him. He sighed a little onto Sirius's lips when they parted.
What do you want to do, Mooney? You want to sleep again? Or me to get you a book?
Sirius asked.
I want my sketch pad.
Remus answered.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Sirius's face looked worried. Remus nodded.
I can feel the magic. It's strong. I can feel it thrumming. It needs an outlet, like the wolf didn't take enough, couldn't contain it.
Remus looked thoughtful.
You still transformed, Mooney. It still drained you.
Sirius argued.
It did, and I'll take care of myself.
Sirius looked at him with a little worry. He reached out and palmed Remus's belly.
I'll take care of him too,
Remus said softly.
I know you will,
Sirius said, reaching out and pressing a kiss first to Remus's rounded stomach, then to his temple.
As long as you rest when you need to rest,
he said, making to get off the bed.
I will,
Remus said, reaching out a hand to catch Sirius's wrist, and Sirius paused.
Bring those biscuits too,
he added, and Sirius laughed a little.
How many?
The package.
Remus answered honestly, and Sirius smiled. At some point, Sirius himself dozed off, and he blinked up at Remus sometime in the late afternoon, if the sun coming in was any indication. Remus was frowning at his sketch pad, making a line here or there, but otherwise studying it, his head tilted.
Welcome back, Sleeping Beauty,
Remus said, but he looked down at Sirius and smiled. Sirius sat up a bit, resting his head on Remus's shoulder, where he could also see the sketch pad. On it was a drawing of what looked like a cave near a shoreline on an island. There was what looked like a basin set into the cave, and Remus had drawn something in the corner, a locket, emblazoned with a jeweled S on the front. Sirius looked a little closer to see a smaller version of the locket inside the basin.
Slytherin's locket.
Sirius breathed, and Remus sighed but nodded.
I think so.
Remus said quietly.
He was the heir of Slytherin, according to Dumbledore,
he said.
It might have been a family heirloom at one time.
Coordinates?
Sirius asked, and Remus nodded, tapping his pencil in the corner opposite the locket.
I think it's close to the orphanage, though.
Remus continued just as quietly.
It feels like it was important to him, too, but not for any good reason.
Remus cut himself off, and Sirius felt a shudder go through Remus. Sirius felt magic shudder a bit in the air, too. He put a hand on Remus's belly.
I think you need a break, Mooney,
Sirius said also softly. He felt the stomach underneath his hand move as Remus took a deep breath.
Yes.
Remus agreed, closing his eyes.
Mooney.
It's all right, Padfoot.
Is it?
Sirius asked, his head still on Remus's shoulder. Remus nodded, but he bit his lip.
I don't want our boy. I don't want Teddy.
He took another breath.
I don't want him to grow up like that. Alone. In an orphanage. Because...
Hey,
Sirius said, sitting up but keeping his hand on Remus's stomach.
That's not going to happen.
If something happens to us...
It won't.
Padfoot.
Then there's James and Lily.
What if something happens to them too? What if I'm an only child and my parents are gone? I don't want him. I don't want Teddy, your parents.
That won't happen, Mooney. James and Lily are named as his godparents. We already wrote the contract, and will perform the ceremony once he gets here. If not them, it won't be my parents.
Then it would be an institution like the one I drew.
No,
Sirius said.
it won't be, because we'll be here. Nothing is going to happen to us, or to him.
You can't.
Promise that. No, but I can do the absolute best I can to make it reality.
Sirius said, determined.
You and your brash optimism.
At least you're not calling it my arrogance or recklessness.
Sirius smiled a little.
Not anymore.
Remus said, and he leaned his head down to rest on Sirius's while Sirius laughed a little.
I'm afraid, Padfoot, us being close is good, but we might also be close too.
Mooney, one thing at a time. We're going to get this last Horcrux. We're going to figure out what to do with them. We're going to get this boy here. That last one. That's what I want you to focus on. Let me help with that, and the rest.
It's a lot.
Remus admitted. He sighed.
I've got you, Mooney, and Teddy.
Sirius rubbed a circle, and he felt Remus relax just slightly.
Mooney, why don't you take a nap? You've got to be tired.
Remus hummed.
I am, all right.
He put down the sketch pad and pencil on his bedside table.
Can you maybe become Padfoot?
Sirius lifted his head and kissed Remus softly.
Of course,
he said, and then transformed. He waited until Remus settled himself and then turned around 3 times, snuggling against Remus's back, head resting on his hip.
The best blanket.
Remus mumbled and Padfoot huffed, pleased. A week later, Sirius was standing in front of the door in their entryway, Remus fussing a bit with the zipper on his leather jacket.
You're going to go to James and Lily's,
Sirius said, and Remus nodded.
Yes, I'm going to help Lily with the nursery a little. Commiserate.
I'll send a Patronus when I'm back. You can even stay with them overnight if you need to,
Sirius said.
Do you think this will take that long?
Remus asked, swallowing. Sirius saw the concern, the fear, in the creases around Remus's frowning mouth.
I don't think so, Mooney, but I want you to be safe.
I want you to be safe,
Remus replied.
I know it's July, but I think you'll need the jacket.
It's fine, Mooney. If I need it, I do, and if not, a little sand won't hurt it.
Well, that doesn't sound like you,
Remus said, but his mouth twitched up in a half smile.
If it gets a little battered, it'll just add to its coolness factor,
Sirius said, leaning in to kiss Remus, who returned the kiss firmly. Sirius broke off reluctantly.
I just want you and Teddy to be safe,
he said again, and Remus nodded. Remus kissed him again.
I love you,
he said.
I love you both,
Sirius said, leaning down for one last kiss. Sirius, Regulus, and Dumbledore met at the coordinates, which turned out to be along the Seven Sisters Cliffs in East Sussex. It was an island, not far from the cliffs. It was warm, but the ocean spray was strong and salty, causing Sirius to blink rapidly, and it made him glad he was wearing the jacket. He looked up a bit, trying to shake the spray out of his eyes, while Dumbledore spoke.
You were right,
Dumbledore said.
Riddle's orphanage isn't far from here, and the cave, well.
These cliffs are named for the star cluster. Yes.
Regulus asked, and Dumbledore nodded.
Including Merope, who was Tom Riddle's mother,
Dumbledore said, and Sirius looked at him, startled.
When I met him, he'd led 2 children into this cave. I don't know what transpired here, but it frightened them so much they were never the same.
Sirius felt a shudder go through him, and he didn't think it was from the ocean. Regulus regarded the cave in front of them.
I can feel the magic from here,
he observed. Sirius twirled his wand in his fingers.
There are spells set up to send people away. I would also assume to harm them.
Lupin drew a basin inside the cave, did he not?
Regulus asked, and Sirius nodded.
A basin which holds the locket and what looks like a vial.
I don't like the sound of that,
Regulus said, and Sirius looked over at him. Regulus continued to look at the cave ahead.
Neither do I, gentlemen, but I think it's imperative that we work our way through the spells and get inside the cave,
Dumbledore said. Sirius and Regulus exchanged a look, but Sirius nodded. He raised his wand and got to work. It took them 4 hours of working together just to get into the cave. Sirius was shaking a bit, his magic feeling jittery along his veins, down his hands into his fingers. Regulus's jaw was set, and sweat had appeared at his temple, only visible if someone was looking closely, which Sirius was. Dumbledore looked serene still, if a little tired. Being inside the cave shielded them from the sea, but it seemed unnaturally cold inside, a chill Sirius couldn't escape. There were spells set up inside the cave too, and they worked to take them down. Sirius was surprised at how well he and Regulus worked together, though perhaps he shouldn't have been. They'd been raised together, after all, in Grimmauld Place, told to stand up straighter, eat with the right fork, not speak unless spoken to first. In some ways, the magic they were doing reminded Sirius of that place. Not just the darkness of the cave, but the darkness of the magic, the feel of it. He thought of how he'd grown up, that magic was a tool to be wielded for the purposes of the wizard, not good or evil, inherent or in and of itself, just a fact of life. These spells seemed similar, bent to the will of a young Tom Riddle, dark in their intent to harm, but also present in their intent to protect. It flitted across Sirius's mind that the kind of spells he'd used to protect his flat or to protect his family would not be so entirely different. Finally, Dumbledore cast a Lumos, and the strongest magic was only coming from the basin, the last of the magic left. They gathered around it, and Sirius felt the magic wafting off the basin in waves. He spared a look at Regulus, who had covered his nose with a sleeve for a moment, as if trying to get a cleaner breath. Dumbledore cast a spell, and there was a soft whooshing sound, and Sirius staggered back a bit with the force of the last barrier around the basin slipping away. Sirius looked inside, and there were two objects, just as Remus had drawn them, a vial and a locket, and he had a dawning realization.
We can't get to the locket without going through the vial first, can we?
He asked softly, though it sounded loud in the enclosed space, echoing off the cave walls.
I fear not,
Dumbledore said gravely, and Regulus nodded next to Sirius.
It's poison,
Sirius said.
It must be. What are we supposed to do with that? I doubt we can just pour it out onto the ground.
No,
Regulus said.
it will need to be drunk, or the locket will remain behind the barrier inside the basin.
He took a breath.
I'll drink it.
Absolutely not,
Sirius said, and this time he was objectively loud, and he saw Regulus wince a bit.
It can't be you. You have Lupin, and he's what, 2 weeks away? Less.
Regulus asked. Sirius shook his head.
There has to be another way.
Dumbledore spoke.
It can't be either of you.
It can't be you either,
Sirius said, and Dumbledore shook his head.
I am the most logical choice.
Dumbledore said. Regulus looked thoughtful.
What if there is another way?
He said as Sirius opened his mouth to protest.
Mr. Black,
Dumbledore asked.
Do you think the potion would affect a house elf the way it would a human?
Regulus asked.
there's no way of knowing yet.
Dumbledore said mildly.
And once the vial is empty, the consequences would have already occurred.
He paused.
You have a plan.
I felt the anti-apparition spells, haven't you?
Regulus asked, and Sirius blinked at what he thought was the sudden change in topic. Dumbledore nodded, and Sirius frowned, concentrating. Once he did, he felt it too, and growing dread pooled in his stomach.
If there are anti-apparition spells, set to let people in but not out, then how do we get out?
Sirius asked. Dumbledore looked at him.
I have an emergency port key set to the safe house,
he said, and Sirius let out the breath he'd been holding.
I don't think the spells would work with house elf magic, though.
Regulus said. Sirius whirled on him.
House elf magic? Are you talking about creature?
Regulus looked back steadily.
He's loyal to me, and as the practical heir, he answers to me.
So you want to poison him?
Sirius snapped.
Don't act like there's love lost between you.
Regulus snapped back.
I think the poison may harm him, but I don't think it will kill him. I don't think Tom Riddle ever thought about anyone he thought was beneath him, including house elves,
he said.
Your plan, Mr. Black.
Dumbledore said mildly.
You're agreeing to this?
Sirius asked hotly.
I'm listening to this,
Dumbledore said.
I can summon creature even from this distance, if I amplify it with my magic. He's loyal to me. He'd come on my orders. He can't disobey me. I would order him to drink the vial, and we would help him through any effects. He would be able to apparate in and back out, back to Grimmauld Place. If he drinks the vial, we would be able to get away with the locket.
Sirius looked at Dumbledore.
I can't believe you're considering this,
he said.
Would you rather it be you?
Regulus said.
Give up your life, leave Lupin to raise your son alone. Or should it be me? Is my life that worthless to you?
Damn it, of course not, Regulus.
Then I think creature is our best option. I don't want to hurt him, but...
But it might be survivable for him, I agree.
Dumbledore put in decisively.
He doesn't deserve to suffer.
Sirius said.
None of us do.
Regulus sniped.
Wasn't that your point to me at the beginning of all of this? This is the way the Dark Lord operates, brother. We all have to make sacrifices. I'm trying to minimize the sacrifices you have to make here and in the future.
Sirius noted how flushed Regulus was now, and how determined. His nostrils flared, but he nodded. Regulus waved his wand a bit and called,
Creature, Regulus Black of the House of Black is summoning you.
The three of them waited for a moment before a pop sounded through the cave, and then Creature was standing in front of Regulus.
Master Regulus,
Creature said, bowing low enough that his nose scraped the floor of the cave.
Stand up, Creature.
Regulus said stiffly, and Creature did, taking in Sirius and Dumbledore as he did.
it is him, Master,
Creature shrieked loud in the cave.
he who defiled the name of Black who broke Mistress's heart. He is a filthy blood traitor.
Creature shrieked.
Creature, stop.
Regulus said sternly, and Creature stopped abruptly, though his gaze didn't fall from Sirius.
This is an order, Creature. You are not to reveal to Mother or Father, or indeed any other living soul, that you were here today, nor who you saw, nor the events that transpire. Am I clear?
Master Regulus,
It's an order, Creature.
Regulus said firmly, and Creature stopped.
Yes, Sirius is here, as is Albus Dumbledore.
Creature's gaze landed on Dumbledore, and Sirius watched him openly sneer. Dumbledore did not respond, and Creature turned his eyes back to Regulus.
Creature, I will need you to reach into this basin and drink the potion in the vial. It may make you quite ill, but we believe you will survive it. Once you drink it, and we help you through the effects, you are to return to Grimmauld Place and tell no one you were ever here or what you did. I am ordering all of this. Is that clear?
Master Regulus,
Is that clear?
Regulus insisted, and Creature bowed again. When Creature stood up, Regulus nodded.
Very well. Creature, take hold of the vial in the basin.
Sirius watched as Creature reached up, his long fingers wrapping around the vial of potion. The vial and magic didn't resist him, and the potion swirled inside of it as Creature brought it down. Regulus nodded to Creature, who uncorked the vial. He looked at Regulus, who nodded again, and then Creature brought the vial to his lips, downing the potion in a few long swallows. Sirius saw Dumbledore wave his wand and utter a spell, and he felt the last of the barriers to the locket snap so suddenly it was a sensation in his chest. Dumbledore reached into the basin and scooped up the locket as Creature gasped, choking.
Creature,
Sirius asked, concerned, and Regulus looked over at him, as if he thought the concern was false.
Creature does not need the help of a blood traitor.
Creature gasped, and Sirius managed not to roll his eyes.
Creature, what do you need?
Regulus asked, as Creature doubled over.
Water, so thirsty.
Creature croaked, and even Sirius could see him losing color. He glanced at Regulus, who looked calm, though Sirius saw the stress appear in small lines around his eyes.
Can you have salt water?
Regulus asked, and Creature nodded.
we should all think about leaving.
Sirius said anxiously, and he saw Dumbledore, who was also watching Regulus and Creature, nod.
Just a moment. Creature, follow me.
Regulus said, heading toward the exit of the cave. Sirius exchanged a look with Dumbledore, and they followed Regulus and Creature toward the edge of the island. As they got to the shore, Creature bent to drink. He got a few handfuls of water up to his mouth, and Sirius almost breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a bubble appear, even after Creature's hand had finished splitting the surface. The water bubbled again, and Sirius's stomach did as well.
Regulus,
Sirius started, staring at the water in the July sunlight, the waves crashing on the far shore by the cliffs.
What?
Regulus said shortly, but Sirius didn't move his eyes from the water, where more bubbles were appearing. Sirius backed away instinctively, and his eyes met Dumbledore's.
I think there are even more protections.
Dumbledore said, and though his tone was calm, Sirius heard some anxiety underneath it. Regulus straightened, even as Creature moaned softly.
What protections?
He asked, and then to Sirius's horror, there was another bubble in the surface, bigger this time, followed by surprisingly long human fingers. Sirius gasped.
In theory,
Dumbledore said, and Sirius recoiled, stepping backward from the shore.
In theory.
Regulus asked, his face screwing up a bit. Even Creature began to back away.
Here.
Regulus asked, and then an entire hand appeared. It reached out, lightning fast, too fast to be real, too fast to be human anymore, and caught Regulus around the ankle. Regulus, who had been the only one not to yet back away from the shore.
Regulus,
Sirius shouted as another hand broke the surface, and then another, and another, And then two hands gripped Regulus, who was being dragged startlingly quickly across the sand. By the time Sirius reached him, Regulus was already in the water up to his waist, and Sirius reached out and grabbed his wrists in a vice-like grip.
Regulus.
He repeated, pulling, but Regulus was now into the water up to his chest, and Sirius felt like he was pulling uselessly.
Let me go.
Regulus grit out, but his hands were scrabbling to get a grip around Sirius's own wrists or forearms.
No.
Sirius shouted.
I'm not losing you. I'm not.
He repeated, pulling.
Sirius, Lupin. Lupin needs you.
Regulus said.
You're still my family.
Sirius cried, pulling.
But you have to fight too, Regulus. Regulus.
Sirius heard Regulus gasp in the water up to his shoulders, but he must have started to kick, because there were waves in the water that weren't caused by the hands that were still reaching up out of the water, all around them.
Sirius?
Dumbledore said suddenly, reaching out with his wand, a jet of red light coming out to sting the hand now reaching for Sirius's arm.
Regulus.
Sirius continued, pulling, and suddenly things got easier, Regulus beginning to slide up the shore toward him.
Creature.
Regulus managed.
This is an order. Go back to Grimmauld. Repeat this to no one.
He gasped. Out of the corner of his eye, Sirius saw Creature bow lowly once, then disappear. Sirius continued to pull, and Regulus got his hands around Sirius's own wrists.
Dumbledore.
Sirius gasped, and then Dumbledore was there as Sirius got Regulus far enough on the shore that his knees became visible, crawling up the side of the island.
Gentlemen,
Dumbledore said, pulling a cup from his robes.
On my count.
Sirius kept pulling, dragging Regulus along the shoreline.
Sirius, stop, stop.
Regulus managed, but Sirius didn't, continuing to pull.
Sirius.
No.
Sirius said, shaking with fear and adrenaline.
Now, gentlemen.
Dumbledore said, and Sirius had enough sense of mind to let go of one of Regulus's wrists and reach for the cup. He saw Regulus do the same, and they touched it at the same time. Sirius felt the telltale pull in his belly and the disorientation, and then, suddenly, he was in the sitting room of the safe house they used in Shropshire, gasping for air, one hand still wrapped around Regulus's wrist. Regulus, who was sitting next to him, also breathing heavily. Dumbledore was standing above them, looking grim.
Mr. Black, Regulus, are you injured?
Dumbledore asked. Regulus shook his head.
I don't think so. Some bruises, perhaps?
He said smoothly, though his chest was still heaving.
Will you require medical attention?
Dumbledore asked. Regulus shook his head at the same time, Sirius said.
I can provide him with whatever he needs.
Regulus looked at him.
I can.
Sirius said a little softer.
You can start by letting go.
Regulus whispered.
I don't think I can do that.
Sirius whispered back. Sirius convinced Regulus to come back to the flat with him, with help from Dumbledore.
You'll need to be monitored.
Sirius had argued, though Regulus insisted it was just a few bruises. It was, but the monitoring wasn't only for Regulus. It was for Sirius, and they both knew it. Sirius sent Regulus to shower and set him up with some of Remus's extra clothes, since Remus was closer to his size. While Sirius was in the shower, Sirius sent a Patronus to Remus at the Potter's home. He didn't want to have this conversation in front of Regulus, and knew he wouldn't be in the shower long, but it was the best chance Sirius had. Remus apparated into their sitting room with a pop, already looking concerned, a look that deepened as he took in Sirius's appearance. Sirius had shed his jacket, and his short sleeves revealed the bruises beginning to blossom where Regulus had finally caught hold of him. Remus frowned.
What happened?
He asked softly. Sirius told him, and by the time he was done, he saw Remus was trembling.
Sirius, Padfoot.
Remus said softly.
He's here, Regulus.
The shower. I needed to send for you to tell you, but I need him here too, at least for tonight.
Remus nodded absently.
Of course, he's welcome for as long.
Remus cut off abruptly, swallowed.
In theory.
Sirius saw where Remus's hands were shaking.
Moony.
Would you have let go? Would you have let them take you?
Remus asked softly.
Moony.
Sirius took a deep breath.
He's my brother.
And we're your.
Remus swallowed.
No.
Sirius said softly.
If it had come to that, no. I would have had to. I would have had to let go.
Sirius blinked back tears and looked at the ceiling.
There's no shame in that, Padfoot.
Remus said quietly.
Not to you.
Sirius answered, and he felt more than saw Remus step back. He brought his head down, seeing Remus's surprised, hurt face.
Sirius, that's...
Remus pulled a breath.
I didn't mean...
Sirius started.
Then what did you mean?
Remus asked, his voice shaking even to Sirius's ears. He sounded on the verge of tears.
He's my brother.
And I'm your husband. Or that's what you've been calling me anyway. This is your son. Do we mean that little to you?
No, Mooney, that's not fair.
And what about James? Or Lily? We all.
Remus's voice had grown louder.
2 weeks, Padfoot. I only have about 2 weeks. And then I would have been giving birth to your son without you. Because you drowned. Because what if you didn't let go? What if you couldn't? What if you decided not to?
I would have drowned trying to save someone I love.
Sirius said loudly, and he watched Remus bite his lower lip.
And left the rest of us to mourn you both.
Mooney.
Sirius started, but Remus took a step back.
Fuck!
Remus said suddenly, loud in the flat.
It was dangerous enough as it was. The Inferi could have gotten to you regardless. But to know you would go willingly to your...
You wouldn't want me to have let go of you.
Sirius cut in.
Regulus deserves more, he deserves better.
He deserves your life.
Remus asked sharply, and Sirius reared back.
Remus.
Oh my god, you, Sirius.
Remus managed. He backed away again.
I would have made sure he let go.
A voice sounded from the direction of the hall. Regulus. Sirius turned at the sound, and he saw Remus look up toward Regulus.
Regulus.
Remus said,
I'm sorry for what happened to you today. I am thankful you made it through it.
Regulus nodded at him, and Remus turned back to Sirius.
I'm going back to James and Lily's.
Remus said softly.
Mooney, don't.
Sirius pleaded softly. Remus dug the heels of his hands into his eyes. Sirius knew it was to hold back tears.
Yeah, I just need. I'm glad everyone is okay. Thank you for letting me know,
he said stiffly, removing his hands. Sirius reached out, but Remus stepped back again, out of reach.
Remus, Mooney, please.
Remus shook his head.
I already have things there for overnight, so get some rest, both of you,
he said, and then before Sirius could say another word, he apparated, the crack loud in the flat. Sirius sighed.
There's some things for sandwiches in the refrigerator. If you're hungry.
He started.
Sirius.
Regulus said.
I'm going to need a minute, or an hour, or 6.
Sirius replied.
I've already pulled out some pillows, blankets for the sofa. Make yourself at home.
Sirius.
Regulus repeated.
I'm grateful for you, for today, for...
Regulus stopped, and Sirius looked at his serious face.
For you in general.
He finished.
But you can't, your loyalties.
Sirius saw Regulus frown.
My loyalties are my own, and they apply to everyone.
Sirius said stiffly.
Then maybe that's the problem.
Regulus said softly. Sirius woke the next morning to James Potter sitting cross-legged on the end of his bed. He startled wide awake before falling back onto his pillow with a groan.
Get up, you bloody wanker,
James said, and there was no mistaking the anger in it.
Prongs.
Get up,
James repeated, and Sirius sat up in bed facing James.
Is Regulus still here?
Yes. Trying to figure out how to use a French press without magic, which is fairly amusing to watch, but I have business here.
James snapped.
James.
Namely, that your husband and my other best friend spent the night at my flat last night, either wearily silent or in tears. And oh, did I mention he's about 2 weeks away from having your kid and is heavily pregnant?
Prongs.
Shut the fuck up, Sirius,
James hissed.
You went on this dangerous Horcrux mission yesterday, which was bad enough. And then when you got home, you summoned him to tell him you'd nearly died to an underwater legion of Inferi, and you would have sped up that death by going down with your doomed brother. Your brother, I might add, who barely spoke 2 words to you the entire time we were at school, remained loyal to your truly awful parents, joined a fascist, murderous cult as soon as he could, one that would want to see that other best friend and the child he carries dead, for being both half-bloods and him a werewolf. You pick. And though he has switched alliances, is still barely part of your life, or the life of the person you call your husband.
So you're angry about this?
Sirius snarked, and he watched James Potter make a face he'd never seen before, one twisted with said anger.
As the person you used to call your brother, I'm ready to throttle you.
You're still my brother, James,
Sirius said.
I don't understand this. It's not a contest.
Then you're being willfully obtuse,
James retorted.
That's not fair. It's not. None of you would have wanted me to let go of him either. James, I couldn't have done that, and you know it. You know it.
Then you admit you would have drowned.
I had control, James.
No, you didn't.
James shouted, and Sirius winced.
No, you didn't, and that's part of the problem.
Prongs.
You're not fucking invincible, Sirius, and Remus knows that. You can no longer get carried away by your cleverness or your bravery.
As if you're one to talk.
Sirius shot back.
I am.
James said.
Have I offered to help with the Horcruxes? Other than watching out for Remus, have I gone on any of these missions even though I know about them? Even though I could be useful? I help Remus, but that's as far as I go, which is dangerous enough, as we've all said before.
No, you don't come.
Sirius answered.
That's right, no, and it's not like I haven't thought about it.
James said.
But I haven't, because I have Lily to think about, and the child she's carrying for us. I work for the Order, and I do dangerous things for them, but no more than I have to, Sirius. No more than I have to.
I didn't take this on because it's fun, James.
No one is arguing you did. We had that discussion. But we are saying, your calculus is different now, you bloody idiot.
My calculus is to keep Mooney and that boy alive and safe.
Not at your own expense.
James bellowed, and Sirius winced.
How do you not see that? How do you not see that losing you is one of the worst things that could happen to Mooney? Right below being handed over to Voldemort, or losing your son, which he already fucking went through a scare about.
At that, Sirius was silent for a moment.
Prongs.
He finally started.
I have family of all different kinds, and it's my job to hold all of them together.
Is it?
James asked, and Sirius stared.
Of course it is.
In breaking news, Sirius, no, it's not.
James.
Regulus is an adult. He can make his own choices. If he'd drowned yesterday, it would have been tragic, yes.
If it had been you, you wouldn't have wanted me to let go.
Yes, I fucking would have, Padfoot.
James shouted again.
Yes, I fucking would have. Because you have Mooney and your boy to think about. And for me, I would need someone to take care of Lily and our son. Who would do that if I was gone, Sirius? You're the one I would trust with that, Padfoot. Because that's love. That's how much I love you.
Sirius closed his eyes and took a breath.
James.
That's how much I love you, that I would trust you with that. Mooney is counting on you here, Padfoot. That's how much he loves you. He's counting on you to keep him safe, to keep your son safe, to fucking stay alive to do that. You let him down with that. Yesterday, Padfoot. And it hurt. You don't get to fuck this up. You don't have room to fuck this up. He and your son need to be your top priority. Just like Lily and our son are mine. You fucking arsehole. Things have changed. And you need to get it together, fast. Because that baby is going to be here before you know it.
Sirius took another breath.
I promised him our child wouldn't be like Riddle, wouldn't grow up an orphan.
And then you nearly got yourself drowned. Good show.
James said sarcastically.
James, it wasn't on purpose.
No, but you didn't think about it either.
Regulus.
Regulus has always made his own fucking choices, and I think he'd tell you the same.
Sirius sighed.
Now that this is over, I'm going to go home and fix pancakes for the 2 extremely pregnant people who were sleeping in my home when I left, because they deserve it. I suggest you check on Regulus, if only to make sure he hasn't burned down your kitchen.
Prongs.
If Mooney wants to come home, he will when he's ready.
James said easily.
Tell him.
I will.
James said, and then he apparated with a crack, leaving Sirius alone in the bedroom. After a trip to the loo and brushing his teeth a little more thoroughly than necessary, Sirius did make it down the hall and into the kitchen, where Regulus was sitting at the table, fiddling with a tea bag and a mug.
Give up on the French press?
Sirius asked lightly.
It gave up on me.
Regulus said shortly, and Sirius's mouth twitched involuntarily. Sirius sighed.
Look, Regulus.
Potter's right.
Regulus said shortly.
How much of that did you hear?
He's not quiet.
No, which is ironic, considering.
Sirius stopped.
Potter's right, Sirius, about Remus, and your child, about me and your life.
Stop saying James is right. It'll go to his head.
He's not even here.
It will anyway.
Sirius.
Sirius sighed.
You're my brother. That has to mean something.
Sirius bit his lip.
It does.
Regulus said quietly, and Sirius looked at him.
It does. To me and to you. I won't say I'm not grateful for you yesterday. I am, but Potter is right. You have people who are depending on you, and those people do not include me.
Regulus.
That's fine, Sirius. It's the way it's supposed to be. It's the way I would want it. Do you really think I would have wanted you to come with me, knowing you were leaving behind a child?
Sirius swallowed.
That's right, no, Potter's right. I do make my own choices. Then now, in the future. You need to leave them to me, big brother. You did before.
That was before.
Sirius stopped.
Doesn't matter.
Regulus said softly.
Still applies. You'd hate it if someone tried to take away your choices, no matter how foolish they thought they were. In fact, you did.
Sirius sucked in a breath.
Drowning by inferi isn't a choice.
Regulus looked steadily at him.
It is if you're too intent on the wrong priority.
Regulus.
As I said, I'm grateful, but I'm not out there risking my life every day, so you can leave Lupin and your son without you.
Regulus.
Potter's right.
I told you to stop saying that.
Regulus shrugged, and Sirius saw his lips twitch.
It's not like I get any joy out of saying it.
I'm beginning to doubt that.
Sirius said, but he nodded, and Regulus gave a short nod back. Remus came home in the early hours of the afternoon, coming through the front door. Sirius, who was half reading, half staring at the ceiling on the sofa, looked up and turned, listening as Remus relocked and spelled the door, and to his footsteps, which had grown slower and further apart with his pregnancy. He'd toed off his shoes too, and he entered the sitting room quietly, carrying his overnight bag in one hand. He was dressed in loose-fitting light brown pants, and a blue t-shirt stretched over his very pregnant belly. Sirius swallowed.
Mooney.
Sirius breathed out, and Remus nodded.
Sirius.
Remus said, dropping the bag next to the sofa but taking a seat in the armchair, which made Sirius bite his lip. Remus looked exhausted, bags underneath his eyes, his mouth drawn downwards, and Sirius felt a pang in his chest.
Remus. I.
Is Regulus still here?
Remus asked softly. Sirius shook his head.
Left after breakfast. Apparently he has places to be.
You're on a 12 tomorrow.
Remus observed.
I am.
Sirius paused.
Mooney.
So I heard Prongs read you the riot act.
Could you hear it from where you were?
No, but from what he told me, just barely.
Mooney.
I didn't ask him to. I just want to be clear, I didn't ask him to.
No, I know that was all Prongs. Believe me, it was evident.
Remus nodded.
Doesn't mean he wasn't right.
Sirius.
No, Mooney.
Sirius started, but Remus cut him off.
No, Sirius, don't say things you don't mean.
Do I ever?
Sirius asked. At that, Remus looked up at him.
No.
Not about to start now.
Sirius said.
Mooney, he was right. Regulus, God help us all, was right.
Regulus.
That he's allowed to make his own choices, whatever they are, and I, of all people, would hate it if someone was trying to take away my choices, which they did, and I did.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sirius noted Remus had dropped his head again and was looking at the floor.
Mooney, I'm so sorry.
He felt his breath hitch.
I can't change it. I did what I did. I panicked and I didn't think. I should have. But in the moment.
That's what scares me the most, Padfoot.
Remus said so softly Sirius could barely hear him.
In the moment. Things might happen, Sirius. It could be us. Voldemort could, and very well might, come for us, for this baby. What then?
Mooney.
Sirius breathed out.
Do you really doubt I wouldn't do everything I could to protect you? To protect him?
No, I think you would, even if it means your life.
Remus said.
Which is exactly my point.
He took a shuddering breath.
I'm not going to promise I won't give my life for his, Mooney. I think you know that. You would too.
Sirius heard Remus's breath shudder again against tears.
But what I will promise is that I won't give my life for anyone else but you. Or him. Not Regulus. Not even James. And hopefully, it won't come to that. But if it does...
Sirius.
If it does, he is my priority. You are my priority. No matter who else is involved. No matter who else I love. James is right. Don't tell him I said so.
Padfoot.
And no more risks. Not unless they're necessary. Dumbledore thinks that was the last Horcrux. We agreed to wait until after you and Lily give birth, to destroy them. He doesn't think Voldemort will even feel it, even now, because he's been living with an unstable soul for so long. But we're not risking it. I'm not risking it.
Now it was Sirius's turn to take a shuddering breath.
I told you at the beginning, when I first told Regulus about us, about him, you, You and our boy, keeping you safe, that's what matters to me. If I lost sight of that, I am truly, deeply sorry. I won't again.
I know Regulus.
Regulus is my brother. I won't deny it. I felt closer to him, but you are. You're Moony. Please, Remus.
Sirius managed. Remus slowly got out of the chair and came over to the sofa, settling next to Sirius halfway on his knees, inside his arm. Sirius pulled him close, and Remus buried his head in Sirius's neck.
Padfoot.
Remus whispered, and then he was crying, and Sirius could feel the wetness on his neck. Sirius tightened his hold on Remus's shoulders, drawing him in further, his belly between them, pressing on Sirius.
Moony, Moony, I've got you.
Sirius murmured into his hair.
I'm still angry with you. Some of these are angry tears.
Remus managed.
I know.
You're not forgiven yet.
I know.
You all but called me a coward.
I know, I'm sorry.
Did James really shout?
Yes, more than once. Quite a bit, actually.
Remus sighed.
Excellent.
Do you need to shout?
Too tired.
Remus breathed out against Sirius's neck, and Sirius's heart squeezed.
Come with me to nap. I'll transform. You sleep, then you can shout.
You have to promise me, Padfoot.
I promise, even if we get a noise complaint.
Sirius.
I promise, Moony. No one but him. No one but Teddy. Or you.
Remus sighed.
I want a better world.
Me too, and we'll build one, Moony. That's the whole point.
I hope so, Padfoot. I hope so.
James and Lily were over for lunch the day of the 29th. They had all taken off from work that week, in anticipation of their upcoming arrivals. Lily and Remus were both still pregnant and currently taking up the bulk of the sofa, while James and Sirius sat on the floor near the coffee table, going through takeaway menus. Lily was poking at her stomach.
Come out, you, come out.
She said, and Sirius looked up with a grin that he quickly got rid of when Lily looked at him.
Dorcas said it's not unusual for first babies to go overdue.
Sirius still said, causing both Lily and Remus to glare at him.
I'm on day 7 of being overdue. A week.
Lily huffed.
I know how long a week is, Evans.
Sirius offered, and James pushed his shoulder.
For God's sake, Padfoot, shut it. How have you not learned to shut it?
James said.
Remus is also overdue.
Sirius argued.
By what, 3 days? That's nothing.
Lily scoffed.
Excuse me?
Remus said next to her.
Well, it's not Lupin.
Lily snapped, and Remus reared back a bit.
Sorry, have I mentioned it's been a week? And it's so fucking hot, and I'm huge, and I've been huge, and I just want him here already, and...
Lily trailed off, bursting into tears.
Or Lils.
James said, getting up from the floor and coming to the arm of the couch, bringing an arm around Lily and pulling her close. Sirius cast a surreptitious cooling charm from where he sat, and Remus looked at him gratefully. Sirius winked.
So, are we thinking a Chinese curry?
Chinese,
Remus said.
Curry.
Lily said at the same time, and then glared at Remus.
We're going to go with what Lily wants.
Remus said, rubbing his belly a bit and shifting.
Yes, we are going to go with what Lily wants.
Lily repeated.
Sorry, that was bitchy. I'm sorry, it's just...
Lily, it's fine.
Remus said gently, patting her arm. Lily sighed. Sirius leaned over the coffee table and handed the menu to James.
You want to call in the order, James, and we'll pick it up? Or one of us? Or do you want to go and put the order in and wait?
James still had his arm around Lily, but he took the menu with the other hand.
Whatever's easiest,
he said.
I can work a telephone.
Barely.
Remus mumbled under his breath, shifting a bit again.
Now who's being bitchy?
James said archly, and Lily slapped his arm a bit.
That was for you, Remus,
she said.
Appreciated.
Remus answered.
I think I'll walk down, put the order in. It'll be just as fast.
James said.
And gives you an exit strategy.
Lily said darkly, and Sirius bit his lip to keep from laughing.
Your usuals,
James said, and Lily and Remus both nodded.
Padfoot, you coming?
He continued, unwrapping his arm from around Lily. Sirius eyed Remus.
Don't think so, Prongs. I'm going to stay. Keep an eye on Moony. He's been rearranging himself on the sofa about every 12 to 13 minutes pretty consistently for the last hour or so. Thinks he's being subtle about it.
Lily's head whipped toward Remus.
Are you having contractions?
She accused.
Maybe.
Remus answered.
Maybe.
Lily and James both echoed. Remus sighed.
They're pretty light. Painful, but not as bad as when... Well.
He looked at Sirius.
How did you know?
I love how you still think I don't know or observe every part of you, Remus Lupin.
Sirius said, and Remus blushed.
Oh my God, he's going into labour and they're still managing to be unbelievably soppy. I hate them both.
Lily said.
No, you don't, Evans.
Sirius said easily.
No, I don't.
Lily agreed.
Do you want us to go, Remus?
She asked softly.
If it is real labour, it's early yet.
Remus answered.
You don't have to go. You're welcome to stay.
Lily and James exchanged a look. Sirius couldn't translate, and then James got up from the arm of the sofa and offered a hand to Lily, who stood with some difficulty.
We're going to give Mooney his privacy.
James explained, and Lily smiled. Remus managed to stand too, embracing Lily gently but fiercely.
Love you, Lily. You too, Prongs.
Love you, Remus. Good luck.
Lily smiled.
We want Patronuses or owls every step of the way.
James said.
Not every step.
Lily admonished.
Just, update us.
We will.
Sirius assured, standing and accepting a bone-crushing hug from James.
Lily, you want to apparate flu. Walk.
James asked.
I swear to God, James, it's boiling outside and the flu is nauseating. Merlin's sake.
Apparate it is, then.
James said easily.
I'll even side along you.
Don't splinch me.
Lily warned, but she winked at Sirius.
Wouldn't think of it, dear.
James said, and then he and Lily disappeared with a crack. Sirius stepped forward, leaning in to give Remus a light kiss.
I think we're going to have a baby in the relatively near future here, Mooney.
He said softly, reaching out to take Remus's hands.
Oh my God.
Remus breathed.
I think you're right. And I was downplaying it for Lily. These contractions are painful.
Sirius laughed a little.
I knew that too, Mooney.
He said, squeezing Remus's hands.
Also, the thought of lunch is making you nauseated, isn't it?
Remus involuntarily paled, and Sirius brought their hands up, kissing Remus's knuckles.
Let's see what we can do to get you comfortable, and something to hydrate you. Send Dorcas a Patronus to update her.
Yeah, okay.
Remus agreed.
If you need to eat.
I'll figure it out.
Sirius said softly, leaning forward again to press a kiss to Remus's temple. He felt Remus stiffen a bit and unlaced one set of their hands to place a hand on Remus's belly.
Oh yes, that feels like the real thing.
He said as Remus breathed slowly in and out, relaxing after a few moments.
We're having a baby.
Sirius finished.
We're having a baby.
Remus agreed softly, and Sirius kissed him again. They were in the nursery, which Remus said he found soothing. Remus had been having contractions for a few hours, but was still in early labor, though Sirius noted through his monitoring that the contractions were beginning to become closer together, last longer, and seem more intense. Dressed in a soft red shirt and pajama bottoms for now, Remus was beginning to shake a little through the contractions, which Dorcas had made sure to tell them was perfectly normal. They had been walking or gently swaying around the room, but now Remus was standing in front of the cot, holding onto the railing through contractions. Sirius had his hands on Remus's hips, pressing in during contractions to try to relieve some of the pain and pressure, and massaging Remus's lower back in between.
I thought yellow was a good idea.
Remus asked, looking down at the cot, which had a pale yellow sheet too, with brooms patterned on it.
You love the yellow.
Sirius said softly.
It looks like phlegm.
Remus said, and Sirius laughed lowly.
It does not.
Sirius said, rubbing circles.
It looks lovely, and you'll like it again. Do you need a change of scenery?
He asked gently, just as Remus brought a hand to his belly and began breathing in deeply. Sirius pressed his hands to Remus's hips as Remus continued to breathe, eventually relaxing and panting softly.
Maybe.
Remus admitted, still panting a bit.
Mooney, love. We might want to call Dorcas in. These contractions have been steady at about 4 minutes apart for the last hour, and they seem pretty intense.
They are.
Remus breathed.
And the pressure. Padfoot.
Right here, Mooney.
Sirius said softly, pressing a kiss to Remus's temple as Remus straightened up. They stood like that for a while. Remus's back pressed to Sirius's front, gently swaying. Sirius felt Remus stiffen a bit in his arms, and Sirius brought his hands around to rest on Remus's belly as Remus's breath stuttered a bit. Remus hummed, and Sirius continued to sway them, just a bit, until Remus relaxed again, leaning his head on Sirius's shoulder.
I'm going to get my wand, sweetheart.
Sirius said, pressing a kiss to Remus's temple again, and Remus nodded. Sirius pulled his wand from his back pocket and sent the Patronus off, the big dog bounding out the door. They stood that way, swaying through another contraction, until Sirius heard the front door open and close from where he'd left it unlocked. He used his wand to spell it for safety, a warning charm he was now practiced in, before he called out.
We're in the nursery, Dorcas.
He heard footsteps come down the hall, and then Dorcas was standing in the doorway. Sirius turned his head to look at her, but he noticed Remus did not, instead pulling in another breath. Dorcas smiled at them softly as Sirius swayed them. Remus hummed again lowly, and Sirius pressed another kiss to his hair.
Steady on there, Moony,
he said softly. Remus swallowed and nodded, finally blowing out a breath.
Hi, Dorcas,
Sirius said, and Remus lifted his head from Sirius's shoulder, sending her a small smile.
Hello.
Dorcas said softly, coming to stand in front of Remus. She took his hand gently and squeezed, and Sirius saw Remus squeeze back.
Looks like you're in labor, Remus,
she said, and Remus nodded.
Seems so,
he said.
Stats?
Dorcas asked Sirius.
Vitals have looked good when I've monitored them. I set a spell for his blood pressure if it goes too high, but nothing so far.
That's good.
Sirius nodded.
Contractions seem about 4 minutes apart according to the Tempest charm. And you saw? He's saying they're getting intense.
So I could see.
Dorcas nodded.
Pressure.
Terrible, and a lot of it.
Remus said, and Dorcas squeezed his hand again.
Remus, I'd like to examine you, see how far along you are. Your bedroom.
Remus nodded, and Sirius let go of him gently, taking his hand. They made it to the doorway before Remus stopped again, pulling a breath. His grip on Sirius's hand tightened, and Sirius squeezed back.
Oh, damn it!
Remus breathed, a hand on his back.
You can say fuck, Moony. You're not going to scandalize Dorcas.
Sirius joked, and he heard Dorcas laugh as Remus sighed.
I'm saving it up,
Remus said, and Dorcas laughed again. Sirius tilted a smile at him.
They're not rationed, Remus,
he said, and Remus huffed out a laugh as they continued to make their way down the hall to their bedroom. When they got there, Sirius helped Remus out of his pajama bottoms before helping him onto the bed. Remus relaxed onto the pillows a bit as Dorcas sat up. She came over with her wand and checked his vitals first.
Vitals look excellent. Heart rate, temperature, respiration, blood pressure. I'm also going to put a monitoring spell onto your temperature because if you start to run a fever, it might be an early sign of infection.
Remus nodded, and Sirius ran his fingers through his fringe.
I need to do a pelvic exam, probably the first of a few, though I'm going to try not to disturb you too much, but you're about due for another contraction, so maybe after.
Dorcas asked.
I want to feel one, anyway. Check little one's heart rate through 1 too.
She added, and Remus nodded. They waited for a moment, but not long after Dorcas spoke. Remus moaned a bit. Sirius took hold of his hand, and Dorcas pushed his shirt up, revealing the heavy swell of his belly. She placed her hands on it gently, palpitating as Remus attempted to breathe evenly.
Oh yes, that's quite strong, Remus,
she said, and Remus nodded.
Absolutely intense, I'm sure.
She waved her wand, and the familiar thudding filled the air, and Sirius felt sudden tears prick his eyes. As Remus blew out a breath, she kept the monitoring going, listening for a moment before waving her wand again and ending the spell.
Heart rate sounds good, both during and after contractions,
she said, and Remus smiled a bit.
I'm also going to set a spell to notify me if the baby's heart rate becomes too low, as it may be a sign of stress or complications. It may go off during the pushing phase anyway, so don't be alarmed. I'll talk you through that when we get there,
she assured Remus, who nodded.
But so far, baby's position feels excellent. Head down and fluid feels good.
Dorcas waved her wand again, and the projection formed above Remus's belly, soft yellow light forming in the air.
Oh, look at that one,
Dorcas said.
Still looks amazing. Position is good. Cord placement is good. Wonderful.
She finished, ending the projection.
It's likely the next time you see him, he'll be in your arms,
she said, and Sirius saw Remus tear up even from where he was standing by the bed.
Let me see how things are progressing down below,
Dorcas said, sanitizing her hands with a spell and pulling on latex gloves.
You have a nice canal formed here, Remus. Take a deep breath for me.
Remus did, and Dorcas examined him quickly before pulling off the gloves and vanishing them.
5 centimeters, about 60% effaced. Baby is coming down nicely, causing all that pressure. About halfway there.
What time is it?
Remus asked.
I've lost track.
About 7.
Sirius answered softly.
You haven't eaten.
Remus said.
Moony, I'm fine.
Sirius answered, placing a kiss to Remus's forehead.
I'm more worried about you. You tried that toast earlier, and it did not go well.
Came right back up.
Dorcas asked knowingly, and Remus made a face.
You could still try, Remus.
She started, but Remus shook his head.
Hydration.
Dorcas asked instead.
Herbal tea, water. A couple of those muggle sports drinks.
Sirius answered as Remus shifted on the bed, his hand coming to rest on his exposed belly. He hummed lowly again and squeezed Sirius's hand. Sirius squeezed back, only loosening his grip as Remus loosened his, leaning back on the pillows again. Dorcas nodded.
I want to keep up that hydration. Even if you don't want to eat, I had an idea. Remus, if you can part from Sirius a bit, why don't I run a bath for you? The water may help with the pressure. He can run to the kitchen, grab a bite to eat, and get you something new to drink. Does that sound like a plan?
Remus nodded.
I'd love to try a bath,
he said.
Perfect.
Dorcas said, smiling.
Do you want to keep the same shirt on? I'd ask for only that, so I can examine you if I need to.
Yeah, that's fine,
Remus said.
Excellent.
Dorcas affirmed as Sirius helped Remus sit up and get up off the bed.
Be right back, Moony.
Sirius said, kissing Remus gently before letting Dorcas take over. He watched Remus and Dorcas make their way to their bathroom before heading down the hall in the other direction to the kitchen. He made a quick sandwich, eating as he scribbled out an update to James and Lily and attached it to their owl Sally. Sally hooted at him softly, and he offered her a piece of crust before he sent her off. When he was done, he grabbed both a glass of water and one of the sports drinks from the fridge before setting off down the hall again. He came to the doorway of the bathroom to see Remus in a pool of water, sitting cross-legged with his back to the far wall and his front toward the lip of the tub. His eyes were closed and his face was smoothed out, and Sirius swallowed hard for a moment at the sight of just how young Remus looked and how beautiful. Dorcas looked up at him and smiled.
Water has seemed to help,
she said, standing.
I can switch with you, Sirius, if you'd like to be closer. I'll head to the sitting room, just a shout away.
Yes, please. Thank you, Dorcas.
Sirius said, his voice causing Remus to open his eyes.
Hey, Moony,
he said softly, coming to sit on the floor of the bathroom facing Remus in the tub as Dorcas headed down the hall.
Hi, Padfoot.
Remus said, smiling a smile that made Sirius's heart beat just a tiny bit faster in his chest, as if to tell him that he'd never get over this lovely man in front of him, as if he didn't already know that.
Better?
Sirius asked.
Some,
Remus said, and Sirius smiled.
Well, some is better than none,
Sirius answered.
I know this doesn't seem comfortable, like I should be against the back of the tub, but oh,
Remus said, cutting off, humming again. He leaned forward and put his hands on the lip of the tub, putting his head on them. Sirius reached out and ran his hands up and down Remus's arms until Remus moved his head to the side, resting his cheek and not his forehead on his hands.
I see, Moony, I see. Whatever works for you.
Sirius soothed, running his hand through Remus's hair.
Oh God, this is only halfway,
Remus said.
This is insane.
Sirius bit his lip.
Thank you for not picking this moment to tell me I could choose pain relief.
Remus said a little wryly, and Sirius laughed a little.
I wouldn't dare, Moony.
Sirius admitted, and Remus smiled a little at him.
Want something to drink? Water, sports drink.
Water, please,
Remus said, and Sirius handed him a glass, watching as he sat up and drank about half of it before handing it back to Sirius.
You're amazing, Moony, and I fully believe you can do this,
Sirius said firmly but softly, and Remus leaned forward a little. Sirius met him halfway and kissed him gently before pulling away and running a hand down his cheek.
I'm going to get our boy here,
Remus said.
Yes, you are,
Sirius agreed, kissing him again, and the look he gave Remus as he sat back was nothing less than adoration. They took to Sirius, cupping water in his hand and pouring it over Remus's belly as Remus moved in and out of contractions. Remus drank water and had gone quiet, and Sirius let him, rubbing his belly through contractions. Sirius knew they were getting even more intense when Remus stopped humming and starting moaning lowly instead. They got through a round of contractions, and Sirius was about to suggest having Dorcas check him when Remus suddenly gasped, surprising Sirius.
Mooney.
Something popped.
Remus said urgently, though he didn't sound frightened.
Something popped.
Sirius nodded, finding a hand to squeeze.
Probably your waters, love. But let's have Dorcas take a look, yes.
Remus nodded.
I can't sit in the tub anymore.
He breathed, and Sirius nodded, helping Remus to his feet.
Dorcas.
Sirius called, helping Remus out of the tub.
On my way.
Dorcas called back, and Sirius heard her footsteps in the hall.
Oh.
Remus breathed, falling into Sirius and grasping his arms for support.
I've got you, Mooney.
Sirius said as Remus shook in his arms and Remus gasped in pain. Remus let out a shaky breath and stood, though he was still leaning on Sirius.
Remus.
Dorcas asked gently.
I felt something pop and wetness on my leg during that contraction.
Remus said. Sirius looked down at the bathroom rug and saw a puddle, which he had assumed had been Remus getting out of the bath.
Sounds like your waters went.
Dorcas said.
Let me examine you, see what's going on. Seems like these contractions have been close too.
Sirius hummed.
2 minutes apart or less?
Remus looked at him and he shrugged.
Handling them is your job, and mine is to keep track.
He said softly, pressing a kiss to Remus's forehead.
Come, Mooney.
He said, leading Remus a bit. Remus leaned into him and they walked the short distance to their room, where Sirius helped Remus onto the bed. Remus moaned again, low and long, and this time Dorcas set a tempest charm to time the contraction. Sirius took one of Remus's hands and held it, rubbing circles on his belly with the other while Remus tensed.
Padfoot.
Remus managed.
I'm here, Mooney.
Sirius answered, still rubbing circles until he could see Remus relax a bit.
Contraction lasted well over a minute, Remus.
Dorcas said.
Let me see you.
She said gently, sanitizing her hands and putting on gloves. Sirius noticed the tempest charm was still going, likely to monitor the length between contractions.
You've definitely lost your waters.
Dorcas observed.
I'm sure that's what you felt.
She paused.
Remus, dear, you're fully dilated and effaced, and you've brought that baby down to a +1 station. You're ready to push.
Oh no, I'm not ready.
Remus said suddenly, and Sirius bit back his laughter at Remus's emphatic tone. Dorcas smiled gently, though she looked a little amused around the eyes to Sirius.
Remus, yes you are.
She said gently.
I know you feel the need. Don't fight your body, dear. This isn't a transformation.
Sirius saw Remus swallow and nod.
All right.
He said before tensing again. He took a deep breath, and Sirius did too, listening as Remus moaned a little through the pain.
Mooney, you can do this.
Sirius said softly before dropping a kiss to Remus's forehead.
I'm here. I've got you. I'm so proud of you. We're going to meet our boy. Let's meet Teddy, darling. You're so ready for that, and so am I. Let's meet Teddy.
He repeated, and Remus looked at him, eyes a little glazed.
Teddy?
Remus repeated, and he swallowed hard before nodding.
I brought my stool if you'd like. Do you want me to set it up here? I can adjust the height. Sirius can sit in the armchair behind you and hold you.
All right,
Remus said.
Gravity will help you.
Dorcas reassured him.
Are you going to keep on what you have? It's a little wet, but that's fine.
At that, Remus looked up at Sirius, who smiled.
I'll get it, Mooney. Give me a moment,
he said. He left Remus, who was sitting up a little with Dorcas's help, maneuvering to the edge of the bed. Sirius opened a drawer in the chest of drawers and picked up a shirt that he'd put on top, just for this purpose.
Got it, Mooney,
he said, closing the drawer and turning around. Dorcas smiled at him as he came over, helping Remus out of his current shirt and into Sirius's old Pink Floyd shirt, the one with the cover of Dark Side of the Moon on it. Dorcas's smile widened at the switch.
I'm giving up my favorite shirt for this,
Sirius explained.
You promised,
Remus said, taking a deep breath and then sighing happily.
It smells so much like you,
he added, and Dorcas outright grinned.
Smells a little like dog to me,
Dorcas said, and Sirius barked out a laugh while even Remus grinned, before tensing again. Sirius helped Remus breathe through the contraction before they took the few steps over to where Dorcas had set up a delivery station, medical pads on the floor, the cushioned stool on top, set for Remus's height and tall enough for Sirius to sit behind him. They arranged themselves carefully, Remus leaning on Sirius's chest with his arms hooked over Sirius's. Sirius landed a kiss to Remus's neck and peppered his shoulder with kisses until Remus stiffened, moaning lowly again.
All right, Remus. I want you to bear down with this contraction. Follow your body.
Dorcas instructed, and Remus complied, his legs wide open as he sat. Sirius had one hand on his belly, and the other tangled up with Remus's, whose knuckles had turned white.
There you are, Moony. There, darling, just like that.
He said softly, close to Remus's ear, as Remus pushed with the length of the contraction.
Beautiful, Moony.
He breathed when Remus relaxed and leaned back, nestling his nose in Sirius's neck and inhaling deeply.
Padfoot.
Remus breathed.
Moony, you're so amazing and so beautiful, and you're going to bring our son to us.
Remus took in a gulping breath of air and pushed again, and Sirius leaned forward too, until Remus collapsed against him, and Sirius brought them back. Sirius murmured words of encouragement against Remus's shoulder until Remus cried out again, leaning forward to push. They continued like that for a while, long enough for Sirius to utterly lose track of anything except Remus, of the large and small ways Remus's body moved, of the way Remus was completely concentrating, lost to everything except instinct and maybe Sirius, of the way he'd lean into Sirius and inhale and whisper Padfoot against the side of Sirius's neck. Sirius was aware Dorcas would sometimes speak, guiding Remus or encouraging him, and he suddenly heard her say, a little louder,
There you go, Remus. There. Baby's right here. If you want to reach down, you can feel the head. You're about to crown, Remus.
Sirius watched as Remus moved a shaking hand down to between his legs in front of Dorcas.
Oh my God.
Remus breathed.
Padfoot.
He added.
Sirius, you can probably feel too.
Dorcas said, and Sirius reached down too, feeling something solid and warm.
Merlin.
Sirius breathed, and then Remus moaned again and shifted, bearing down.
There you go.
Dorcas repeated.
There, Remus, there, yes.
She encouraged softly, bringing her hands down. Remus cried out suddenly, startling Sirius, but Dorcas remained calm.
That'll be the head. There you go, Remus. Yes, just like that.
She said, and then suddenly Remus let go of Sirius's hand, reaching down, gasping, as a small thing, their baby, slid out and fell into Dorcas's hands. Dorcas handed the baby to Remus almost immediately, who was already cradling him in both hands, bringing him up to his chest.
Oh my God, oh my God.
Sirius said, and Remus held the baby close, laughter bubbling up and bursting from his throat. Remus laughed, and Sirius felt tears fall, just as their son began to wail.
Padfoot, Sirius.
Remus repeated as Dorcas brought up a towel, cleaning the baby off a bit, using her wand and some magic to perform basics like suctioning his airway and checking his vitals, before clamping and cutting the umbilical cord.
Remus.
Sirius answered, using one hand to cup his new son's head, which was full of hair.
Oh, Lily was right about the hair.
Remus laughed.
So much of it.
Looks like your color.
Sirius observed as Dorcas continued to clean the baby up.
Oh, your curls. Oh, Moony, he'll have your curls.
He said, tears dropping onto Remus.
Maybe.
Remus managed, grinning.
Definitely.
Sirius said, as Remus shifted on the stool, bearing down suddenly.
There's the placenta. There it is.
Dorcas said matter-of-factly.
Wonderful. Just beautifully done. He looks marvelous. Congratulations.
She said warmly, a smile splitting her face.
Still a teddy?
Sirius asked, but he knew the answer.
Always a teddy. Always our teddy.
Remus answered, bringing his nose down to his new son's head.
Our teddy.
Sirius repeated.
Ours. God, Remus, I love you.
He breathed, and Remus looked up at him. As soon as Remus did, Sirius leaned down a bit and kissed him softly.
I love you, Padfoot.
Remus whispered.
Edward Remus Lupin?
Sirius said, watching the baby squirm a bit on Remus's chest and begin to cry even more earnestly.
I thought we hadn't decided.
Remus teased lightly.
After that, you deserve it.
Sirius breathed.
Besides, named for the person I love the most in the world. I can't think of anything better than that.
Sirius whispered, and Remus leaned up so that Sirius could kiss him again. Eventually, Dorcas got them settled, having weighed and bundled Teddy, overseeing his first feeding and making sure Remus was in good health, his bleeding at a minimum. She had taken her leave, with a caution that she was just a Patronus away. Teddy was in a bassinet next to Remus, so close that Remus barely had to reach out to lay a hand on Teddy's small chest, and Sirius had helped Remus clean up and change before he changed into a t-shirt and pajamas himself. He climbed up onto the bed gently so as to jostle Remus as little as possible. Remus was already dozing, and Sirius pressed a gentle kiss to his shoulder. Remus stirred a bit.
Owl, James, and Lily.
Sirius nodded in the low light.
Let them know that Edward Remus Lupin, otherwise known as Teddy Lupin, arrived July 30th, 1980, at 1:53 a.m. Prongs already sent back a howler that was basically him just yelling in excitement.
Remus laughed a bit.
I'm sure Lily appreciated that.
I heard her in the background. We all pretend she's the voice of reason, but you know she matches his zest for life.
Zest for life was a thoughtful way to put that.
Remus said, then yawned. Sirius pressed another kiss to his shoulder.
Sleep, Moony,
he said.
Teddy will want to eat again soon enough. I'll get this one, but I know it'll probably wake you regardless.
Probably.
Remus agreed sleepily, his eyes already closing.
So sleep, darling, I love you,
Sirius said, kissing Remus's mouth softly.
Love you,
Remus murmured, and Sirius held him as he fell asleep. Remus woke up a few hours later, looking blearily around the room. He couldn't place what had woken him. Teddy had been up earlier, crying, probably asking to be fed. Sirius, true to his word, had taken the baby and headed to the kitchen to fetch a bottle, while Remus had fallen asleep again. Blinking, Remus sat up on the pillows a bit, and Sirius's soft voice came from his left.
All right there, Moony.
Remus blinked again, refocusing, which brought Sirius into view. Sirius was looking down at him softly, his eyes a little sleepy, but still alight with the spark that Remus knew was inherently Sirius, that never went out of them, seemingly ever. Remus smiled a bit, and Sirius seemed to relax some. Teddy was held to his chest with a large hand. The baby was awake too, looking forward with unfocused eyes.
You all right there, Padfoot?
Remus asked, voice hoarse from sleep. He tried to sit up a little, and Sirius's other hand was there immediately, warm and solid against his back.
I'm just lovely, Moony,
Sirius said softly. He leaned down and kissed Teddy on the head briefly.
Have you slept?
Remus said, waking up a bit more.
Here and there,
Sirius replied.
Filled this little belly a couple of times.
Thank you,
Remus said, and Sirius laughed softly, Teddy bobbing up and down against his moving chest.
Moony, you just carried this boy for over 40 weeks and pushed him out of your body hours ago. You can sleep.
Probably the last chance I'll get,
Remus admitted, and Sirius hummed his agreement softly.
Can I?
He asked, reaching for Teddy, and Sirius passed him over easily, putting the boy in Remus's arms. He sighed involuntarily, and the look on Sirius's face softened even further.
What time is it?
About 8:30.
God, he's still just hours old,
Remus said softly, pressing a kiss to Teddy's forehead.
Aren't you, lad?
Think we'll still be counting the hours when we put him on the Hogwarts Express?
Sirius said, amused.
Probably,
Remus answered, his heart swelling in his chest.
Agree.
Sirius hummed.
Are you hungry, Moony? I can't remember the last time you really ate.
Remus stopped and thought about it.
Starving, now that you say so.
Sirius barked out a laugh.
I thought as much. What would you like, love?
Pancakes and bacon, if you're up to it.
I am.
Sirius smiled.
Tea.
God, yes.
Sirius laughed again.
You've got it, Moony. I think Dorcas wants to come by a little later, do a bit of a check-in on you and Teddy.
Remus nodded.
I would think so.
He paused.
Have you had to beat James Potter off with a stick?
Not yet, but since it's after dawn, it may come to that yet.
Sirius said, amusement lacing his voice.
I will, though, if you're not up to it.
No, it's fine. Just him and Lily, maybe. She's still...
Remus trailed off.
Pregnant and pissed off about it. Last I heard, yes, and I would imagine I would hear otherwise should anything happen.
Sirius laughed again, and Remus smiled.
I'll owl Prongs. Maybe this afternoon. Just a short visit. I think they're dying to meet him.
Of course they are. He's amazing.
Remus said softly, one of Teddy's fists unclenching and then clenching again.
You're both amazing,
Sirius said, and Remus looked up into Sirius's eyes, surprised a bit to see unshed tears there.
I love you both so much.
He leaned over and pressed a kiss to Remus's temple.
We love you, Padfoot.
Remus said in reply, offering Sirius a gentle but blindingly happy smile. James and Lily came by about 2 o'clock. Remus was awake and freshly showered, with Sirius's help, after a brief visit from Dorcas, who had declared him and Teddy so far healthy and complication-free. She would continue to come by in the coming days. Remus's magical uterus was already shrinking and would likely disappear soon, and all of his vitals remained stable. Teddy also seemed healthy, with a good heart rate and no signs of jaundice or other complications. Dorcas had instructed she would be by again tomorrow, and then maybe a week later to continue to monitor Teddy, making sure he gained weight and was on track for growth. She encouraged them to find a magical pediatrician and had given Sirius and Remus a list of recommendations, though Sirius noted she seemed rather attached, and he half wondered if they would need to even go through the list, especially as having another order member for a medical provider seemed crucial at this point. When Sirius heard 2 pops of apparition in the living room, he went to investigate, though James and Lily were the only people keyed to the protective spells. James yelled,
"Congratulations,"
and embraced Sirius with such enthusiasm the latter was literally lifted off the carpet.
Prongs, take it down about 100 notches or 2.
Sirius said, but he laughed proudly and let James continue to hold on even after he'd been returned to the ground.
Well, he can't do that to me or Remus, so you're taking one for the team at this rate.
Lily said dryly as James finally let go.
You're looking well, Lily,
Sirius said lightly, finally managing to disengage from James.
I'm looking still pregnant.
Lily groused.
It'll happen,
Sirius assured her, draping an arm around her shoulders and giving her a light kiss to the cheek.
I'm beginning to think he'll end up going to Hogwarts like this,
Lily said, but as she put a hand on her belly, Sirius noticed that it seemed to have dropped some even since yesterday.
I don't know,
He said to her.
I think you've dropped there, Evans.
Lily looked at him and kissed his cheek.
That is the nicest thing anyone has said to me in ages, Sirius Black,
She said, and Sirius shrugged.
It's true.
He said easily.
Mooney and I will want updates, you know.
Flatterer.
Lily said, laughing a little, and Sirius squeezed her shoulders gently before letting go.
Shall we go see the man of the hour?
Sirius asked, leading them down the hallway to their bedroom.
Are you talking about Remus or Teddy?
James asked.
Teddy, I'd presume.
Remus's voice floated out of the bedroom.
You 2 think you can sanitize your hands. Dorcas recommended it. Is that okay? I don't want to be.
Already done, Mooney.
James said, tapping his wand to Lily's hands and his own.
And I happen to think you're the man of the hour, though. Oh.
He finished as he turned out of the hallway and into the bedroom behind Sirius.
Oh, Merlin, look at that little guy.
He said softly, though Teddy was awake and gurgling a bit on Remus's chest.
Oh my God. Oh, Merlin, I love him already.
James continued to gush as he came into the room, standing at the foot of the bed, clasping his hands together. Remus smiled up at him.
Yeah, I don't think you need to worry about him bonding with Harry.
Remus directed toward Lily. Lily smiled widely. James looked like it was Christmas morning, his whole face beaming.
I want to hold him, is that okay? Can I, please?
James asked.
Stop making grabby hands at my son and get over here.
Remus said easily, sliding Teddy into the crook of James's arm as he came around the side of the bed.
Careful with the neck.
He cautioned, looking over at Sirius and Lily, both of whom looked near tears. Lily came forward, pushing past James a little bit and leaning down to kiss Remus on the cheek.
You're looking well, Remus.
For pushing a baby out of me 12 hours ago, you mean?
Remus said, smiling up at her.
In general, but also that.
Lily replied.
How much of it did you feel?
Everything.
Remus said emphatically, and James smiled even as he cooed at Teddy.
Even.
Lily started.
Everything.
Remus interrupted quickly, and Sirius laughed a little.
He was incredible.
Sirius put in, smiling at Remus when Remus looked over.
Well, my goal is to feel as little as possible. I want one of those 1950s births where they just put you to sleep, and when you wake up they put a baby in your arms.
Lily said.
I don't think they go that far anymore.
Remus said.
Shame.
Lily said, and Remus laughed a little.
Give me that baby, James, if you want to live to see tomorrow.
You could ask nicely.
Sirius raised his eyebrows.
Prongs, mate. That woman is about to drop your baby any minute.
We can only hope.
Lily said as James handed Teddy to her. She looked down at Teddy and smiled, and as if on cue, James only looked more besotted with both the newborn and his wife. Remus and Sirius exchanged smiles. She ran a finger over Teddy's fist, then his forehead.
Look at you, lovely.
She whispered.
I'm your godmother, Lily. That idiot was your godfather, James.
Hey.
James started.
Woman's right, Prongs,
Sirius said, coming to sit on the bed with Remus.
We do love you already.
Lily continued, swaying a bit.
First of all, I need you to be a good example to Harry, at least for the next few hours because you've come out and I need him to come out.
She stopped as Remus laughed a little.
Otherwise, we're going to team up with your dads to give you the very best life. You come to me when they won't let you have an extra biscuit or make you clean your room or won't let you borrow that one more book from the library, you hear?
Like Mooney is going to let that last one happen.
Sirius said.
Hush, I'm making a point.
Lily murmured.
You're going to tell mine it's fine to ride with you on that death trap of a motorbike.
It's not a death trap, and not until he's 7.
Sirius thought.
Maybe 6, but with a sidecar.
Now's the time to stop, Padfoot.
Remus laughed, taking his hand. He paused.
Wait, you're going to want to take Teddy?
Lily looked at Remus and then smiled down at Teddy.
Your Mooney is getting my drift,
she said as Remus looked over at Sirius.
Not before he's 5.
Sirius promised, and Remus looked a little horrified.
We can talk about it later.
He promised, and Remus threw him another look before looking back up at Lily and Teddy.
What is he going to call you?
James asked, reaching a finger over to tickle Teddy's chin.
Mum and Dad aren't going to work here, are they?
Thank you for pointing out the obvious, James.
Sirius said.
I think Remus is going to be Dar. It's what he called his own father.
Common where we were from,
Remus said.
Can convert to Dad as he gets older, though I never did. Sirius, well.
Padfoot, I think.
Sirius said.
Everyone I love has called me that. Continue tradition.
Remus smiled at him gently.
Ultimately, Teddy might decide, though. I've heard kids often do.
I don't think it matters.
Lily said, swaying still as Teddy began to fuss a bit.
Your dads are going to love you no matter what.
No matter what?
Sirius repeated, and Remus squeezed his hand. Sirius sat up, rubbing sleep from his eyes. As he took stock of the room, it was quiet, Teddy asleep in the bassinet next to the bed, and Remus asleep beside him. It took him a moment to realize what had woken him up. An owl was tapping at their window insistently. Sirius threw a look at the clock on Remus's bedside table. It read 5:37 in the morning. Teddy had last eaten about an hour ago, so they'd all gone back to sleep. Sirius threw off the duvet and got out of bed quickly, before the tapping could wake Teddy. The owl swooped in and landed on their chest of drawers, offering Sirius a piece of parchment. It left again without waiting for a reply or a treat, and Sirius saw Remus sit up a little in the moonlight.
Padfoot,
Remus asked sleepily.
Owl?
Sirius said softly, unrolling the parchment. He read it through once and felt his face split in two from a grin.
Sirius.
Sirius turned to Remus, grinning, waving the parchment a little.
Harry James Potter put in an appearance at St. Mungo's just after 5 this morning.
Remus sat up further, grinning as well.
Lily.
Lily laboured for just over 4 hours, and says that the pain potions are really excellent, and you should give them a try.
It does not say that,
Remus said. Sirius walked over and handed the parchment to Remus, who read it in the low light of the room, and then frowned. The handwriting even looked like Lily's.
I hate her. 4 hours and pain potions.
Remus huffed.
You do not,
Sirius said with a smile, leaning down and kissing Remus's hair.
I don't.
Remus agreed. He angled his head up for a kiss, and Sirius took the hint, kissing him softly.
Harry James.
He grinned again.
Harry James and Edward Remus. May they spend a lifetime making mischief together.
Sirius said, and Remus' grin turned softer, causing Sirius to lean down and kiss him again. Sirius flew to St. Mungo's later in the day. He hated leaving Remus and Teddy, but Remus assured him things were well in hand, and if anything happened, Sirius was reachable by Patronus anyway. He made his way to what Mungo's still called the maternity ward, and he passed a few of his co-workers on the way. They asked if he was ready for his trip to Australia, his official excuse for his current absence and next 3 weeks of leave from the residency program. He assured everyone he was, and though it killed him not to be able to proudly share his news about Remus and Teddy, he knew the secrecy involved was to keep everyone safe. Once he hit the correct floor, he stopped at the desk, ready to ask the nurse where Mrs. Potter was, but then he was saved the trouble by a head of messy hair in his periphery and a hug that felt more like a tackle.
Prongs.
Sirius laughed, hugging James back.
Padfoot.
James answered, still hugging him hard. After a minute, James let go, but his grin was still bright enough to power any number of Muggle electronics.
Where's the missus and the sprog?
Sirius asked.
This way,
James said, leading Sirius down the hallway a little.
Private room, fancy?
Sirius said, and James laughed.
Only the best for me and mine,
he said, still grinning. He opened the door to one of the rooms at the end of the corridor, and Sirius followed him in. Lily was propped up on pillows in the hospital bed, holding a small bundle that fussed a bit as the two men entered. She looked up at Sirius and smiled, her hair up in a loose bun with some curls framing her face.
Come meet Harry, godfather.
she said, and Sirius had to blink back tears as he came forward. Sirius looked down at the bundle in Lily's arms, at the slightly red face and nose that was already distinctively James's, and the hair which also.
Prongs, did you just clone this kid?
Sirius said, and Lily laughed a bit while James looked absolutely chuffed. Harry's hair, full and black, stuck out in all directions.
He did not.
Lily said, and Sirius laughed a little.
No matter what he looks like.
He looks just like Prongs, already. It's a bit uncanny.
Sirius said, peering down at the boy.
The nurses think his eyes might turn green once the blue fades. He already has some flecks.
James said proudly.
Remus and Teddy send their love. Remus says that we'll have to get together soon after everyone is settled a bit.
How mad is he over the 4-hour labor?
Lily asked, laughing a bit.
It didn't come up.
Sirius lied. Lily laughed a little more.
You being more than a week overdue helped.
Sirius said, which wasn't exactly the truth, but he was trying.
It did not, but I appreciate you saying so.
Lily said, looking up at him.
Do you want to hold him?
Hand that baby over.
Sirius said, sanitizing his hands wandlessly. Lily did, placing Harry carefully in Sirius's arms. Sirius teared up immediately, letting a few of them fall.
Oh, look at you, Harry. Look at you. You're lovely, you are.
He murmured.
Prongs, Lily, he's just wonderful, look at him.
We think so,
James said softly.
Motorbike by 6, Sprog.
Sirius told Harry.
Don't you dare.
Lily warned.
4 if I get a sidecar, latest.
Sirius whispered.
I need Remus here.
Lily said, and James laughed.
Oh my God, he looks just like James.
Remus marveled, holding the wizarding picture of a tiny Harry Sirius had taken while visiting.
The hair.
Sirius laughed a bit.
Might get Lily's eyes, though,
he said, holding Teddy a little tighter.
Good for him.
Remus mused.
He's lovely. You gave them my love.
More than once. You'll meet him soon.
I can't wait.
Remus said emphatically.
Lily will probably get discharged in a couple of days, but I'm sure they'll want to get settled.
We'll work it out.
Remus said, and Sirius hummed. He looked over to see Sirius gazing down at Teddy.
I think Teddy looks like you.
He added softly. Sirius looked over at him, a little startled.
I think he looks just like you,
he said, and Remus laughed.
You're biased,
Remus said.
Hardly.
Sirius said.
As if you aren't.
I'm not.
Remus protested. He gazed at Sirius and Teddy, who was finishing a bottle Sirius was giving him.
2 boys born as the 7th month dies.
He whispered, and Sirius looked up sharply.
We'll protect them both. We will. All of us.
Sirius said fiercely.
I believe you, Padfoot. I do.
No one is getting their hands on Harry or Teddy. Not ever.
Sirius continued.
Padfoot.
Remus rested his head on Sirius's shoulder.
Never.
Sirius said, watching as Teddy continued to eat, and he felt Remus's breath on his neck, warm and comforting. 2 weeks later, Sirius sat opposite Albus Dumbledore, Regulus, to his left. They were at the safe house in Shropshire, the Horcruxes retrieved from wherever Dumbledore had hidden them. They had stayed safe and intact, and they were spread in front of them at the table.
What are we thinking?
Sirius asked. Dumbledore reached into his pocket, underneath the table a bit, and pulled out a small bottle.
Basilisk venom,
he said simply.
Not fiend fire. I'd rather fancy watching this whole place burn to the ground,
Sirius said.
Dramatic.
Regulus blew out more than said next to him, and Sirius smiled a little.
As tempting as that is, Mr. Black, I think the venom is safer.
Dumbledore answered mildly.
Where do we start?
Sirius asked.
At the beginning, I rather think.
Dumbledore said, gesturing to the diary.
Then be our guest.
Regulus said dryly, and Sirius looked at him, then nodded. They both watched as Dumbledore uncorked the bottle and poured a good amount of the liquid onto the diary. It began to smoke immediately, its pages curling up ominously, letting out almost a gasp. Sirius recoiled instinctively, but then the diary blackened and shriveled as if it had been burned and sat like a clearly dead thing on the table.
That's dramatic enough, I suppose.
Sirius granted, and he saw Regulus's mouth draw up out of the corner of his eye. Dumbledore continued to apply the basilisk venom, and Sirius felt each object come to sit like a stone in his stomach. Remus was awake when he got home, bouncing a fussing Teddy back and forth across the sitting room.
How did it go?
He asked softly, only for Teddy to wail a little louder. Sirius came over to them, thinking Remus stopping in front of the fireplace. He kissed Remus gently and then landed a kiss to Teddy's head as well.
It went, well, as well as these things go, I suppose. They're gone. Dumbledore did make sure of that,
Sirius said. Remus looked at him, steady and measuring. His hair was in disarray, and Sirius was fairly sure there was dried spit up on the arm of his t-shirt. He looked worn out and impossibly young, though intelligence and good humor continued to shine in his eyes, and Sirius didn't think it was possible he'd ever looked so handsome before.
It was unsettling.
Sirius admitted, and Remus hummed at the honesty.
It's something I'll never forget.
Remus continued to bounce Teddy as he fussed, though his eyes didn't leave Sirius's.
It's over now,
he finally said. Sirius blew out a breath.
I'm afraid it's just beginning.
He admitted again, and Remus's hand found his and squeezed.
James said Harry started sleeping through the night at 6 weeks.
Sirius groaned a little from the sofa.
James is a fucking liar.
Remus snapped. He'd plucked Teddy from Sirius's arms and was singing to him softly, a Welsh lullaby that was almost putting Sirius to sleep. It was late October, and so far their days still revolved completely around their newborn, whom Dorcas insisted was healthy and developing and growing, and who had yet to sleep through the night. Sirius had been right on both counts concerning Dorcas. For one, she'd grown attached to Teddy and their little family, and for the other, their need to keep Teddy's existence relatively quiet, and therefore safe, had led her to continue to handle his medical care, even though Teddy had remained human his first moon, and did not seem to have inherited the lycanthropy. Teddy had a good schedule throughout the day, eating and napping and playing with Remus, who had given up his job at the library altogether, instead attempting to put together research and translation work. He'd had a deadline the day before and had stayed up all night the night before that. Not that Teddy would have it any other way, still waking at least once or twice a night to be fed. Dorcas said he didn't technically need the feedings anymore, but he could stand them for at least the next few weeks, as the boy was gaining height faster than he was weight. Sirius thought that trend was Remus all over, but he'd managed to hold his tongue about it. Each of them continued in the order, though Remus was still off field duty and Sirius only picked up rota duty when no one else was available. Sirius had gone back to work and he picked up the evening shift when he got home, eating dinner with Remus, feeding Teddy, and getting the boy ready for bed. Neither of them had slept through the night since the boy had been born, either, and the flat was nearly always covered in both clean and dirty baby clothes. But every time Sirius saw Remus with Teddy, his heart grew 3 sizes, and he tripped over his own 2 feet. Plus, the baby toys scattered on the floor.
Lily backed him up.
Sirius sighed, throwing his arm over his eyes.
We hate Lily,
Remus said, breaking his song for a moment. Sirius moved his arm and looked at Teddy.
That's not true, Teds. We love Aunt Lily.
Aunt Lily with her 4-hour labor and her pain potions and her ridiculously young newborn sleeping through the night.
Remus muttered, though Teddy did look like he was close to beginning to drop off, snuggling a bit into Remus's neck. Sirius felt himself smile at the sight.
What are you smiling at?
Remus asked, irritated.
You daft idiot,
Sirius said quietly.
Why?
Remus asked, exasperatedly, adjusting Teddy a little further into his neck.
Because our son loves you, and he's burrowing into you because you're singing to him in Welsh, which he understands about as well as I do, and you two are such an amazing sight.
Padfoot.
Remus sighed, but a smile began to bloom on his face. Sirius yawned hugely.
'Tis true.
You're delusional. It's the sleep deprivation.
It's the love,
Sirius said, and Remus snorted a bit.
I'm just saying.
He started, when there was a knock at the door. He and Remus locked eye contact, and both of them froze for a moment, though Teddy continued to begin to doze. Sirius sat up and nodded at Remus once before picking his wand up from the coffee table, and he noticed that Remus adjusted his hold on Teddy and retrieved his from his back pocket. Sirius padded to the entryway and opened the door cautiously to the sight of Albus Dumbledore. He didn't relax, though he let Dumbledore in, wand trained on him the entire time.
What candy did you offer me when my mother sent that howler in 3rd year?
Sirius asked.
The one about the gardening prank, a butterscotch, you turned it down.
Sirius relaxed fractionally and let Dumbledore in further. Dumbledore rounded the entryway into the sitting room, where Remus stood on alert, wand out, gripping Teddy tightly.
Mr. Lupin,
Dumbledore said.
Professor.
Remus said cautiously.
Ah, there's your fine lad.
Dumbledore said, smiling. Sirius saw what seemed to be a genuine smile.
I've heard a lot about him and seen too little.
He added, and Sirius realized he'd never met Teddy before. Regulus hadn't either, but Sirius had asked. Regulus was afraid to spend time with Sirius, afraid, Sirius thought, of giving too much away. Sirius had too much to lose to push the issue. Dumbledore went over and slid a finger over a now sleeping Teddy's cheek.
He's a fine boy, and will grow to be a brave, curious young man, I'm sure.
You're not here on a social call,
Sirius said, stating the obvious, and Dumbledore turned to look at him, face grave.
Unfortunately, no.
He sighed.
And this is only the first stop I need to make this evening.
James and Lily.
Remus breathed.
Indeed.
Dumbledore said.
I've had word that Voldemort is restless. I don't think he felt the destruction of the Horcruxes, but it was always a possibility. Regardless, it's been quiet.
Too quiet,
Sirius put in.
Yes, I believe now that your children are here, it is time. Voldemort is well aware 2 boys were born at the end of July, and who they are. He could choose either. Each is a tempting target for him, and not even I know him well enough to know what he might plan. I believe you and the Potters will need to go under the Fidelius charm.
Sirius heard Remus draw in a sharp breath.
Is that truly necessary?
Sirius asked. Hiding, he had thought, was a possibility. He and Remus had even talked about it. But the Fidelius was another measure of hiding altogether. It would be isolating, and Sirius suspected lonely.
I think so, Mr. Black,
Dumbledore said gravely.
I would even venture to separate the families.
James and I could be each other's secret keepers,
Sirius said.
That's how the charm works, yes. At least partly.
It does, but I am not sure that would be wise.
I would never betray James. Or James, Lily, and Harry,
Sirius said hotly.
Sirius.
Remus said softly, and Sirius looked over at him and Teddy asleep in his arms.
It's not a matter of trust, Mr. Black,
Dumbledore explained.
I would be secret keeper to each of you. It's about not putting any of you at more risk than necessary.
If we are each in hiding, we may stand a better chance at keeping each other safe than someone out in the open,
Sirius argued.
That's a point, Mr. Black. I know you would trust James Potter with your life, and he would trust you, but I'd rather neither of you carry that responsibility.
But
you're the obvious choice,
Remus said quietly.
Even in hiding, you're the obvious choice for the Potters. And then for us. It's dangerous.
Sirius looked at him.
Remus.
I don't know what the right answer is,
Remus said slowly.
But it's dangerous, Padfoot.
Sirius looked at him again, with Teddy drowsing on his shoulder, the nose that was becoming more clearly Remus's by the day, burrowed into Remus's neck, probably in order to pull in his father's comforting scent. Teddy. He didn't want to go into hiding, and he certainly didn't want to go under the Fidelius, which also likely meant being away from James. He couldn't see sitting around whatever house or flat they were given by the order, day after day of doing nothing stretching before him. Except that it would be day after day of keeping Teddy safe, day after day of getting Teddy to finally sleep through the night, day after day of entertaining Teddy as Padfoot, of watching his eyes light up at his favorite toy, of hearing Remus sing in Welsh to get him to sleep. It would be night after night of bath time routine with Teddy, of lavender-smelling shampoo and rubber ducks and babbity-rabbity in the rocking chair. Night after night of going to bed next to Remus, sliding into cool sheets next to Remus's overly warm body, of wrapping his arms around Remus's chest and hearing Remus sigh subconsciously in comfort and relief. Night after night of twining their fingers together so that their rings clinked softly, an echo of a promise. Sirius looked at Dumbledore.
When do you want us ready?
How long do you think you'll need? Time is, I am afraid, likely of the essence.
Sirius caught Remus's eye, and it was Remus who answered.
2 days, 3.
November 1st.
Dumbledore proposed. Right before Sirius's birthday, he'd spend his 21st birthday celebrating it in their new home with Remus and Teddy. Remus and Teddy.
November 1st.
Sirius agreed, and Remus nodded. Sirius offered Remus a mug of tea, and Remus accepted it with a grateful sigh. They'd spent the last 2 days packing nearly non-stop, except to care for Teddy, and even with magic, it was a job. Sirius had fished the mugs themselves out of a box and rinsed them out, as they'd already packed them. It was Halloween, but it didn't feel like it to Sirius, who missed the Hogwarts feast this time of year. Teddy was in the nursery, blessedly asleep in his crib, as Sirius settled himself next to Remus. He took a sip of tea and let his head hit the back of the couch, and Remus's warm hand found his thigh and gave it a quick, reassuring squeeze. Sirius smiled and was just about to say something when all hell broke loose. Literally. Sirius was aware of a loud bang first, which he seconds later realized was their front door blowing off its hinges. It hit the entryway floor with a deafening thump, and he and Remus were off the sofa immediately. Sirius scooped his wand up at the same time he saw Remus pull his from his front pocket. At the motion, Sirius glanced sideways at Remus and knew, even before footsteps began to head toward them. Teddy had been woken by the noise and was crying.
Remus, take Teddy and go. It's him. Go, run, I'll hold him off.
Padfoot.
Moony, go. Teddy, the fire escape in our bedroom, go.
Sirius insisted, hearing at least 2 sets of footsteps. He saw Remus hesitate, so he pushed him a little, and that got Remus to move, to begin to run, to head down the hallway to Teddy's room, to the room they'd painted yellow, with the snitch wallpaper James had contributed that also graced Harry's room. James, Harry, Teddy, Moony. Voldemort swept into the room, or rather, Sirius thought, Tom Riddle did. He was typical height, Sirius taller, and though his robes billowed around him dramatically, he seemed far more ordinary than Sirius would have predicted. At his heels was Regulus. Regulus? Sirius blinked in shock.
Give me the boy,
Voldemort said, and Sirius gripped his wand tighter.
Absolutely not.
Sirius grit out, but he was looking at Regulus, who wouldn't look him in the eye. Voldemort laughed and Sirius flinched.
He's a half-breed, born of a werewolf. You'd keep him.
He's my son,
Sirius said.
Protego.
He shouted, sending out a shield charm that would cover him. Voldemort laughed, slashing through the air with his wand, dissolving the charm without even a spoken spell. He brought his wand up, and Sirius braced himself.
Blood traitor!
Voldemort spat at the same time Sirius sent out another shield. Then there it was,
Avada Kedavra.
and a blinding flash of green light. Sirius brought his arm up instinctively to shield his eyes and turned away, Teddy's cries ringing in his ears. It took a moment, but Sirius took a breath. Then he was aware he took a breath. He brought his arm down, still clutching his wand, to see Regulus standing before him, wand out, still as could be, and Voldemort lying on his sitting room floor. Sirius brought his eyes up.
Regulus.
He brought me along thinking I would enjoy it,
Regulus said, his lips twisting.
that I would get to see what would happen to my rebellious brother and his half-breed offspring. You have to understand, I couldn't stop him.
Regulus, you did stop him.
I would not have let him kill you, or your child.
At that, Sirius realized he could still hear Teddy crying, and his heart started to beat faster.
Remus.
He called out.
Remus Moony.
Remus's voice carried down the hallway.
I couldn't. The window iced shut with the cold snap. I couldn't, even with magic. Sirius.
Sirius breathed out in relief.
Moony. It's okay. It's Regulus. Regulus was here.
Slowly, Teddy's cries grew closer, and then Remus appeared at the edge of the sitting room, holding a wailing Teddy tightly in his arms.
Regulus.
He asked.
Remus.
Regulus said stiffly, and Sirius almost laughed. Hysterical laughter, he knew, born of adrenaline and panic and relief. He remained right on the bubble of it, and then Remus spoke again.
Is Tom Riddle dead on my sitting room floor?
Remus asked mildly.
I sure as fuck hope so.
Sirius answered, and he saw Regulus sweep forward looking for a pulse. He looked at Regulus, who nodded once.
Fuck.
Remus breathed out.
Regulus.
Sirius started.
Send for Dumbledore.
Regulus said, and Sirius nodded, sending off a Patronus.
Do you want to meet your nephew?
Remus offered.
He's crying.
Babies do that, especially when their front doors fly off their hinges and their parents are almost murdered.
Remus said calmly, and at that, Sirius did laugh.
Fuck.
Sirius said as Remus walked over to Regulus.
Teddy, this is your Uncle Regulus, who saved our lives tonight. Regulus, Teddy.
Teddy hiccuped and looked up at Regulus, still crying a little.
Hello, Teddy.
Regulus said softly, and just when Sirius thought he might actually try to shake the baby's hand, Regulus reached out and swept one of Teddy's cheeks with the back of his fingers. Teddy stopped crying, suddenly enthralled. Sirius, now enthralled himself, did begin to cry, and Remus smiled gently at him. In the end, Sirius, Remus, and Teddy were sent to James and Lily's for the night, all of them under the guard of Aurors. James and Lily had already relocated, a day ahead of them, to Godric's Hollow, and Sirius and Remus were put up in a guest room while Teddy slept between them. The Order and the Aurors had been working at their flat, which was now being treated like a crime scene, which Sirius supposed it was. Regulus had been taken in for questioning, but Moody had gone to oversee it himself, and Sirius suspected that was by Dumbledore's own request. James and Lily had taken them in with steaming mugs of tea and wide eyes, their relief evident about many things: Harry's safety, Regulus's interference, Sirius, Remus and Teddy's survival, Voldemort's death. It was after 3 in the morning, but as he lay awake in bed, Sirius noted that Remus's breathing still hadn't evened out next to him.
Moony,
Sirius asked to the dark. The answer was immediate.
Padfoot.
It was Teddy. He came after Teddy.
Remus hummed.
He wanted our boy. He wanted our son. If it hadn't been for Regulus.
Then it would have been me. Or you.
Remus said softly. Sirius turned his head in the dark, found Remus looking at him.
We were lucky.
Sirius said.
Yes.
What if?
Padfoot, you can what if yourself to death. Merlin knows I probably will in the coming days.
Remus said slowly.
But what did happen is that you stood your ground, gave me a chance to get our son to safety, and your brother stopped him. Your brother stopped him, because he was mortal, and your brother put that plan into place too.
I sent you away with Teddy, and I didn't tell you that I loved you, or him.
Sirius choked out, tears beginning to fall. Remus found Sirius's hand and entwined their fingers, lifting them to his lips, where he placed a kiss to Sirius's knuckles. Sirius felt Remus's own tears against his hand.
Because we already know, Padfoot, because we already know, in our hearts and our bones, just how very much you love us. You would have given your life for us. You love us so.
Moony.
Padfoot.
Always.
And forever.
Remus said, kissing Sirius's hand again, as Teddy slept on between them. Epilogue. July 31st, 1981 dawned sunny and warm in Godric's Hollow. Sirius and Remus had had a quiet celebration of Teddy's first birthday at home the day before, but they were at James and Lily's for a joint party for Teddy and Harry today. James and Lily had ended up liking Godric's Hollow so much they had bought the small cottage and stayed. Sirius, who was a born and bred Londoner, couldn't shake the city. So while neither he nor Remus had wanted to return to their flat, they had stayed briefly near the Potters, in a small house provided by Dumbledore, before purchasing a townhouse in London, one that, Sirius insisted, did not in any way resemble Grimmauld Place. Judging by the way Sirius and Regulus both seemed at home in it, Remus believed him. Still, they all saw each other multiple times a week, and Regulus, who was quietly working for a solicitor's office in Diagon Alley, almost as much. The joint birthday party had been Lily's idea, and Remus had jumped on it, especially as he knew once Teddy and Harry hit a certain age in the not-too-distant future they would resist the idea, and back-to-back birthday parties would be a staple of their loves forever after. Remus had a feeling Sirius couldn't wait. Remus also knew for a fact there were 2 miniature racing brooms waiting to be opened hidden in Lily's pantry, and he didn't think Sirius could wait for that either, or for the multiple crocheted snitches Sirius had made to go with them. Remus surveyed the party in the garden, helping himself to some lemonade. Dumbledore and James were talking about some finer point of divination, which Remus absolutely did not want to become involved in. Lily was adding candles to the cake, which in reality only needed 2 at most, but she was filling the cake with them for reasons Remus could not discern, and which he more than half thought had something to do with James or Sirius. The Weasley clan was running around under Molly's watchful eye, and Gid and Fabe were taking turns giving shoulder rides to their nephews. Frank and Alice Longbottom had also come, though Alice was heavily pregnant, due any day now with a boy. Dorcas was talking with Marlene, who had brought her whole family, who adored Lily and Harry. Teddy and Harry were sitting together, or alternately toddling haphazardly on a very large picnic blanket. They had grown to be friends, or as friendly as 2 one-year-olds could be, and right now they were stacking blocks and babbling to each other. A little to Remus's surprise, Regulus was sitting near them, occasionally adding another block to a stack when they weren't looking, smiling a little when Teddy would babble some amazement at the new structure. The whole affair was chaotic and bright and hopeful, and Remus was deeply, intensely grateful.
I think they have their own language,
Sirius said, holding his own cup of lemonade and sliding an arm around Remus's waist, coming to stand behind him.
Teddy and Harry, yes. I think some of that babbling means something to them.
Remus agreed, and he felt more than saw Sirius laugh.
I meant Regulus and Teddy, but that too.
Sirius answered, and he was standing close enough that Remus felt the rumble of his voice against his chest. Remus laughed.
Regulus and Teddy, indeed. Boy's first word was Regulus.
First of all, it was Wesh, though, considering he said it straight to the man. We insist on counting it, like he meant Reg.
Remus smiled.
Secondly, his next word was Padfoot.
It was Path, which is what he still calls you. And Dar came 2 hours later.
Point stands, Mooney.
Remus sighed. He knew after 10 years when he was going to lose an argument.
Don't be so put out, Mooney. It's a beautiful day, in more ways than one.
That Remus agreed with.
It is,
he said meaningfully, and he caught the movement of Sirius's head, turning his own so he could be kissed lightly.
February birthdays aren't meant to be held outdoors.
He mused thoughtfully and felt Sirius hum against him.
Too bloody cold.
Sirius agreed.
Whose birthday is in February? Lily already got the luck of the draw with January.
Because November is worth bragging about.
It's temperate.
It's Britain.
Remus laughed.
We used to freeze our arses off, trying to sneak you out of the castle to get you drunk or stoned, or both.
Yes, it was truly awful for everyone.
Sirius deadpanned and Remus laughed.
As if March is better.
March is lovely. Ask Prongs.
Remus felt Sirius take a breath in order to shout over to James, and stopped him with,
Not now, you bloody wanker.
What are they talking about anyway?
Divination, from what I heard.
Remus said, and he felt Sirius shake his head.
Prongs needs to let that go.
Sirius sighed.
I think he still worries.
Remus said softly.
I can relate.
I believe it's over.
Sirius said just as softly, and Remus turned his head again, nuzzling at Sirius's jaw. After Voldemort's death, most of the Death Eaters had gone to ground, or, much to Sirius's anger, faded back into pure-blood wizarding society, like Lucius Malfoy. The Order had managed, on Regulus's testimony, to round up others like the Lestranges.
I do too, Padfoot, and I'm so grateful we all came out whole.
Remus felt Sirius hum, and they were quiet for a moment in the hustle and bustle around them.
So who has a February birthday? You never did say. Should start planning. Earlier the better and all.
Remus laughed, low and soft.
Start planning indeed,
he said, using his nose to nuzzle into Sirius's jaw before moving the hand Sirius had wrapped around his waist carefully to his stomach. After a moment, he heard Sirius's breath catch.
Mooney.
Felt off for a few weeks now. Had Dorcas run a quick scan a bit ago. In James and Lily's loo, which was a little embarrassing, but I suppose history likes to repeat itself.
Mooney.
2 under 2. I'm insane. I think Dumbledore wants me for the defense position. Started to say as much earlier before James got to him, but he'll have to wait at least another year, especially with you at Mungo's. Never did go back on the potion, which was an immense oversight. Thought we'd have more time, but here we are, February 11th.
Sirius was silent for so long, Remus's heart rate picked up. Just as he opened his mouth, Sirius spoke.
Pink or blue smoke?
Remus allowed himself to smile.
Pink,
he said, and Sirius leaned away far enough for Remus to see his blinding smile.
It's Teddy and Harry's day, so...
Remus warned.
So don't make an announcement before we cut the cake.
Sirius laughed.
Exactly.
Sirius grinned.
I'm serious.
I won't.
Sirius reassured him, and Remus relaxed a little.
I'm definitely telling Prongs, though, and Regulus, and Lily.
That's the end of the list.
Remus warned.
We'll have to tell Teddy.
Sirius mused.
We will. Let him have his day.
Remus said, looking across the party to where Teddy was now sitting in Regulus's lap, as Regulus sent bubbles up from his wand for Teddy and Harry, who were squealing with delight.
I'm so thankful this day came, Mooney. In so many ways.
Sirius said softly, and Remus tore his gaze away from the boys and back up to Sirius, who looked thoughtful.
Me too, Padfoot. Me too.
Remus said, tilting his face up for one more kiss that Sirius gladly gave him.
Let's go play with our boy and our godson,
he said, and Sirius grinned, taking his hand as they headed across the grass to the 2 happy, delighted boys laughing in the summer sun. Finite. Thanks for listening to this text-to-speech podfic composed by Burning Aurora, Caliana, and Flowerhawk.